Please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Please take.
Good morning. Welcome. My name is Priscilla Yuen, and I want to welcome you in my capacity as a university delegate. Before this morning's event begins, I want to remind you that in addition to turning off your cell phone ringers, please remember that a core value here at Columbia is to enable the free exchange of ideas. To carry out that value, events including this one are structured to allow the invited speakers to speak and then to allow audience members to participate through questions and comments. For this reason, our university rules fully support the vigorous sharing of different viewpoints, but do not permit the interruption of speakers. Please enjoy the event.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Morning Aside Heights. Welcome to Columbia. Welcome to our Center on Global Energy Policy, Global Energy Summit. I am Robert Johnston. I am the Senior Research Director at Center, and I'm very happy that everyone's here today. Thanks for the hundreds of people who are here with us in person and hundreds more joining online for our summit, which is hosted by us here at the Center on Global Energy Policy. It's my pleasure to serve as this year's Master of Ceremonies and to take you through our program today. We're pleased to welcome an outstanding group of leaders here to Columbia's campus for this year's Global Summit. Coming from all walks of the energy sector and actively driving policy conversations around some of the world's most intractable energy security and climate challenges. Now, before we get into that program, I have a few housekeeping notes for you all before we get started. First of all, questions. We'll be taking questions all day from the audience for our panel discussions. And if you'd like to submit a question, we would encourage you to do so ahead of each panel by scanning the QR code on your table, or for those of you who are following along virtually, a link to our Q&A submission form can be found on our summit website. Now, of course, I would encourage you to keep questions within the scope of each panel topic, as questions that are unrelated to our discussions here today will not be considered by the moderators for use in these conversations. Secondly, we do have a very full agenda today, and we want to make sure that the program runs on time so we can get the most from all of the speakers that have come to join us today. So naturally, we ask that everyone please return promptly from the coffee breaks and lunch so that we can start our panels in a timely fashion. Lastly, in terms of housekeeping, I'm sure you noticed on your way in that we've made some changes this year to credentials, entrances, and exits for the summit. We ask that all attendees keep their credentials, name badges, and wristbands visible at all times. And if you do leave Learner Hall, you'll be required to show those credentials when you come back in through the Broadway entrance. And we will not be able to permit re-entrance if either of those credentials are missing. Okay, so that's the housekeeping. Let me now introduce our opening speaker, who is none other than Jason Bordoff, the founding director of the Center on Global Energy Policy here at Columbia. And Jason is also a professor of professional practice in the School of International and Public Affairs. He's also co-founding Dean Emeritus of the Columbia Climate School and is one of the world's leading energy and climate policy experts focused on the intersection of geopolitics, energy, climate, and national security. Previously, he served as special assistant to President Barack Obama and senior director for energy and climate change on the staff of the National Security Council, and has also held senior roles on the National Economic Council and the Council on Environmental Quality. So it's my pleasure to welcome my friend and colleague Jason Bordoff to the stage to formally open our day. Jason.
Thanks. It's a pleasure to have you all here for this, this very special day on our calendar. And thanks again, RJ, for taking on the formidable task of being our MC for the day. Really thrilled to be with you for our 11th Columbia Global Energy Summit. There's an aphorism about may you live in interesting times, and I think many of you were asked to turn your cell phones off, but one can be forgiven for checking incessantly to see what's happening to oil prices, U.S. treasuries, Chinese retaliatory tariffs, U.S. tariff policy, not to mention maybe talks with Iran kicking off this weekend. So look, we put this conference on for the same reason we do the work that we do every single day at the Center on Global Energy Policy and at Columbia SIPA and at Columbia more broadly, which is to improve understanding in this incredibly complex, turbulent, volatile world across all dimensions of our energy and climate change challenges. And I can't really think of a more timely moment to try to bring a group together for conversations across that full spectrum of topics: geopolitics, national security, international economics, US policy, energy policy, how we're going to deal with the threat of climate change at a moment when many seem to be walking back, countries and companies, some of their commitments. So that's what we're going to spend the day thinking through together with a pretty fantastic all-star lineup, as you hopefully have seen. You have some of the world's leading experts in energy policy, in business, from sectors like critical minerals and technology, artificial intelligence, energy, investment, finance, at the intersection of international energy, national security, global economics, climate. So we have a great program. It really brings a diverse set of perspectives together, and we'll try to get respectful dialogue and hopefully disagreement across those different perspectives in order to, again, help generate some new insights and some new understanding. This is, as I said, an enormously consequential time for our country and for the world, a time of uncertainty and turbulence and risk, as we've all been reminded just in the last few days. And we're going to be hearing about how all of that uncertainty and turbulence are impacting every part of energy markets and energy security and the urgently needed transition to a clean energy future. Because while we've seen record growth in renewables and in clean energy investment over the last several years, that hasn't changed the fact that oil use and gas use and coal use and emissions have continued to rise at the same time, as we've been, many of us at the center, writing for a long time. Two things can both be true at the same time. And now in this increasingly fractured world that we are in, again, you see waning support in some parts of the world for climate action. It's left some parts of the clean energy transition's future in doubt. We do see some pullback in commitments that some have made. So just globally, there's a reevaluation underway of how policymakers achieve all of our energy policy objectives at the same time. Energy security, energy affordability, energy for development in lower income countries, and energy sustainability and decarbonization. And all of those are impacted by the changing political environments, policies, priorities, and also by geopolitical events, international competitiveness considerations, great power rivalry and competition. Here in the US, the new Trump administration has a very different approach. It's moving away from, I would say, climate change as the North Star of energy policy among those different priorities, sometimes competing, toward fossil fuel production and exports, energy security and dominance. We'll talk a little bit about what that word means. Our defense guarantees, our trade policies, and economic policy more broadly. But it's not just in the US. We're sort of seeing those rising concerns about affordability and security really across the world. Mark Carney's first order of business as Prime Minister was to pull back the carbon tax. The European Commission has pulled back on some of its climate targets in the face of overwhelming economic pressures in Europe to improve the state of the continent's competitiveness. And geopolitics matters more to the energy outlook than at any time in maybe a half century. And that is core to the focus of the Center on Global Energy Policy. It's why we sit inside a School of International and Public Affairs. You see the growing risks of conflict from the Middle East to Ukraine to the South China Sea, the urgent race for leadership in AI, particularly in competition with China, the backlash from lower income countries at a perceived unfairness and hypocrisy at how some of the countries most responsible for historic emissions have gone about this energy transition. And we're just broadly seeing a complete rethink, I think this will be a major theme of what we talk about today, of the post-Bretton Woods neoliberal economic order, where countries are prioritizing economic security and resilience over openness and integration. And that leads to a rapid rise in the use of sanctions and tariffs and export controls and domestic content requirements and things that our colleague at the Center on Global Energy Policy, Eddie Fishman, wrote about pretty masterfully in his new book, Choke Points, which I recommend to everyone. All of these trends are enormously consequential for the energy sector, energy markets, and for the clean energy transition. So that's what we're going to talk about today. Finance for the energy transition, how do we mobilize finance in emerging and developing economies, critical minerals, trade and tariffs, AI's opportunities and challenges, US policy and its shift in focus toward this concept of energy dominance, and broadly the shifting geopolitical dynamics and what that means for the outlook for energy markets and the energy sector, the energy industry, and the transition. I'm excited. It's going to be a great day here at the center. This is our favorite day of the year to learn from one another and so many phenomenal people who come to visit us to do that with us. And just see so many friends as I see in the audience right now. So we have a packed program. We're going to jump into it here. And just first want to thank our incredible summit planning team at the center who have really worked tirelessly for several months to put this event together and make this possible. Our friends at Markham, who've really worked hand in hand with us for several years now to make this fantastic event a central point on the energy and climate calendar of the year. Our summit supporter, Sigma Lithium, who partnered with us this year to help make today such an amazing success. And finally, everyone joining us here in person and online. We're putting this on for your benefit as well as ours, and to share knowledge with this really incredible community that we've been able to build here at the Center on Global Energy Policy. So I hope you all enjoy the content of the program, the ability to have conversations with everyone here, particularly participate in that conversation using the hashtag Global Energy Summit on social media. And I hope you'll all share the ideas we discuss with your broader communities when you leave here today as well, in the spirit of open dialogue on challenging issues that we seek to embody here at the Center on Global Energy Policy. So with that, I'll turn things over back to our Master of Ceremonies, Dr. R.J. Johnston, our Director of Research at the Center, and look forward to a phenomenal conference today. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you, Jason. Okay, we're going to jump right into the program, and we're starting this morning with a fireside chat moderated by Vijay Vaitheeswaran, who's the Global Energy and Climate Innovation Editor at The Economist. And he's going to be talking to Jonathan Ross, who's the CEO and founder of Groq. So Vijay and Jonathan, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's great to be back here on the Columbia stage and to talk to you today about the most important tech company you've probably never heard of. Now, Groq. Jonathan, welcome. Welcome to the stage. Before there's any confusion in the audience, you do not run the company that's a very chatty chatbot created by Elon Musk. Am I right?
Never met Elon.
Exactly. So this is not the Groq that some of you might be thinking of that ends with the letter K, G-R-O-K. This is G-R-O-Q. And in fact, in preparation, and this has been a point of some contention, your Groq was created many years before Elon Musk came along. And of course, they're both inspired by a wonderful science fiction novel, A Stranger in a Strange Land. We'll talk about that maybe a little bit later. But in preparation for this gathering, I did ask Elon's Groq, which has been quite chatty and quite snippy about Elon Musk himself lately. Some of you might have seen in the news. I asked, what do you think about this other Groq? And interestingly, I thought I'd share with you, I get why your Groq might feel stepped on. They were there first. And Q or K, it's hard to miss the echo. So an apology is passed on to you from the other Groq. I thought that's a good way to start. Now, your Groq makes specialized AI chips, just for those of you who might not yet be in the know, known as language processing units, LPUs. Which, unlike the ones that we're all familiar with, NVIDIA's chips, these are made to run specifically these large language models. And so you do it with very little latency in comparison, much faster and much less energy use. And so we'll talk a little bit about that, how and why this technology is very interesting. And again, we're here at an energy conference. We're going to talk about energy. We're going to talk about geopolitics. You have a particular view on where that's going to go. One other reason why you might want to pay attention to this company that you might not have heard of, he has a valuation, last I checked, of some $2.8 billion for his startup. So just so you know, it's one to watch. With that, let's get a little bit of your journey. You were integral to designing the tensor processing units, the TPUs at Google. And at some point, you decided that you were going to head in a different direction to create this company, to pursue this technology. Give us just a little bit of insight. We'll start with the technicals, so we're all on the same page, and then we'll jump into the topics of this conference, of course, energy, geopolitics, and where we go from here, the future of AI. But tell us just a little bit about how you got here.
All right, and just to make sure everyone can hear me, so good morning. Come on, we can do better. Good morning. All right, you can hear me. All right, so I started the Google TPU. That's the AI chip from Google. And after doing that, I started getting a bunch of calls from competitors of Google asking, could I create something similar for them? And the reason that some of them gave was, well, it's not good for the world for Google to be the only major tech company with their own AI chip. And I started thinking about it. I'm like, they're right, but the problem is two major tech companies having an AI chip advantage isn't much better than one. So I decided to go out, create the LPU, and make it available for everyone.
And what is the insight that led to the LPU? And how did you know, or how did you have the instinct that latency was going to be an issue, that large language models were the way to go? How did you solve that problem?
So I think your phone is jumping in there. Maybe it needs to use LPUs.
Maybe Groq is listening in, the other Groq. Yes,
okay.
Go on. Yes.
So the big insight was actually AlphaGo. About 30 days before the competition with DeepMind, we got an email from the DeepMind team saying, we just played a test game against the world champion and we lost. We lost badly. Is your chip as fast as we've heard? And we replied, yes, that was it. And so that began a 30-day sprint to port the software over. The interesting thing is we didn't retrain the model at all. We just moved it from GPUs to TPUs. And what ended up happening was Lee Sedol played that first game. He was incredibly surprised by how soundly it beat him. And in the second game, there was this move called the shoulder hit. Famous move now, very creative. Everyone's like, I can't believe a machine came up with this. It was a 1 in 10,000 game move. But what happened was the GPUs couldn't search deep enough because they weren't fast enough, whereas the TPUs could. They found it, they played it out a little bit, like sort of playing it out in your mind, realized it was a good move and played it. When we tried on the GPUs later, they never once found it. That was the insight. And Go and LLMs are pretty much the same thing. Instead of a sequence of moves, though, it's a sequence of tokens. And because you can't produce the 100th token until you produce the 99th, it's a very similar sequential problem. That was the insight. But as for our architecture, and this is going to matter a lot for energy policy, one of the observations that I had at Google was, yes, the number of transistors were doubling every 18, 24, whatever months. That's Moore's law. But we had another observation. The number of chips were also doubling at the same rate. That's a 4x increase in compute, not a 2x. And so the question we asked ourselves was, if the number of chips was doubling, is there a different architectural approach that we could take if we assumed there would be an infinite number of chips? And so that's what we took advantage of.
And so you don't use high bandwidth memory, am I right, HBM?
Correct.
And this helps in the reduction of latency, which is a huge issue.
If you have an infinite number of chips, rather than storing some of the data externally to the chip in memory, you just lay it out across a whole bunch of chips, sort of like a big factory where things just flow through. And to understand why this is so important, because compute uses energy. Well, why does it use energy? Well, the length of a wire times the width of a wire times the voltage determines, or the voltage squared, determines how much energy you use. When you have a chip here and you have memory here, you have to go down, over, and up. But when you're inside the chip, you don't have to do that. The wires are smaller, so we use about 1/3 of the energy per word or token that's produced.
Now, that's a significant claim. It's been validated by outside testing. But I believe there's a particular thing we need to understand about AI as well. A lot of the focus has been on these training models, right? It takes a lot of energy to train.
Yeah.
But you make the argument, and as do others, in fact, after models are trained, the lion's share of the energy that's going to be consumed by AI models is actually when you use it, in the inference. And that's what your focus is on. Am I right? That the actual application and inference, and that's where you find an advantage in the application of your technology.
So I would say that AI is not an information age technology, because information age technologies are about retrieving data and making it available to a user. You're reading from a hard drive, you do a small amount of compute. Llama 2, when it was trained, Meta's model, their open source model, it cost about $4 to $5 million of compute to train it. However, the amount of data used would actually fit on this phone, and actually if you were to transmit that data over the cell phone's wireless plan, as jacked up as that price might be, it would be in the tens of thousands versus 4 to 5 million. So we're talking about 100x cost differential between compute and data. You send 2 bytes over to the AI model, it does 140 to 180 billion operations, and then it sends you 2 bytes back.
So that sets the stage a little bit, because we understand you have a different approach. You're focusing on where, over the lifetime of an AI, most of the energy will be consumed, and reducing that energy use will certainly contribute to some of the energy challenge. But let's take a step back. Let's delve into the topic of the day. There's been a lot of alarm bells rung about AI consuming half the world's resources, about the amount of energy that will be consumed. Equally, and we'll see a major report from the IEA released tomorrow, early morning Paris time, that I encourage all of you to look at. I've had the chance to read it on embargo, and I won't reveal any secrets other than to say that the IEA's position has been for a while that AI will not consume half the world's resources. It might be air conditioning or other forms of electrification, is to sort of calibrate one's argument here. But where do you come from on this question that AI will consume enormous amounts of energy resources, and what good is it actually going to do, as yet unproven? How do you respond to that?
Predicting the future is fraught with peril, but I will make an argument, and the argument is this. We have a stack up in civilization. We started off with materials, so Stone Age, Iron Age. Then we moved into the Industrial Age, where it was all about energy. Then we moved into the Information Age, where it was all about data. The difference between the Information Age and the Generative Age is that the Generative Age it does computation, it does answers contextual, novel answers specific to your question, and that requires compute. And if you think about it, we've been able to pull more energy out of the ground. It's hard, there's a limited amount of it, it's hard to find, but we spend more money on it, we get more energy. We haven't been in a place where we could just spend more money and get more intelligence as a civilization. We've just never had that ability before. So now we're facing population declines, we're facing all these other issues. If I tell you that you can take $1 billion and put it into producing the equivalent of $1 billion worth of human output or more, would you be willing to do that? What happens when the intelligence gets better? What happens when it's 2x as good, 10x as good, because it just keeps getting better? So people are going to want more of it. And whereas with air conditioning, for example, there's a finite amount of value to that air conditioning. It's just keeping things cool. With intelligence, if you can keep pouring money in and getting more intelligence out, will you ever stop? So you go back to the doubling of chips, that's exponential. There's any amount of energy you want to spend on AI, you just have to look out a certain amount of time and we'll get there.
So I'm going to push back a little bit. First of all, on the question about air conditioning, the Singaporeans would argue without air conditioning, their society wouldn't exist. So it has enormous value in warm cultures, especially as increasing heat waves come. It may be an existential question whether you have adequate heating or cooling. But leave that aside. There's a sort of a deeper challenge I want to put to you, and that is what you're calling intelligence. What is the value created, right? There's a difference between invention and innovation. And the difference fundamentally, I've argued over the years, including in my most recent book, Need, Speed, and Greed, available at good bookstores near you, about the future of innovation. The difference is innovation is creating value from an invention or a fresh way of thinking. Just because we have what you call intelligence doesn't necessarily mean we'll be able to put it to productive use. Robert Solow, the great Nobel Prize-winning economist, once observed about internet technologies. We see it everywhere except in the productivity data, right? It took many, many years, and indeed decades, before we saw the benefits of the internet actually turn up in things that could be measured. And so what if we do, as you propose, massive amounts of quote-unquote intelligence, but we're not able to harness it in a useful way to enhance humanity or to create economic activity? Is it still worth it? Is it still worth the energy?
So let me step back a little bit. I refer to it as where we are now as the generative age instead of the intelligent age, as some people are doing, because I actually don't think we have the equivalent of human intelligence, and we're a couple of steps away. And if you go back historically, when the calculator was invented, the immediate reaction was, oh my gosh, machines are going to be able to think like humans, because up until that point, machines had never done arithmetic before. Then we beat the chess champion. Then we beat the Go champion. And now it speaks to us. And every time we see AI do something that, or computers do something that was previously human only, we think we're just one step away. We're actually a couple of steps away, right? These things are not innovative. They don't invent things right now. They occasionally stumble upon something interesting, and you have to recognize that because they don't have long-term memory. But here's the thing I want everyone to keep in mind. The rate of change is dramatic, right? AI was moving pretty quickly before everyone thought, oh my gosh, this is going to be the next big thing. Just imagine if at the start of the information age, when they invented the printing press, someone from the future came by and said, yeah, this is going to result in this smartphone here. There would have probably been a lot more investment in it because people would have seen where it was going. We are that smartphone for generative AI. We know where this is going. We know what the value is. So you're seeing all of this money being poured in as a race to not lose. What's going to happen, though, is all of that compute that's being built out, and there is a lot of economic results. All advertising, for example, is done through AI. So the Mag 7, most of that is coming from AI, right? What happens when all of that compute that's been deployed, all of those AI models get upgraded with the ability to do invention because we figured that out algorithmically? Now, all of a sudden, all of those assets that have been deployed are going to become significantly more valuable overnight.
Your desire, I think, stated previously, is to try to reduce the cost of compute close to zero. Am I right? At least asymptotically. What do you say about the Jevons paradox or the Jevons effect, the rebound effect? I know you were talking about it years before Satya Nadella woke up to it and sent out his famous tweet. People in the energy world know it in this room, I'm sure intimately. We've talked about it for decades. When energy prices go down, people use more gasoline, they drive more, et cetera. But as it relates to this junction between AI and energy consumption, are we not going to see the offsetting of whatever gains? I think you said your power maybe 1/3 that of comparable approaches. Wouldn't that be overwhelmed by this rush to use the new technologies thanks to Jevons paradox?
So we don't yet have models that can invent, but we will at some point. Maybe it's 5 years, maybe it's 10 years from now. And what I want you to think about is what is the energy cost for a unit of intelligence? Well, first of all, what is a unit of intelligence? So we know how to measure energy and power. It's megawatt hours, it's megawatts, right? Those are energy and power. For intelligence, the unit of measure is megatokens. Megatokens, a token is kind of like a syllable for AI. You can almost think of it as a word, but there's megatokens per second, and then there's megatokens, which is what we bill for. Now, if I can produce a megatoken for less energy from AI than I can from a human being, and if I can scale up the amount of intelligence that I need, I can look at the base load of energy that humanity is using, and I can say, maybe if you have human beings trying to solve the energy crisis, we're not going to get there before we boil ourselves alive. but maybe it makes sense to quickly add some more intelligence. Now, one of the things that I think people have a little backwards here is they generally think that it takes more energy for an AI to produce a result than a human being. So let's make it very concrete. A novel is about 80,000 of these tokens in how they correlate between words and syllables for the AI. If I was to do that with our chips, it would take about 40 seconds to generate.
You trying to put me out of business here, pal?
It's not going to write as well as you yet.
Well, thank you. Yes.
Yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Okay.
We'll see. Yeah.
But now, if I can generate that in 40 seconds, I've done a couple of things. One is I actually didn't use as much energy. Like, how long would it take you to write a novel?
Takes me about 500 steaks, a couple of beers,
500 steaks? That's high stakes. Okay.
Yeah.
So a lot of steaks, a lot of beer,
calories,
a lot of calories.
Yeah.
But I could probably so if I do that in 40 seconds, I'm probably using somewhere on the order of about 80 kilojoules. That's not a lot of energy. Now, the quality of the models aren't there yet, but when they can invent, and it takes a little bit of energy to do this, you could start seeing us solving problems for less energy with AI than we can with humans, and it might be the only way to get to those things.
But surely, you can't compare apples with oranges, right? There'll be some range of tasks where we can do task shifting, where AI will do things better, more efficiently, as you rightly point out, and we will need to shift to higher value-added tasks or differentiated tasks where we can do it better. Whatever the amount of energy we consume, the AI can't yet match us or may never match us. Is that fair to say?
I would find it hard to believe that it would never be able to match us, but I will say there's another thing here, which is AI is probably going to make humans smarter. And the reason I say that is if you look historically over the last 100 years, human beings have gotten a lot more intelligent. And one of the great things about us is we have language. So just imagine if you grew up in a cave, not exposed to anyone, you wouldn't be nearly as smart as you are now. AI is going to make us smarter by generating interesting insights, information. And what we're going to do is we're going to filter those insights, and we're going to share them with each other, just like we do when a human being does it. And we're going to start getting smarter as well.
Right. Jonathan, I'm going to pour some geopolitical cold water on your techno-utopianism here. Jason set us off on the right course by framing the discussion. This is a day in which we saw massive tariffs imposed at 12:01 a.m. By the United States. But we're in the context of a world of deglobalization, of fractures, of geopolitical tensions rising. In this kind of context, I want to come to your particular vision for how you think AI should be made. And you have a very interesting perspective that's different, perhaps, than some competitors and others in this area. You think that rather than having the making of AI, as it were, spread like jam all over the world, that we should make AI, or we should build AI where energy is and where it's low cost. In maybe a half a dozen or so places in the world. And to put your money where your mouth is, you actually bet on Saudi Arabia, which has invested, I think, $1.5 billion, if I'm not mistaken.
$1.5 billion this year,
very recently, and you've built out in cooperation with Saudi Aramco in Dammam, where I was a few months ago. They have a massive bet on AI. So you've placed your chips, as it were, there. That's obviously a place where there's a lot of energy. Tell us about this vision for creating AI in a few places, and what people might say there might be latency in getting that information to where it needs to go. You have a contrarian view on that as well, in my perspective. Tell us what that view is.
I think to make it very visceral and simple, there's a reason why call centers can exist in India and service North America. The latency for speech is not that acute, right? You can get away with that sort of round trip latency as long as the AI is fast enough in generating the voice. And this is a little bit different from typical information age technologies. The more it's voice, the further away it can go. And also there's a whole reasoning component, and all that can happen locally. So my expectation is you're going to see major centers of compute popping up around the world. I think Saudi Arabia will be one of them. I think Canada, North America will be another one. And you'll probably see
We're
a couple
energy
of
abundant, remember?
Exactly. Well, it depends on your definition, but yeah, I mean, it's there. It's just not all necessarily connected up into data centers. Please fix that for us.
I think people today will have some views on that, but continue. So you're going to see half a dozen or so places in the world that are clusters, is what you would like to see. And you think this makes sense?
It makes economic sense. The one thing that we see a lot of, though, is everyone wants to keep their data local. They want to have sovereignty over it. And people still haven't made the leap in their head of the difference between the information age and the generative age. 2 bytes of data in, 140 billion operations, and then 2 bytes out. We do not store any user data. People just send us a query, we do the compute, and we send a result back. And that's a huge shift in the way that this works.
One of the questions that's raised, and the Saudi connection makes this more poignant, that as we scale up AI, especially dramatically scaled up in your vision, will it be fundamentally a fossil fuel play? Will this be essentially fossil fuels that will power AI? And if so, doesn't that bake the planet? Another one of the concerns today is really to think about concerns about climate change. How do you answer that? Is it worth doing? Is it worth making the AI if it involves burning more fossil fuels because of all of the extraordinary gains that you posit will come to humanity, that extra intelligence? Or is this something where we need to take extra care? There should be either regulations or rules or safeguards to prevent that incremental burning of fossil fuels to make the AI.
Let me go back to what I said earlier, but I'm going to do it as sort of an image. If any of you have been in a really old home, like 300 years old home, you know the AC is terrible, and if you put a bunch of people in the rooms, it starts to warm up. There's no airflow. That's kind of where we're living now, right? And so we're there, we're on a treadmill, we're running, and we're heating up that room, and at some point it's going to get intolerably hot. Now imagine you have the ability to bring in a super fit athlete, and your goal is to run a certain amount of distance. That super fit athlete is going to burn less, they're going to consume less oxygen, they're going to produce less heat. They're just more efficient. And if you can get a bunch of them in there and run those miles quickly, you might actually be able to solve the problems before you overheat. That's really it. Is AI more efficient at solving problems from the energy consumed for the output? Because we're going to be consuming an amount of energy just living. That's going to happen. So does it make sense? And here's the other thing. We're going to be doing all of these non-climate change related things. With AI, if it became acute enough, we could just say, okay, take all of that compute, focus it on climate change. That's the most acute need that we have.
And there's certainly, to be fair, there are a huge number of applications in which AI is already showing promise, whether it's climate modeling, weather forecasting, making energy grids better. There's a package written by a team of us at The Economist I recommend to you in this week's issue coming out that looks deeply into the applications of AI in energy and environment. We found numerous examples already that are quite promising. So I see where you're going with that.
Let me add one more counterintuitive thing here, which is when you're talking about people and having them do some sort of economic activity, think about how long it takes to train people to gain that expertise. When you have an AI model that learns a certain task set, you can then make as many replicas of that as you want. So you can very quickly change the economic activity that AI does much quicker than you can humans.
What about the question I started with, that is the geopolitics, the tariffs, the supply chains? How much will you, just to take your own company, how are your supply chains going to be hit? People are concerned about other tech companies being affected. Can you give us a little perspective on that? How will geopolitics affect you?
Okay, so right now there's an island in the South China Sea where there's a whole bunch of focus and military effort. And so why is it that two world nuclear superpowers are at odds with each other over this island? Why are they risking nuclear war? And the answer is chips and AI. And the reason why China has focused so heavily on AI is that they realize their biggest advantage is numbers, the number of people. The fact that they have over, 1.4 billion people who are under their control and they can direct however they want. And in the US, we don't have anywhere near that population. AI disrupts that because now in the US, we could just start adding the equivalent of more people with AI, even if it's just a multiplier for the people we have. And if they can't do that, we could catch up and surpass them. And then the real fear here is that there's a breakaway. You get to a point where no one can ever catch up with you again. And so this is very politically destabilizing. There is a race, and it feels as if you win it permanently. There is no catching up. It's not like the information age where you get to learn from all this. Like China had all these factories, and they learned from the US. This is going to be very opaque. You're not going to see what's going on inside of the AI. You're not going to be able to do as much espionage. You're not going to be able to steal as much data. because it's inside. You can't just hire the AI away. And so this is a life and death moment for some superpowers right now. Now, we fabbed our chips in the US, even though we started in 2016.
Your entire supply chain is in the US?
Our chips are in the US. We package in Canada, package the chips. We assemble our cards here in North America, actually in California. And then we do half of the systems that we assemble in California and half in Mexico.
And if I understand, you've shifted to a cloud model. So other than for perhaps the US government, you will offer a bundled service rather than selling chips.
Sort of like AWS. You just go there, you rent compute,
okay.
you don't
We have just a couple of minutes, so I want to I've been given a question from the floor. It's quite specific, but what do you think about the potential for web AI, as someone from the floor, which Apple recently partnered with?
I actually don't know what web AI means.
Okay, sorry. You'll have to look it up on Groq, I guess. Let me come back to my question then.
This Groq.
We have just your Groq, exactly. Your
we
Groq.
got dibs.
In just actually on China, I want to sneak in one more question. I was our bureau chief in Shanghai there before, so I would challenge your idea that it's only about chips that China is interested. They have a deeper political philosophy as to why Taiwan is part of the mainland. But leave that aside. The question I have is about the DeepSeek phenomena or frugal engineering, that it's not simply first past the post, that winner take all necessarily. We have seen a challenge to that concept. We have seen, not only with DeepSeek, but the idea of alternative pathways, other ways of innovation in this area that pose challenges. There are other chip companies that are trying to do what you're doing as well. The NVIDIA might not be as invincible as some people think. So give us an idea, or make the case, if you don't mind, of what might be another pathway to the future that might involve other kinds of innovation.
Well, just starting off on the NVIDIA point, NVIDIA is amazing for training models. That's the creation of them rather than running them. We recently passed 1 million developers on our platform. For comparison, I think NVIDIA claims 5 or 6 million, but they did that over like almost 3 decades. And in our case, we were able to do that in less than a year. The reason is it's a completely different demographic. We would be shocked if even 5% of the people that are developing on us have ever trained an AI model. These are web developers, trying to make it little web AI. Not quite sure what that term means.
Yeah.
And so they're just building things on top of us, right? So that's a complete disruption because it's a completely different audience and group of developers. But then when it comes to DeepSeek and the models like these, one of the things that we're seeing is that you can distill existing models. So you can take general intelligence and you can replicate it with a smaller amount of compute. So just to make it very specific, you can measure roughly the expense of running a model and the number of parameters. It's almost like the number of neurons in a human brain. And this is one of the reasons that I'm going to argue that human beings can get much smarter, which is when GPT-4, OpenAI's first high-quality model, was released, it was 1.7 trillion parameters. A little bit later, less than a year, an 8 billion parameter model, so 8 versus 1,700 in size, actually outperformed it in quality. So it turns out you can distill these big models, once they learn a bunch of information, into a smaller model and make it cheaper to run.
Jonathan, I'm going to give you 1 minute to reflect on the vast potential of AI to transform humanity itself. You've talked about how large language models are the telescope for the mind, I think is the phrase I've seen. Subtlety, nuance to human discourse. You've spoken in really poetic terms about the potential. And yet, one of the great godfathers of AI, Jan LeCun, has argued that these large language models, which you focus on, may be obsolete or nearly obsolete within 5 years. And so give us your sense on that debate, and where does AI take us? 60 seconds, go.
So I apologize. I dropped out of NYU, not Columbia. My mistake. Jan LeCun is a technical advisor for us. We have this debate all the time. So let me first start off with AI and whether or not you should be afraid. I think a couple hundred years ago there was this guy Galileo, and he popularized the telescope, and he got in a lot of trouble. And he got in a lot of trouble because he pointed it up at the sky, and he made some observations about how the universe was much larger than we ever anticipated, and it made us feel really, really small. And I think AI is very much the telescope for the mind. As LLMs get better and better, and they're getting better at these human tasks, it's starting to make us feel really, really small. But I think over time, we'll get used to this concept, and we'll start to realize just how vast and capable intelligence is, and we'll see the beauty in it.
Jonathan, I'm going to stop you there, because that is both a poetic moment to end on, a reminder of our humility. As Carl Sagan reminded us when he saw that pale blue dot, the Earth as seen from the edge of the solar system, he said, remember, we are one. There's one pale blue dot. And that humility is something that's powerful to hear from an AI enthusiast and advocate. So please join me in thanking Jonathan for sharing his insights and getting us off to such a great day. Thank you. Enjoy the conference.
Great. Thank you, Vijay and Jonathan, for a fascinating discussion. Okay, we're ready for our first panel, which is titled Energy in an Era of Fractured Geopolitics. And we have a great group here for this discussion. Our moderator is Ravi Agrawal, who's the editor-in-chief of Foreign Policy. And our panelists include Megan O'Sullivan, director of the Harvard Belfer Center for Science and International Affairs, David Miliband, who's president and CEO of the International Rescue Committee, Frank Fannon, who's the founder of Fannon Global Advisors and former Assistant Secretary of State for Energy Resources, and Amos Hochstein, who's managing partner of TWG Global and former deputy assistant and senior advisor to the president for energy and investment. And I'll invite our panelists to come join us. Thank you very much. You ready? Almost ready. I read too quickly. Here we go. All right. Thank you very much.
Oh, wow. Big. Excellent. Okay, here we are. Hi, everyone. Thanks very much for being here today, and thanks also to Columbia, Jason, and the whole team for putting this together. As you just heard, I'm Ravi Agrawal with Foreign Policy, and we've got some terrific guests here to talk about energy in an era of fractured geopolitics. Now, the title kind of explains itself, but I woke up this morning, and like all of you, I couldn't help but look at what was going on in the markets, but also the fact that we're now in pretty much a full-blown trade war, which I'm sure has implications for the energy markets, but also, way beyond that. And geopolitics is particularly interesting here because, if you really put the geo and the geography in geopolitics, energy is at the heart of that. So between great power competition, US-China, the tariffs now, the war in Ukraine, what's going on in the Middle East, there's a lot to unpack and how that affects things. So Megan, I'm going to start with you if I can. If you could reflect a little bit on how you think the latest round of tariffs and increasing tensions between America and China will end up affecting the geopolitics of energy, which is something you have worked on for so long.
Sure. Thank you, Ravi. It's great to be with you, and thanks to Jason and the whole CGIP team for putting this together. It's nice to have something like this to come to on this morning rather than just sitting on your phone and kind of doom scrolling. So
this can be group therapy.
Yeah, group therapy. But I mean, let me just begin at a very high level where you set us, which is that we heard from many people close to the Trump administration that the desire of the administration was to fundamentally restructure the global economy and America's position in the global order. And that seemed sort of abstract to some, but now it's very tangible. And we're in a place where I think a very important myth has been busted twice in the last 3 years at very high consequence. And that myth is that highly integrated economies won't do much to jeopardize that relationship because of the importance of economic interdependence. So the first time that myth was busted was with the Russian invasion of Ukraine 3 years ago, where the whole idea that that interdependence was going to be a buffer against actions that were not seen as being in short-term interest. And now we're seeing it this morning with a real trade war between the US and China, with the US having 104% tariffs on Chinese goods and the Chinese bringing their tariffs up to 84% and a number of other things that go alongside that. So I would say that we're still in a situation where negotiations could ensue. between the US and China, and I certainly wouldn't rule that out. The thing that I would underscore, however, is that we know that even if negotiations do ensue and they do lead to an agreement, that this is going to have a pretty significant impact on value and the global economy. If we just look at the first Trump administration and the phase one agreement that was ultimately reached, that took years to negotiate, and it did lead to a loss of economic value. So I think a negotiation is possible, but we have to keep in mind that even though China's not a democracy, it really does have domestic politics, and this is a time where the Chinese economy is in a very weak position. And so these tariffs are really threatening to the regime. And just look at Fitch, which downgraded China about a week ago for structural erosion to the revenue base. That was the reason they gave for downgrading China. And so putting these tariffs on at this particular time, no less during a Chinese holiday, which wasn't appreciated in Beijing, and I think you have, it's going to be very, very hard for both sides to come together and make concessions unless there's some way to arrange for it to not look like the other side is ceding to another. But the biggest point I'll leave you with, and the most important point, is that we have to keep in mind, not just us in the room, but everybody who's making decisions of great consequence to the global economy, is that economics and politics and geopolitics are not separate. There's not a bright line between this economic restructuring in the tariff war and politics and geopolitics. And the economic relationship between the US and China has been the ballast of that relationship, that we've gone through ups and downs and security considerations and technological competition, but the economic piece has been important to stabilizing the relationship. And when you jeopardize that economic piece, as we are seeing happening this morning, then we should expect this will have ramifications that could be quite consequential in the security and political realms. Already, China has been acting very aggressively vis-a-vis Taiwan over the last several weeks or so, and I would expect to see more of that kind of behavior. So I'm very concerned not only about the global economy, but I'm concerned about the security order as well.
And there will be ripple effects on the energy markets as well. Frank, I want to bring you in. You served in the first Trump administration. You focused on energy. I know you're not a tariffs guy, but if you have to reflect a little bit on how this second administration, 80 days in now, how it affects all the things that you worked on in the first administration.
Yeah, thank you. I would say we've kind of gone to a reset of the kind of the orthodoxy, the kind of organizing principle of the first Trump administration that looked at energy through very clearly through a security lens. You've seen that illustrated multiple times, just in virtue of you can look at the executive orders that have been issued. 3 of those, the unleashing American energy dominance, declaration of an energy emergency, and then on the critical minerals executive order, and of course that we can talk about in the context of the tariffs as well. So I would look at it in terms of the energy space, a very clear reorganization and a recognition of energy. And it also is interesting to me that there's the declaration of an energy emergency, not because the emergency is today, but it's forward-looking. So we're looking at, in particular, the build-out of AI and the electrification of the United States and new power demands. And so the administration declared an emergency to take action so that it can actually have the mechanics domestically to meet that challenge in the near to midterm that's happening. I think that's a significant step, and usually government tends to be the latent indicator of everything. In this instance, I think they're trying to get ahead of what's coming. It also speaks to the context of this dependency mindset, and in particular, in kind of the building blocks to the modern economy, and of which critical minerals are a key input. To have a real break and see what China, to avoid creating this dependency on China, or to exacerbate the existing dependencies in which the U.S. and the West more broadly have on China, in a similar fashion that, to avoid Germany becoming dependent on Russian gas. And so how do how do we break that cycle? And so I think some of the moves are intended to do just that. The tariffs, I think, we'll have to see how that plays out, but I think that's also, and then on the ongoing escalation, these are means to start that recalibration. I think, how do you recalibrate? And I think Megan's observation about this, the imposition of these tariffs, really tested the received wisdom, as it were, that U.S. and China won't do this because they have too much to lose. Well, actually, that's certainly being tested. I think that was a poignant point. I guess the question is why. Back to this dependency concept. I think the current way in which America's and the West's dependency and reliance on China, how do you break that cycle? There's no way to do it comfortably. It's always going to impose a degree of pain. Now, one could argue, well, is this the right mechanism? Should they adopt a different pacing? Those are fair questions, but something had to change if there is that commitment to make a change. And I think that multiple governments of all parties have said we need to do something differently, and the Trump administration in this instance is doing something differently.
You could say that. Frank, I was listening very intently. You're very diplomatic. Amos, let me bring you in. Oil prices have declined a fair bit. I think that they're lowest in 4 years now. And you know the Middle East better than almost anyone else I know. How do you think, given the last 80 days, and actually there is a little bit of consistency, I think, on the Middle East between the Trump administration and the Biden administration. Feel free to disagree, but the variance is much greater in other domains. What is your sense of how the geopolitics of energy shifts, given the tariffs and given other changes that the Trump administration has brought in?
I'll have to think about how to talk about the variance on the Middle East. I think there may be some changes, but I think they're looking at what are we trying to solve. We're taking very big steps, and I'm going to narrow it to what we're talking about, the broad energy space. So let's take it, Frank talked about critical minerals, all the supply chain, renewables, clean, nuclear, oil and gas, and now coal. What's the problem we're trying to solve? 90 days ago, the United States was the largest producer of oil, in fact, at a historic level, an all-time high of oil production, gas production, LNG exports, even our oil and products exports. Prices were at a relatively comfortable level. They weren't too low. They were at roughly $70-something, both for Brent and TI. I think the Middle East felt as big producers that it wasn't the ideal price for them. They had gotten very comfortable with an $85 to $100 price that was for a couple of years before that, especially ahead and post of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And on renewables, the investments were a bit choppy in the U.S., specifically with high interest rates on offshore wind. But by and large, there was a clear path on investing into clean energy. Dan Yergin wrote a great article a few weeks ago. We should not talk about the energy transition. We should talk about the energy addition, meaning that demand is growing at such a level that no matter how much renewables we're bringing on, the net percentage of oil and gas and fossil fuels in the American economy, the broad global economy, stays roughly the same, right? We've gone from 85 to 80% in 35 years, but that's not because we're not actually massively increasing renewable energy, it's because of this. So I think Middle East folks they like the continuation of some of the policy, and I would say the much warmer reception that they're getting, what they feel they're getting in Washington. But at the same time, if the net goal is $50 oil, they don't understand how that means increased production. OPEC has increased production. We've seen OPEC members increasing production, so OPEC kind of decided post facto to increase the levels to match the actual level of production. So I think they're there's a bewilderment of what are we trying to achieve? And I think that's the biggest question. Are you trying to achieve low prices? As we've heard from the White House, they would like to have $50 oil. Well, that's very bad news for production, whether you're a producer in the shale patch in the US or in the offshore or in the Middle East, where you're basing your oil revenues to invest into your future non-oil dependent industries. If you're trying to have a more lenient production policy and drilling policy and take away some of the effects of the regulations, well, that again bumps up against the very low oil prices. So I feel like there's been a lot of talk about solutions for the energy problem. Nobody knows what the problem was that we were trying to solve, and they're trying to reverse engineer how is this going to serve us. So from the way where I sit, I think the Middle East is no different than anybody else around the world trying to figure that piece out of where am I supposed to put my dollars? And I think the private sector is saying, what am I financing right now? Right? Where in the energy sector do I need to finance? One, if I'm in a tariff war, then global demand is going to go down because of a reduction in general economic activity and output, which is directly correlated to energy. And I don't know where things are. And I'll end with, I think the biggest issue that I'm trying to understand, maybe the irony for a Democrat to say this, but if we're trying to bring the manufacturing back here, which I think to solve the problem of the supply chains that Frank accurately pointed out, that we do have that vulnerability, you have two different approaches now. In the previous administration, it was tax incentives and reducing costs, which I think wasn't enough, to be honest, versus tax imposition and increasing taxes. And so I think one would have, if you just presented it blindly to people, you would say, tell me who proposed which. I think they would think it was the other way around. But I think that's where we are. We're trying to do this by imposing a tax. And I think that bringing manufacturing back takes a really long time. And to Megan's point, I don't know how much time we have. So I think the Middle East, for the last 5 years, changed its view towards, I want to invest in my future, in my non-fossil future. And they've done enormously amazing things. I mean, UAE and AI and really investing in technology, Saudi Arabia and building out the infrastructures. But they still require these prices to be at a certain level that they can afford that. And I think that's greatly challenged at the moment, both by trying to drive the price down and by reducing overall demand for energy products.
Sure. Yeah, and this is often called a break-even price. And $50, for example, would not be break-even for most oil exporters.
But Robbie, break-even is mistakenly looked at the price of, in America, break-even is the price of the production. In the Middle East, the break-even is the price of my revenue towards my budget, and my budget is significantly higher than the cost of oil production. So we often in the press, I see there's this confusion of what that means, the break-even. It's so dramatically different in the Middle East and the US.
Yeah, that's very true. They're not diversified enough. David, let me bring you in. I mean, you have your finger on the pulse in so many countries around the world through the IRC, and it's telling that, on the one hand, part of this discussion is about slowing economic growth, therefore lower oil prices as countries drill more. But there's a flip side of this as well, which is the sort of the energy security and then the climate insecurity element of it, which doesn't get talked about enough anymore.
Thanks. Let me just say a word about the geopolitics and then address your question. I think that we should challenge the idea that we're in a stable move to a multipolar environment. You hear a lot about a multipolar world. That conjures up to me, do you remember when you did chemistry, there were sort of 6 or 7 different colored balls and there were rods holding them together. It suggested a stable ecosystem. I think we're moving into a much more fluid, much more volatile, much more dangerous situation, which I think was an Indian diplomat 15 or 20 years ago called it a multi-aligned world. And in a multi-aligned world, there are shifting coalitions on different issues at different times. And that feels to me to speak much more directly to the geopolitical situation that we're facing. We're seeing some alliances that are based on values that are being shredded. We're seeing alliances based on geography, interestingly, being reinforced in Europe. Even though the UK is out of the EU, it's seeing its interdependence with the rest of Europe. You're seeing Southeast Asian countries thinking in a similar way. You're seeing other transactional and interest-based alliances. So in that context, I think the energy security, climate insecurity question plays in a very interesting way. In summary, I would say that the multi-aligned world reinforces the insecurity, both on the energy and on the climate side, and the insecurities reinforce the multi-alignment. And the work that I do, I mean, you very generously said I've got my finger on the pulse of many countries. I've got my finger on the pulse of many countries that have got very big problems because we work in conflict zones. One interesting case is obviously Democratic Republic of Congo. It's blessed in some ways by its resources, but it's also cursed by its resources. It's a conflict state. And one of the interesting things about a place like the Democratic Republic of Congo is that it's a conflict state that's also a climate vulnerable state. 16 of the top 20 countries on the IRC's emergency humanitarian watch list are also in the top quartile of climate vulnerability on the Notre Dame index. So the overlap between conflict and climate crisis is growing stronger and stronger, and that's reinforcing each other. And so I guess what I fear about this multi-aligned world is it doesn't have the political leverage to manage the commons. It's a tragedy of the commons situation. And if you think about some of the raging conflicts that exist at the moment, the diplomatic leverage is not there. And that is creating a very dangerous cycle, I would say.
Megan, I'd love for you to pick up on that, this idea of a multi-aligned world. And that sounds like energy security will be harder to come by in a world that has less trust, fewer alliances, more competition.
Sure, and I think I can be relatively brief here because it does seem that we've had decades of reinforcement about how energy security is enhanced by integrated global markets. And we've seen this in our own country, even as we have become more energy proficient or energy independent or energy dominant, whatever word you want to use. As we have become the world's largest producer of oil and gas, we've still been very integrated into global markets, and that has been very much to our benefit. And so if you think about extreme weather and how it's impacted our energy infrastructure, think about the floods in Houston or hurricanes or any of that, the fact that we have been integrated into global markets has allowed the United States and others to manage these kinds of weather-induced crises and potentially other kinds of induced crises relatively smoothly and without huge dislocations. So certainly a world where our energy relationships would follow the kind of fracturing that we've been talking about on this panel would seem to be one that would be less energy secure. And I think even if you assume that some of the objectives of the current policies are meant in the sense of reshoring manufacturing and bringing supply chains into the United States, as my colleagues have mentioned, this is going to take a long period of time. So I had the pleasure of hosting Lord Brown up at Harvard yesterday, and we had an interesting conversation about why doesn't oil and gas, why don't we just stop using oil and gas right now in order to usher in more climate-friendly energies, that putting a kibosh on that kind of fossil fuel use is the only thing that's going to get us to a clean energy future. Well, to some extent, we're seeing almost the reverse of that as it comes to China. Like, well, we're just going to stop the economic relationship with China, and maybe that is going to inspire, force, or compel the emergence of industries. But that, of course, both arguments only makes sense if one is willing to assume extreme levels of dislocation and economic pain in the short and medium term. So I think that certainly if we do move into a world that is either kind of multipolar, that could be manageable. But if we move into a world that's more spheres of influence, which is something we haven't talked about yet on this panel, but seems very consistent with a lot of the things we've heard out of the Trump administration thus far, that the Western Hemisphere is very important. America needs to be strong and dominant there. That Europe, the European continent, could be more one that is dealing with its own issues by itself, with less of a reliance on the United States, military and potentially economically. And then it's been unclear what this means for Asia. I think there was a thought that maybe the administration would double down on some of its relationships in Asia. I think, with the actions of the last week, it now looks like there's a more tolerance for this decoupling, not only tolerance, but desire for it, in which case, if we're a world that is a more spheres of influence world, it is probably one that is going to be less energy secure, although I'm sure there are people who would argue the opposite.
Yeah, thank you. This is a good reminder, actually, that if you would like to ask a question from the audience, there are QR codes right in front of you, so you can use those on your smartphones and then send in a question. Let me come to Frank. Frank, not to put you on the spot to sort of defend the Trump administration, or at least this particular administration, but I'm curious how, when you hear things like what Megan just said about how more interdependence, more openness helps the energy markets, but also helps the energy transition towards clean energy. And I hear you on the point that dependencies probably needed to be reformed. You used the phrase break the cycle. Break is maybe a bit violent in my mind. But how do you square that? How do you then think about energy as something that requires dependency, and yet when you think of a world in which America is decoupling, that just becomes a lot harder to do?
Well, I guess I would first challenge kind of the implied virtue that clean energy technology is always good. I think we ought to consider that in light of how it's being produced and how it's being made. I was in New York in September during Climate Week. We were speaking just about this question. And there was considerable enthusiasm for taking, for climate action, calls to continue the Inflation Reduction Act. A lot of enthusiasm in various quarters by business and various advocacy and NGO groups, all well-intended. But what I was struck by was there was absolutely no mention of, about 2 weeks before that occurred, the Biden administration's Department of Labor issued a report, which they produce. Every Department of Labor does this, I believe, every year or two. A tracking report, global report on forced and child labor all around the world. And in this report, they specifically talked about and identified certain Chinese companies in certain countries. And they identified that it's actually the green energy transition is having a perverse outcome, and it's actually exacerbating the scale of child and forced labor. And they speak to certain locations where this is occurring. What I was struck by was this was not mentioned at all during Climate Week. There was no recognition of it. The media does not, it was not, I didn't see any reports. Perhaps it was.
But isn't that a problem with the implementation, not the idea?
Sure, exactly. But there isn't there was considerable attention to social cost of carbon, trying to internalize these other concepts, and nowhere is this concept kind of being talked about. And I think this is one of the issues that needs to be addressed if we're going to have this concept of having a just energy transition, if we're going to talk about having the Southern Hemisphere also benefit from the adoption of policies in the Northern Hemisphere. How are we going to do that if there's this opaque system, which is currently how much of the clean energy from the mine site to the production to refining, et cetera, is is being advanced. We need to provide a degree of transparency in that. I think multiple administrations, again, have talked about calls for that, but there isn't the appropriate pricing signal. So then we come to tariffs. Is that a potential measure? And Amos talked about, the carrots and the sticks. And I would say we need both in terms of forcing a behavioral change. We need to continue incentives. And I would argue that the Trump administration's executive order on critical minerals was, they proposed to use COVID-era emergency powers to change the investment of tools, international finance tools, to invest domestically. So that could be a carrot, while you're just doing the same thing with the stick. We need both, especially given the scale of the challenge we have. But I think I just wanted to put that out there because I don't think it's talked about ever, and I think we need to be honest about how are the goods that we're producing, and if we in the West can do it better. And by the way, it's going to cost more, by definition.
Amos, I'm going to let you respond to that.
Is there child labor in mining? Yes, there was before the clean energy. There will be after.
Sure.
Is there slave labor and forced labor in China, and child labor and poor working conditions in China and by Chinese companies in sub-Saharan Africa and some areas in Southeast Asia? 100%. I think the answer is not to say, therefore, we should not do as much on clean energy. I think that the proposition is, let's try to incentivize building clean energy here. Let's try to incentivize mining here. Let's try to incentivize the supply chain to move here, knowing it is really, really hard. For those who work in the financial world, there's not a lot of appetite for financing mining, whether it is in Africa or in the United States. It is not a high-yield industry, and it's very difficult to raise capital for it. And I think actually AI, and there's already a lot of proof that AI can solve some of those issues. But the solution is not to say, I don't want EVs, or I don't want solar panels, or I don't want magnets for turbines for wind because of that. But let's solve it. And the way to solve it is to try to say, how do we engage in Southeast Asia? How do we engage more fully in sub-Saharan Africa so that we incentivize US, Australian, European companies to do it together, because alone we will not be able to compete with the Chinese dollar for dollar. So the solution is to come together with our allies, who we share values with, and to incentivize those kinds of production facilities, mining and processing, so that it's not 80-90% in China, and that it is not 80-90% Chinese companies in the rest of the world. And I think that is possible. We took steps towards that, not nearly enough. The United States needs to do two things. One is to reduce the cost of capital for investments overseas, to reduce the regulatory and cost of capital for investment in this area in the United States, and third, to use the power of the purse of the United States, whether it's the Defense Department or other security agencies and the federal government, as purchasing power that guarantees offtake, so that you can bring these and incentivize the industries to invest in the United States. We have to do those things all together, and knowing that some of this takes a really long time. So if you make an investment today in some of these supply chains, in the mining, it could take 15 years before we get anything out of the ground, if it's a greenfield. So the pulling out of our support for Africa, pulling out our support for our allies and working together, to me is counterproductive. I take Frank's point that you have to have the full value of greener technologies, but I think it's disingenuous to say that that's sort of a flaw in the green energy system. It's a flaw of much greater proportions, and we should address it, and we should continue. Again, going back to what we talked about, the energy addition, if we don't add more clean energy into the mix, we actually won't have enough of the energy. If we didn't add all that we have done so far in the last 15 years on the clean energy side, then fossil fuels would not have gone from 85 to 80%. They would have gone from 85 to 95% relative to demand. Demand is going up. And I don't think personally, I don't think the solution is to increase coal production in increasingly residential areas, but rather to see how we continue this energy addition to turn it into an energy transition.
Megan wanted to jump in, and then I'm going to go to David.
Yeah, just I appreciate the exchange about the interdependence as it relates to the clean energy technologies. But I would say my comment about the integration of energy markets wasn't meant just to refer to the clean energy system. I think we also have to look at the question of the integration of global oil and gas. And so we see this morning that there's an exchange between the Trump administration and the EU about can the EU buy $350 billion worth of LNG? And of course, when China, with the tariffs, China has stopped the import of US LNG and presumably the contracts that would come forward, the much larger contracts that would come forward in subsequent years. So I think here we have to say, what does the world look like in terms of the integration of oil and gas markets in a world where the United States may not be seen as the reliable supplier that has been seen for the last decades, or even maybe not a supplier, but a reliable actor in the global markets that is, its actions and exports and imports are driven largely by market considerations. That's a different energy world, I think, in some respects. Of course, it's not entirely new because the use of U.S. sanctions against oil producers has been a feature of the international system in the U.S. foreign policy for a while. But we're moving into a world where American energy imports are fundamental to this conversation about trade and about geopolitics.
David, I'm curious how, when you listen to all of this, and if you put your sort of non-American hat on.
I only have a non-American hat.
You're a New Yorker. You're a New Yorker.
I'm a visitor who lives in New York, but I can't put on an American hat since I'm a British citizen, I'm afraid.
There you go. How much damage is being done to America's standing in the world, its alliances, and therefore, through that, its ability to strike deals, whether it's on energy, whether it's on anything else? And how lasting could that damage be?
Well, I think it's impossible to overstate the nature of the reset that is going on in the minds of policymakers around the world about how they view their relationship with the United States. For countries that are allies, they are very committed to remaining allies, but they wouldn't be doing their jobs if they didn't hedge against the possibility that America is at best going to be demanding a different price for its alliance, and at worst, moving into a different kind of relationship. And if you are a third party, if you're not in a formal alliance with the United States, you have engaged in a way that has, yes, brought benefit from the way in which the US has been the anchor of the global system, but you fear greatly what happens when the anchor is pulled up. I'm not a sailing person, but in choppy seas, if you pull up the anchor, a lot of passengers are going to get very seasick. And that is what I think is being felt around the world at the moment. People are looking, how can we put some buoys around the boat to try and stabilize things? And that involves thinking in a very hard-headed way about where you can find alliances, where you can find engagement. You use the word deal, obviously, at the end of your question, and I think there's a really important point for, this is obviously an international audience, but for the Americans here, the deal that has been struck over the last 80 years or so has been a long-term deal, not just a short-term deal. You can split it into periods. You can say that there was a 45-year deal after 1945 during the Cold War that allies struck. But actually, across the wider range, the anchoring role of the United States as the world's largest economy has been very fundamental to the way in which every country has positioned itself. Now, Fareed's book, The Post-American World, wasn't about America disappearing, but it was about the rise of other countries and the way in which that would refashion their relationships. Yes, they would take on greater responsibilities, but there's a very strong view, I would argue, that the fact that America's share of global GDP hasn't changed since 1990 Its share of global GDP in 1990 was 25%. Its share of global GDP today is 25%. There's a very strong view that the engagement that America has had as a global anchor has benefited America, not just benefited the rest of the world. And that's where the head scratching is, frankly, not just from people who are living abroad, but those of us who are living here, that it's seen as an emergency in this country at the moment by policymakers, by today's policymakers. And if you look at America with non-American eyes, you see, yes, big challenges, big problems, but you also see big benefits from its global role. And the asymmetry of view, I think, is very important as you think about how other countries are going to be positioning themselves. Just a final point, I think it's worthwhile asking, as America's share of global GDP has stayed constant since 1990, has its share of global political leverage remained constant? And I would argue it hasn't, and that's part of the answer to your question.
We got some questions that I'm going to read out as comments, really. One was directed at Frank. Frank, if you want to try a very quick answer, but the question/comment is, with due respect, the Biden administration passed key pieces of legislation, IRA, CHIPS, etc., specifically designed to meaningfully decouple critical industries and supply chains from China. What, in your view, is Trump aiming to achieve with the tariffs? This sort of addresses the point you were making about, breaking the cycle, as it were. But, in the minute we have left, if you'd like to attempt a quick sort of maybe rejoinder to what David said, which is that things weren't that bad. I mean, America, in the eyes of the world, was doing pretty well. Why this sort of the deployment of this idea of breaking the cycle?
Yeah, I guess I don't know. It will take more than the 35 seconds, but just questioning, well, what does that mean in terms of relative to whom? The whom matters a lot here. And this question about U.S. influence over time, I mean, I would reflect on the work of a scholar here at Columbia, Andrew Kamau, who wrote a fascinating piece which looked at U.S. investment over time. He looked at about 6 or 8 sub-Saharan African countries. How much money the U.S. government was spending in those countries. What was the form of that spend? It was grants. And what were the Chinese spending in the same countries, all loans for extraction of something? And what is the relative receptivity in those countries? Who's more popular, U.S. or China? And it's by far China. So what one could deduce from that is a transactional kind of approach actually improves relations in this subset of countries. So I think we just need to challenge the concept and question when we say we're doing better, we were doing better this way or that way. I think it's a far more nuanced question in terms of a lot of these answers, and that speaks to our foreign policy as well.
All right. I can think of a refutation, but we are out of time. Let's thank our guests here, our panelists, who were fantastic. Thank you.
Thanks very much, everyone. Great discussion. Our next panel today is titled Energy Dominance and the Global Energy Transition. And it'll be moderated by our very own Jason Bordoff, who's CGIP's founding director. You heard from him earlier. Our panelists will include Gretchen Watkins, who's president of Shell USA, Dr. Jane Flegel, who's the executive director of Blue Horizons Foundation, Fred Krupp, who's the president of the Environmental Defense Fund, and Pierce H. Norton II, who's president and CEO of OneOak. Please welcome to the stage. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. One more discussion, and then we'll have time for coffee break and conversation. But I'm really excited for this discussion and really grateful to Pierce and Fred and Gretchen and Jane for making time to be with us. We just had a really fascinating discussion about the geopolitical environment. And now we're going to talk about the U.S. energy policy environment, which obviously affects and is affected by the geopolitical environment. We have lots to talk about. I want to get a back and forth going, as much of a discussion as possible, so feel free to respond to one another. The less I talk, the more interesting this will be, because I know you all well and know how fascinating each of you are. We had a prep call for this, and the takeaway from that was that Jane wants to fight with Fred Krupp. So Jane, why do you hate Fred Krupp, and what do you want to fight about?
I love Fred Krupp.
Okay. So
there's nothing I want to fight with him about.
All right. That's
in this moment.
It's disappointing because it was really exciting to hear on the prep call that you were going to fight with him.
We could do like a carbon pricing throwdown.
We'll come to that?
Okay, great.
Okay, good. All right, everyone can look forward to the carbon pricing throwdown we're going to have in a moment. I mean, there's so much to talk about in how energy policy has sharply shifted in the last couple of months in this country. So maybe I'll just start at like the 80,000 foot level and then go to a few things from there. But I guess I would start just maybe with a question to each of you and a brief response, and then we'll go to each of the points I suspect will come up. We have an administration that on day one declared a national energy emergency. I was in Europe at the time, and people there found that odd because they were paying about 4 times as much for energy as we were, and we had pretty cheap at the time gasoline prices. They're going to go down a little more in the next couple of weeks. And declared a goal of energy dominance. And I guess I'm just wondering what that means to each of you, good or bad, when you hear those kind of objectives and see what this administration has done for U.S. energy production, for U.S. energy security, and importantly, for the clean energy transition. Maybe we'll just go down the row, and then I'll go deeper on a couple of issues that I suspect will come up. Gretchen.
Yeah, thanks, Jason. Thanks for having me here today, and great to join all of you. I think, the energy emergency, I think that's something that is an interesting use of words, but I would say there has, at least in my career, never been a more interesting time for energy, and there's a couple reasons for that. We're seeing a lot of external forces that have come into play over the last 5 years.
Ladies and gentlemen, and hello to your spewing program of absolute bullshit. I just thought, for the sake of our...
Okay, we're not going to have a discussion here. Thank you very much. We're not going to have any interruption to our panel. Off the stage, please. Thank you.
About what climate change is. I know that it's very, very difficult. You have some of the leading scientists in the world.
We're trying to create a space for thoughtful and respectful dialogue, and these are controversial issues. Welcome back our panelists, and we'll pick up where we started. Back to you, Jason. How about a round of applause for everyone?
Thank you, everyone. Apologies for the disruption, and thanks for sticking with us through the break. We just chatted in the green room for a moment about whether folks wanted to continue, and what I heard was we want to have this conversation because the fundamental core value and principle that I articulated at the outset that we take so seriously at the Center on Global Energy Policy is to hear from diverse viewpoints, free and open expression, free exchange of ideas, and to learn to engage with ideas, especially perhaps those with which you vigorously disagree. That's what institutions like this are supposed to be about. And so I really appreciate that everyone's back out here, eager to have a discussion about points of agreement, and perhaps also especially about points of disagreement. And so I think this panel got slightly shortened as well, so we're going to not have as much time as we wanted, and maybe because of that I'll sort of go past the sort of 80,000-foot question, although people should feel free to set the scene for what you see, broadly speaking, in the energy world and what this new administration's agenda of energy dominance means, good or bad. But I might start with you, Gretchen, because in addition to that, as a result of various changes in the world, just to come directly to it, we have seen Shell shift strategy 2 years ago when Wael Sawan became the CEO to cut cost, to pull back from renewables, to, I think it's fair to say, refocus on oil and gas and reduce debt. And then 2 weeks ago, the company announced a refresh on that strategy, which also involved a focus on LNG and returning profits to shareholders. And so the question is, for people deeply concerned about the challenge of climate change, I think that was seen as kind of a walk back from commitments that Shell had made. Is it wrong for people to feel that way?
I would say that it is wrong to feel that way. We're still deeply committed to low and no carbon fuels and energy. We have today about $20 billion of capital employed in low and no carbon energy. And we've set some new targets for ourselves that by 2030, we'll have 10% of our capital employed will be in low and no carbon businesses. Today, those businesses make about 3% return. Our goal is that by the end of the decade, they'll make 10% return. And so, going back to the question you asked initially earlier, we very much believe that this is an important point for energy for the world. And it takes really good policy, it takes customer demand, it takes great collaboration, and we're going to continue to be providing all forms of energy, oil and gas, yes, but also low and no carbon solutions, and that investment is only going to increase between now and the end of the decade. Profitability is important, and so probably we will talk about policy at some point, but having good policy that enables profitability is also important. It's of things that we're focused in on now.
Just a quick follow-up, if I may. I think part of that, but tell me if I have it wrong, was sort of maybe a slightly weaker 2030 target, removing a 2035 target, but sticking with a 2050 target. And is it wrong for people to question that as like, well, I promised in my New Year's resolution to lose weight, but I'm going to wait until Thanksgiving to get started, but like Christmas is still my goal. Like, how should people think about that trajectory?
Yeah, so I think what you saw in our recent Capital Markets Day was some of these new investment targets that we've got. So we want to raise from 3% to 10% our low carbon investments. But we have not backed away from some of the emission reduction targets that we've set years ago. And those include having our scope 1 and 2 emissions by 2030. We're nearly there, actually, even though we've got 5 more years. But it also includes, uniquely, I think, to our company, a scope 3 target, so reducing the emissions of the products that we sell. So that is all about customer demand, but it's also about how we engage with our customers, how we engage with policymakers. And that is a 15 to 20% reduction in the emissions of the products we sell between 2021 and 2030.
I'll come back to that in a minute. Fred, maybe I'll come to you next, where I started with sort of this new administration's energy policy, energy dominance, and a slew of things from pulling out of Paris to regulatory rollbacks. How do you view, in a moment where energy security and energy affordability, not just in the US, but and as I said, in Canada, in Europe, around the world, are more front and center and more of a concern for policymakers? How do you think about this moment of kind of reset we're in, how to balance those goals, what this administration's policy is going to mean, and maybe what's most consequential for the pace of the energy transition among all the changes that we see happening right now in US policy?
Well, thanks, Jason. We are in a new moment, and aside from the politics, we know we have increased energy needs for AI. We know the geopolitics is different, and I completely understand the need for the emphasis on energy access, energy affordability, and energy security. Those are legitimate concerns. But I think what isn't as widely understood as it needs to be is that you can't have any of those three without having climate stability. And so we have to solve for all four things at once. And the idea that we can shut our eyes and pretend climate change isn't happening is downright reckless. And so it's just unacceptable. The good news is that while the politics have changed in Washington, the science is compelling, and the politics around the world remain largely the same. And there are things we can do at the state level, working directly with companies. There are things we can do internationally that can continue to drive us towards solutions. And so what the administration has done is unconscionable and is reckless. The rollback of all the policies on power plants, cars, trucks, methane, mercury and air toxics, much of this is illegal, and we are fighting it in court.
Just on that list, and it's a long list, like what sort of matters more and maybe gets a lot of attention but doesn't matter as much? What are you most concerned about with the shifts you see happening at the federal level now?
Well, as you know, Jason, there's a couple of pollutants that are overwhelmingly dominant for climate change. One is carbon dioxide. We have to electrify everything. We have to, everything that we can. We have to drive down carbon dioxide emissions. But in the near future, methane is critically important. And so I would say that the methane rule that the administration has gone after, the methane fee that has been repealed in Congress, but not the methane rule, both of those things are of concern. But the methane rule is critical because methane, as you know, is 80 times more powerful than carbon dioxide over the first 20 times after release. And when we think, well, maybe methane is a side issue, we absolutely do have to continue to drive down CO2 for sure. It lasts 100 years. But with methane, the burning of fossil fuel planet-wide puts out as much CO2 and drives as much climate change over the next 10 years as the anthropogenic emissions of methane do. It's roughly equal. And so we have an opportunity, as we drive down CO2, as we must, by driving down methane, we can get a much bigger reduction dollar for dollar in temperatures that we would otherwise see in the next 10 years. So if you ask me to pick one that matters to temperatures in the short run, I would say the methane rule, but they all matter.
Pierce, maybe I'll come to you next because you transport a lot of the energy we're talking about, and we are seeing growing demand for gas for a variety of reasons, including hyperscalers and data centers, and we're seeing rising electricity demand in this country, which we haven't seen in a long time. Given the changes at the federal level in policy, what does that mean for what you think is going to happen to the outlook for U.S. energy production, the need for the kind of infrastructure that you build and operate, and does it mean people can take a different approach and will take a different approach toward concerns like the one Fred was just talking about, like methane in the gas system?
So, first of all, thanks for being here. Jason, I want to answer that question, but I also want to kind of go back to some things that Fred said. First of all, I think you got to step back and say what's really going to drive this, and I think it's going to be demand. We heard from the first speaker this morning how important it is to win the AI race globally. And so whatever numbers you believe in, the projection of using natural gas for AI generation is anywhere from 3 to maybe 8 BCF a day. So to put that in context, we move around 110 to maybe 115 BCF a day every day here in the United States on average. So it's a decently small percentage. But the other thing that's going to drive this is the LNG exports, which actually goes toward combating basically energy poverty around the world. And right now we're at about 14 BCF. There's about 10 BCF that's supposed to be added in the next 5 years, and that's actually stuff that's already under construction. So it's not permitting that's going to do that. It's going to go ahead and happen. So that 10 BCF added to, let's just call it 5. You're talking about over the next 5 years an average of about 3% growth. If you look back to 2007 and you fast forward over the next 17 years to 2024, it was actually like 17% or so average for that, and that was about 6% annually. So, I think I think the industry, the midstream industry, basically navigates whatever environment that we're thrown. Sometimes it's better, sometimes it's worse for actually building things, but whatever it is, I think actually the midstream industry can actually perform and meet those needs and meet our AI demand. And then the other thing I want to talk about just a little bit is when Fred says methane, the one thing that we preach at our company is keep it in the pipe. And most of the gas that's used in cities and in homes is methane. But as long as you keep it in the pipe, you're in pretty good shape. Now, it does get consumed in the homes. It's burning furnaces, those kind of things. It does make CO2. But the economics of that for the home, I'll just give you some numbers in Oklahoma, is the average cost per kilowatt hour is somewhere around 12 cents a kilowatt hour in Oklahoma. And that same price, if you convert the natural gas consumed, all in delivered, and the price of the natural gas is just over 4 cents a kilowatt hour. So economically, your furnace in your home, especially in colder areas, burns the most amount of energy. And you just can't overlook the fact that you're going to have some form of energy that's a lower price per kilowatt hour.
And does that, just quick follow-up, does that require regulation? And what does it mean if regulations are weakened to keep it in the pipe and avoid methane leak?
I think the companies that do business in America today, they don't necessarily have to have regulations to do what I say, which is keep it in the pipe. We're all about, making our equipment more efficient. Back when I started in the industry 40-something years ago, everything was what was called pneumatics. And so all of these devices that we use to run the pipelines, they actually emitted methane as just part of the operation. Today, all of those things are electronic. So that's one of the things that's been done to eliminate the methane emissions.
And just a quick response, Fred, what do you think the data shows about how the industry overall, not any one company, is doing at bringing those methane emissions down?
Well, thanks for that, Jason. I was about to flag you. I think some companies have converted from these pneumatics to electronics, but there's a lot of companies in the United States that have yet to do that. And Pierce's company may do a great job, but we need a level playing field. So we absolutely need regulations in order to reduce methane emissions. We are finding with methane sat, our satellite, they're double and triple what the industry has reported. So it remains a serious problem as of today as we sit here. The last thing I would say is it's not just a climate problem. The LNG market in Europe, in South Korea, and Japan, through either regulations or voluntary agreements, are looking to buy clean gas. And unless the United States industry continues the good work some companies, like the two on stage, have done on methane, unless we get the whole industry to do it, which will require regulations, we are disadvantaging that product in the export market.
Jane, do we get it quickly?
Well, I just would completely agree with what Fred just said. I think methane emissions do need to be regulated in this country. We as an industry have an obligation to support that, I believe. And I think it's both from an environmental perspective, but also from the perspective of our products need to be able to be consumed worldwide, and that will help, yeah.
If we have time, I'll come back to that. But I want to make sure, Jane, we bring you in and kind of, again, stepping back in this, you've worked in philanthropy, in government, in academia, and maybe you could tell people a little bit about what you're doing now. You have a large pot of philanthropy to work with at a moment when I think the environmental movement and the climate philanthropy movement is rethinking approaches. And I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about this moment we're in and where you see things going and what you think needs to be done to make more progress than we're making in achieving some of the objectives that we're talking about.
Yeah, maybe just to say, thank you, Jason. I've devoted my entire professional career to climate change in lots of different capacities. There is no question, the science is very clear, that to limit the worst impacts of climate change, we not only have to get emissions to zero as rapidly as possible, but also we need to go actually negative in all likelihood to limit the worst effects of climate change. That is a huge challenge, and I think the crux of the issue actually is not what does the science say, it is what does as rapidly as possible mean? And that's not a question. We don't live in a climate model, as much as I might wish that we did. We live in a real world full of political and economic constraints and incentive structures and pluralistic societies with lots of competing priorities. And as much as we may wish that everybody was motivated singularly by climate change, they are not. And I think that's a really important recognition that, in fact, most of the environmental and climate movement has come to grapple with. And I think you see this reflected in, maybe I'll just mention in the US, the Inflation Reduction Act and the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, I think reflect some of the effort to sort of embed climate in a much broader set of economic and national security strategies. To deploy clean energy as rapidly as possible in a way that attends to the real political and economic constraints and opportunities of the energy transition. And maybe just briefly to say, we've been talking a lot about the regulatory interventions of the Trump administration, which is important and in many ways quite horrifying. And I think one of the things that this underscores for me, and I think for many in the environmental movement, is the importance of a legislative strategy that has durability across the swings of administrations and across what are going to be unavoidable political swings in this country. And we'll see what happens with the IRA, but we have seen Republicans step out and say, this is critically important. If you repeal these tax credits, electricity prices could go up by 10%. Nobody wants that. So I think this is we're at an interesting moment in the climate movement in the United States to sort of test some of the hypotheses and propositions that drove the last 4 years or so of climate advocacy.
And what I hear you saying, I think, is that focus on energy security, national security, diversification of supply chains, like all the stuff we just spoke about in the last panel, you see that as a potential driver and complement to kind of a strategy for climate activism.
Yeah, I mean, I think, your first question about energy dominance, from my perspective, there's nothing fundamentally incompatible with, the narrative structure of energy dominance and a rapid clean energy transition. The problem is, what does energy dominance mean? And in the current administration, it appears to mean restricting domestic oil and gas supply, which is weird, and also making electricity as expensive as possible, which are, to me, that is not a compelling version of dominance. And I think if you think about dominance in a more robust way, it is in fact quite compatible with a rapid clean energy transition. Not one that will happen at the pace and scale that the most vociferous climate advocates would like to see, but one that will happen quickly and with sustainability.
Maybe I'll ask, I'm not trying to stoke disagreement, but I am trying to unearth it and find where there may be some. And so I was talking before, Gretchen was talking about what Shell is doing. I asked about the strategy reset. I think it's worth pointing out, acknowledging that at least until the last 7 to 10 days, we can come back to that in a few minutes at the end, following that strategy reset, Shell's share price rose 25%. Yeah. And my question, maybe Jane and Fred for you, and then come to Gretchen, is sort of what does that say about the expectation should be placed on energy companies to be leaders in the energy transition if markets are penalizing, not rewarding people for moving faster in that direction?
We need policy in this country and we need policy around the world that recognizes that carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, all the greenhouse gases are costly to throw into everybody's air. The amount of damage, economic damage, human damage, damage to prosperity, damage to the economies of the world that these greenhouse gases are going to wreak on everybody needs to be reflected by policy. That's the whole definition in Economics 101 of an external cost. It's truly not external, but only governments can create that policy. So there's no denying that policy interventions are critically important to solve this problem.
If I could just jump in, and this is the carbon pricing fight, I guess. No, I think I totally agree with Fred. Like these companies are operating within an incentive structure that is shaped by policies. Markets themselves are quite shaped by policy. And I think that that's really critical to acknowledge. Now, I think a fair critique of that the environmental movement might have a wide range of corporate actors, frankly, is that there hasn't been as much effort as we would like to see to engage proactively in the policy conversation to address these concerns, right? Like, to the extent that companies are, and I understand why, because the incentives, it's a hard problem. I understand what the incentives are today, but I think having companies sort of step up and defend the Inflation Reduction Act and advocate for more robust policies to make clean energy cheap and affordable and hasten the transition would go a long way to building trust in the community, I think.
Pierce, you had something, and then Gretchen, if you want.
Kind of add to what's been said here is in terms of walking back, you asked that about, to Gretchen. But I think part of the walking back has occurred because is the pragmatism. How do you do this? I mean, we can all come up with the variables of what it is that's causing this, whether or not it's affordability, reliability, climate change. But unless you look at all of those things and consider them as a constellation of a North Star, not just a North Star of climate, you've got to consider all of those things. And it may look like a walking back, but it's physics and economics that's driving this.
Can I just add, maybe?
Yeah, please. I mean, I was going to say, to Pierce's point, when I read the refresh, the strategy, some version of, I'm not quoting it exactly, was like, the transition's going slower than we expected, was part of the explanation. And I think some people might read that and say, yeah, that's because you're not moving fast enough. So if you could comment on that.
Yeah, I think when you asked if we were walking back, we definitely have picked some winners and losers. We have, over the last decade, recognized where we have competitive advantages and where we don't. And we have exited some of the industries that we've entered, recognizing that that's not probably where we should be playing. That said, we are still very much investing in, we're building the world's largest green electrolyzer in Europe right now, for example, that's powered by a offshore wind farm that we're building. That's going to actually power with green electricity the chemical plant and refinery that we have there. So it is absolutely still something that we're investing in, but we're picking some places where we're really, really good at what we're doing, and we're exiting some places, for example, retail power. That is not a place where we have been successful because the decarbonization needs to be profitable, and that's where good policy comes in. We need to be able to show that we can take the $20 billion of capital employed that are making 3% return and improve that to 10% by the end of the decade. We need to be able to show that. If we're able to show that, we'll be investing even more. And so I think that's what you're seeing now, is that we're able to quantify what we're making on those investments and what we want to make on those investments.
I regret this had to get shortened a little bit, but I do want to just close by sort of also talking for a moment about the news literally of the day and the idea that, energy dominance sounds like it might be great for the oil and gas industry, but the latest survey from the Dallas Federal Reserve showed executives concerned about policy uncertainty and chaos, and that was before OPEC announced it was bringing barrels back to the market faster, and of course, Trump's tariffs hit oil prices. So can you just talk for a moment, maybe Pierce and then Gretchen, about what you see in the outlook right now, given where energy prices are and this period of uncertainty? How are people investing in that?
Yeah, I've not made a big career out of projecting where energy prices are going to go. But what I will tell you is the way you go about looking at the current environment we have. It's about asking the right questions, navigating the environment that we're dealt, and developing solutions. And I'll give you just one example to make Fred and Jane feel better about the oil and gas industry. Let's say you wanted an AI data center up in North Dakota, needs lots of electricity. You put in a natural gas-fired electric generation facility. You take the CO2 off of that facility. You use it to enhance oil recovery. And so now you have a different set of economics that you could work with as opposed to just capturing it, transporting it, and putting it in the ground. So I think there are solutions. The question is going to be whether or not there's going to be some one-offs like that are going to be very, I think, advantageous. But the question is scale. Can you do it at scale?
It would also be great for the administration to, in that instance, support carbon capture and storage, which is not apparent to me in this moment. So that does strike me as a problem.
Gretchen, you have a quick final comment on this moment of uncertainty?
Say the current environment in this country in particular there's almost two chapters to it. One, the sort of optimistic chapter is that energy has been placed at the forefront of importance. It's on the agenda, and we are being asked for input, and we are advocating for the things that matter. Whether that's permit reform for everything. We can't even get a permit to build our solar farms right now. And so permit reform, access to energy, all of that is really important, and it's on the agenda. In fact, we're even being asked, what parts of the IRA are really important to you? Well, a lot of it is really important to us, and so we're getting very, very detailed about what we want to see. 45Q, for example, which is carbon capture. We want to see that protected. But then you have the very immediate environment, which is very volatile and very uncertain, and it's hard for us to be thinking about how to make a big capital commitment for something that is going to take maybe billions of dollars in many, many years to start making a return in an environment where we don't know what the economics really are because of the tariff situation. So there's almost two chapters to it at the moment, and I see some positives, and then there's some stuff that really is preventing immediate action, if you will.
Jason, just really quickly, the cause of getting energy prices down, as well as proceeding with the energy transition, is going to be served by the sort of stability that keeping a lot of the IRA in place requires. And it is very encouraging, as Jane pointed out, that there are a series of Republicans who are having input now who understand that their constituents are better served and lower electricity prices are better served by not ripping these provisions out And so, of all the things we've talked about, that is on the front burner and is likely to be decided in the next few weeks or months.
I apologize to all of you that we don't have more time. I was excited and also deeply appreciative that two such thoughtful leaders from the energy industry and from the climate movement were willing to come together on stage here. I'm even more grateful that they returned to stage for robust and respectful dialogue, discussion, and disagreement. And so please join me in thanking our panelists.
Thank you, Jason and panel. It's great that we got that discussion back on track and it was very, very insightful. Our next panel of the day is titled Trade Policy in an Increasingly Uncertain Global Economy. And you may be now by sensing a theme in these titles on the uncertainty front. It will be moderated by Maxine Jocello, who's a climate reporter at the Washington Post. And our panelists include Kadri Simpson, who's a CGEP Distinguished Visiting Fellow and a former European Commissioner for Energy. We also have Tetsuya Terazawa, who's chairman and CEO of the Institute of Energy Economics, Japan. We have Sarah Ladislaw, who's managing director of the U.S. program at RMI. And also from CGEP, we have Trevor Sutton, who's the director of our Trade, Climate, and Energy Transition program. Enjoy the panel. Thank you.
This is for you. This is for me.
Well, it's great to be here. This panel is about trade, so we have a lot to talk about. We were actually joking, some of us before this panel, that these panelists should be the only ones who are allowed to bring their phones on stage and just check the news before responding to a question about tariffs, just in case in the last couple of minutes something has changed, which, in fact, a lot has happened since this morning when we were all getting ready to answer some of these questions. But jokes aside, we're going to kick off the panel by talking a little bit more narrowly about the European Union's Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, or CBAM, and then we'll zoom out and broaden the discussion to include all the various issues at the nexus of trade and climate policy. So, Kadri, to my left, I'm going to start with you. The EU first introduced a CBAM in October of 2023. It's imposing a fee on carbon-intensive imports and really aiming to create a level playing field for domestic manufacturers. And in your previous role as European Commissioner for Energy, you helped implement this strategy. So how is the introduction of the CBAM in the EU going so far, and what lessons has the EU learned, particularly as full implementation is set to take effect in January 2026?
Indeed. At this initial stage, we didn't saw Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism as a trade tool. I think that you can call CBAM as a side product of our climate action. And there has been a lot of speculation that under current uncertainties, global uncertainties, will the European climate action be also derailed? And I think that I can say that no, that will not happen, because the latest announcements by the European Commission have been very clear that Europe's commitment to become climate neutral by 2050 is still in place. It is set in our climate law. And there are some discussions what should be achieved by 2040, 10 years prior to the final date. There are strong supporters of the approach that at least 90% of CO2 emissions should be cut by 2040. And how Europe achieves that, until now, the main driver has been carbon pricing. And that is also one of the tools that allowed us at the peak of the energy crisis back in 2022 to avoid the worst case scenario. So then, back in 2022, we lost overnight majority of the Russian gas supply. And despite of the concerns that that might drive us to switch back from gas to coal, it didn't happen. Why? Because the polluter pays principle made in power generation such a strong impact. So all the investments into renewables made more sense to switch back to coal. And back in 2022, Europe was the only continent that cut CO2 emissions worldwide. The rest of the world emitted more than previous year. So this works in power generation. Well, this is a market-driven process in Europe that renewables are setting new records each and every year because they deliver the cheapest electricity for our consumers. But there are hard-to-abate sectors, industrial sectors, where you need massive investments, huge investments, and before the final investment decision, our industry needs a perspective, what will happen. Will there be just demand for clean steel, and what they are competing against? And this was the reason behind CBAM, that we wanted to send a clear message also to our trading partners that we demand from our producers a more efficient work methods, but the same applies to the trading partners too. So right now we are collecting the data, and it is supposed to start from the 1st of January 2026, when steel and fertilizers and aluminium will be covered with CBAM. It is not measured to collect revenues. On the contrary, we truly hope that, the rest of the world will introduce similar kind of pricing scheme. And if there is a carbon pricing in place in the other regions, these producers will be exempted. What it gives to us, it gives us the opportunity to create a hydrogen economy, because there will be demand for green hydrogen. And this is also part of our trade contracts. If we are creating new partnerships with our global partners, then we are not only discussing our access to critical minerals, but very often this is accompanied with MOUs on green hydrogen, because in the near future, Europe plans to replace the remaining coal with clean alternatives, and hydrogen will be one of these carriers.
Thank you so much, Kadri. And you've talked about the lessons learned so far in the EU, the advantages that the EU sees to this approach. Trevor, I want to turn to you and talk about what's happening in the US and whether something similar could ever happen here. So 2 Republican senators, Bill Cassidy and Lindsey Graham, have introduced a bill they're calling the foreign pollution fee. It would levy a fee on carbon-intensive imported goods, covering a range of industries and products. Do you think this bill has any chance of passing? And does it help that the sponsors are framing this as coherent and part and parcel of Trump's America First trade policies? And second, what similarities and differences do you see between this approach being proposed in the US and that approach that Kadri was just describing in Europe? And I think, obviously one big difference that you can get into more is we don't have a domestic carbon price here.
Sure, yeah, I think maybe I'll start with the second question about the differences and similarities with the EU CBAM, because I think that speaks to specific policy choices that Senator Cassidy and Graham made to design this bill to meet the political moment we're in. So, at a broad level, the Cassidy bill, the Foreign Pollution Fee Act, is similar to the EU CBAM in that both levy a fee on imported goods at the border that is linked in some way to the carbon intensity of those goods, how they were made, manufactured, depending on how you define it, the transportation emissions. But beyond that, they're very different bills. And I do think they speak to a pretty notable divergence in how the US and the EU are thinking about trade policy and the global trade system. So, if you, Commissioner Simpson, feel free to correct me, but when I hear about the EU CBAM from officials in Brussels, it's very much about achieving parity between the European price, the ETS, and imported goods, so that they have roughly the same price. And the reason Europe wants to do this, at least the reasons that they state that they want to do this are, one, to make sure that manufacturing doesn't leave Europe and move to a lower ambition jurisdiction, effectively offshoring Europe's emissions. And two, because they don't want imports in the European market to have a competitive advantage because the exporting country didn't put a price on carbon or otherwise was lower ambition. And three, so they can tighten their own carbon pricing system. At the moment, the sectors that are particularly exposed to trade and are emissions intensive, have allowances. They don't necessarily pay the full amount that other sectors would. And so the CBAM is going to be phased in as these free allowances are going to be phased out. So that's the European approach. If you look at the statements that Senator Cassidy and Graham have made around their bill, it's a very different set of goals. It's about China competition. It's about creating new trade relationships and export opportunities with a range of like-minded countries. It's about reindustrialization and job creation. And I would say, most importantly, it's about leveraging what they would call the U.S. carbon advantage. And by that I mean where the U.S. naturally, or rather in its present state, already has comparatively low emissions relative to the rest of the world. And so you see those goals play out in the design of the bill. Unlike the EU CBAM, as you've noticed, this does not in any way impose a domestic price. In fact, Senator Cassidy has been at great pains to say this will not in any way lead to a domestic price. Second of all, if you look at the goods that are covered, they're really goods where the U.S. already has that carbon advantage, and also goods where there's a particular opportunity to compete with China. So unlike in the EU CBAM, this bill covers solar products, for example, and also covers some inputs into lithium-ion batteries. Third, and I think quite interestingly, the bill creates an opportunity for the U.S. to negotiate partnerships or kind of one-off deals with countries, and under those deals, the country might get the CBAM, or sorry, the fee waived fully or partially, but there are conditions in return. Maybe it's going to lower tariffs on things that aren't covered by the bill, but that the U.S. wants to have lower tariffs on in that partner country's market, or maybe involves that country making sure that we have similar methods of carbon accounting, that sort of thing. So it's very different in what it's trying to do and in the kind of way it's going to be structured and in the goals. And I think that there are policy merits to all of that, but I also think there was a conscious decision in how to design it in order to sort of make it appealing to legislators and to the White House. Does that mean that it has a high probability of passing? I'm not sure. I mean, I think that the sort of Liberation Day tariffs kind of throw a wrench into any other area of trade policy right now. But also, the China competition angle may sway some skeptical senators, but I think really the context in which this is going to get across the line is in a reconciliation context. Because I've seen estimates scoring that this could have between 120 to 250 billion in revenue. Obviously, the Republicans are eager to extend the tax cuts from Trump's first administration. And so they need pay-fors. And at least technically, you're not allowed to use revenues that the executive imposes to collect, to apply in that reconciliation context. Now, the White House has signaled it might not want to do that, but in any event, so this is a way of saying you can get your tariffs and you can pay for your tax cuts. And so, will that be enough to oppose legislators who are skeptical of the idea of carbon pricing in any context? I don't know, but I think that's the most likely way forward.
Thanks so much, Trevor. Tetsuya, I want to turn to you. We've talked about the EU, we've talked about the US, and now let's talk about Asia. And you told me before this panel that carbon pricing, that a CBAM is not very popular in Asia, and was hoping you could unpack that, why that is, and whether there's a sense that it unfairly penalizes countries that haven't pursued decarbonization through carbon pricing, but through other means.
Well, thank you very much. And with all due respect to EU, since this is a global energy summit, let me be very candid. 3 problems with CBAM. One is its impact on trade. Asia has been growing through the expansion of trade, but CBAM imposes a de facto tariffs against exports. And initially, it started with 5 sectors, but now it is expanded to cover more sectors. And if I'm not mistaken, the downstream products of steel, including screws and bolts, are covered by CBAM. Frankly, I'm not so sure to what extent screws or bolts would affect the global climate overall in terms of magnitude. And it's not just the products. Beyond the EU, more countries are now considering introducing CBAM-like measures. UK and Australia is having this discussion. And for UK, I believe they have added glass and ceramics as targets of their UK CBAM. So the problem is that it just proliferates. Theoretically, if any product emits CO2 in the manufacturing process, theoretically, it could be covered under the CBAM-like measures. And it's not just one country beyond the EU. It could be spreading, proliferating to other regions. So the ideal of WTO, of FTAs, eventually was to realize a tariff-free world. That was the ideal. But CBAM with proliferation can lead to a situation where that you have de facto tariffs on many products by more countries. So that is in total opposition to the direction that at least we had the aspiration. The second problem is that CBAM only accepts explicit carbon pricing at EU ETS level. But there are many other ways to reduce CO2 emission. For US, you have IRA with a strong, at least you have IRA still, with the tax credits. Through tax credits, you can reduce your CO2 emission. Some countries may have regulations, and some countries may have the natural endowment of hydropower to reduce their CO2. But CBAM only accepts explicit carbon pricing at their ETS level. So if you think about an example in which you have an import coming into EU with very low carbon intensity for various reasons, and even if it has a lower carbon content than the European domestic products, as long as that country exporting those products do not have explicit carbon pricing at the level of EU ETS, the CBAM de facto tariffs will be imposed against them. So I understand the objective of CBAM is to avoid carbon leakage, but this goes beyond carbon leakage, because if the objective is carbon leakage, it's better to have products coming in with lower carbon intensity. But CBAM does not work in that way. The third point, the final point, is that it impacts development. It's not just for Asia. Any emerging countries, developing countries, has an aspiration to grow. And the biggest driver of growth will be through trade. And as I said, CBAM will impose tariffs on those exports. And they would have to come up with explicit carbon pricing at the level of EU ETS. But EU ETS has taken 20 years to get where they are. They started in 2005 around. So it takes years to get to where they are, and the level of carbon pricing would be much lower in those countries. But EU CBAM requires those developing emerging countries to come up with the explicit carbon pricing next year at the level of EU ETS. So I was at Davos meeting in January. Many people from the global south were complaining about the EU CBAM because they argue they are penalized for the problems that they are not responsible for. And they are asked to come up with the explicit carbon pricing tomorrow, which took 20 years for EU to get where they are. So I take the objective of CBAM. I'm not disagreeing with the CBAM. Climate policy-wise, it has its reason. But we have to think about trade policy. We have to think about development policy. So now, before you actually put into place CBAM de facto tariff next year, it's high time to have the global community discuss what will be the best balance among climate change policy, trade policy, and development policy, and hopefully we will have a code of conduct to prevent proliferation, allowing various ways to reduce CO2, and respect the development aspiration of the emerging and developing economies.
Kadri, I want to give you an opportunity to respond.
Just a very short comment. If the European Union sees that our trading partner uses unfair practices, well, dumping subsidies, then we can set tariffs. But the reason why some regions do benefit from very cheap energy is that they are bringing online new coal power plants. For example, right now, the Chinese cheap energy comes due to the fact that China alone consumes 40% more coal than all the world globally combined. So we have to send a message that at the very moment when Europe cuts its CO2 emissions, and we are responsible for only 7% of global emissions, we don't trigger the development that somewhere else globally the new power plants will be brought online and emissions will increase. So this is the reason of CBAM. We don't tell any other trading partner that they should stop producing what they do, but we can choose what we are buying. And I truly believe that, that we have made clear that there is a certain time period that our partners can prepare themselves for introducing this CBAM system. And just the latest news was that Europe is simplifying the system. So 90% of small producers who were supposed to be covered with CBAM are exempted now. So really, European way of making decisions is using dialogue, and we want to simplify the procedures so that there will be no additional red tape.
Quick response, yes. And then we'll move on from CBAM.
The EU simplification is helping the EU importers, the small SMEs, but it does not give exceptions to countries with modest levels of exports. So generally speaking, putting aside China, there are many developing countries which will be affected by CBAM without an exception. So that's where I think the development perspective can put into place.
Well, thank you both. I feel like I could listen to you both talk about CBAM for a long time, but I think we would be remiss if we spent this entire panel just talking about CBAM and not zooming out and acknowledging the elephant in the room, which is tariffs and the uncertainty caused by them, particularly President Trump's Liberation Day tariffs and the retaliatory measures that other countries have taken in response. Sarah, I'm going to let you talk now. How has the uncertainty caused by this tariff regime fractured global relationships between allies in a way that could affect or even slow the energy transition?
Yeah, thanks. So maybe I think it's important to take a step back because as some of the earlier panels noted, if we look at the last several months in the context of the last couple of weeks in terms of the Trump administration's moves on tariffs, you miss what is actually going on in the global trade environment more broadly, and I think Megan was talking about it a little bit this morning. It's really important, and I hear it all the time with talking to investors and companies, to recognize that the idea that both governments and industry were moving de facto in a direction of efficiency of supply chains, lowering cost for consumers, and that was sort of the due north of what we were doing in a global trade architecture. That is no longer a thing we can count on. And that isn't just true in the last couple of weeks. It is true in the context of the last, probably 8 to 10 years or so. And so when you look at what the implications are for thinking through the impact of trade on the energy transition, there isn't a single energy source I can think of that is not either through the trade of commodities in the oil, gas, and coal market or in the trade of technologies, goods, and services in other markets that aren't impacted by this trade environment. And when I say this trade environment, you heard it from Trevor, you heard it from Kadre, tariffs aren't magic, but they're being used to solve a very large variety of issues. Some of them have something to do with climate. Some of them have something to do with overcapacity. Some of them have something to do with reindustrialization. Some of them have to do with human rights abuses. These are a lot of expectations to put on instruments that are pretty blunt. And so I think if you look at just the latest set of tariffs from the Trump administration and the reciprocal tariffs, if you actually overlay the last several years of tariffs and trade measures on the energy sector, the two problems you have are, one, that's a lot to put on investment in a sector that is experiencing huge amounts of innovation, that we have high expectations for what it's going to deliver for all of the societal aims that we have. And there is no clear due north as to what they are supposed to accomplish. And so I think that I think one of the difficulties in this moment in time is if we are going to renegotiate on a bilateral basis the terms in which we're going to operate with one another on a whole range of issues, but energy included, that's a lot for the energy industry to bear. And I think that it will invariably slow down investment. The concern I have on the investment side are three things. One, is this renegotiation of the global trade architecture going to have a broad-based macroeconomic impact? If it does, we're all in the energy industry, we know exactly what that means. You slow investment, you make different decisions in the short term. So is that what's going to happen? We don't know. We're in a precarious sort of global macroeconomic situation any which old way. We've just added this on top of it. Depending on how long this sort of renegotiation period lasts, we will figure out what the overall impact will be. Second is, these are enormously complex supply chains. Even if you wanted to have very particular effects on a supply chain, they're enormously complicated, time-consuming, and expensive to shift. And now everybody is having to rapid-fire figure out what are those adjustments that they can make, how can they be able to manage costs within those supply chains, and give confidence to their financiers, their investors, that they have a line of sight forward to see a project not through to making an investment decision, but to actually executing on that investment decision. And I think that that's going to get more complicated for everybody involved in the market. And then the last piece is a reordering of the hierarchy of energy supply chains, where ones that can be insulated from trade measures in a durable and reliable way may have an advantage over others. And so if we think about countries that have a relative level of control in their own supply chain, and to some extent, this is the point of some of these trade measures, they will be able to insulate themselves from some of the impacts of this period of renegotiation. And I think that that is going to be the leading edge of trying to think through where can the energy transition or energy investment writ large move forward quickly versus get slowed down by the sheer amount of uncertainty that we're facing.
Thanks so much, Sarah. I feel like there's so many moving parts here, and you're able to touch on so many, and there's still so many that we haven't touched on yet, but I don't know if we can in this amount of time on this panel, but we'll try our best. Kadri, turning back to you, European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen has talked about how one way potentially to deter President Trump from imposing more tariffs is for Europe to purchase more LNG, more liquefied natural gas from the United States. Do you see LNG as a sort of bargaining chip in these tariff conversations, or how do you see things?
Well, earlier today, European governments agreed that they set in place some retaliatory tariffs, but they were also very clear that they can suspend them any minute because the first offer is made by Ursula von der Leyen to opt for mutually beneficial arrangement, which is 0 for 0. And at the same time, Europeans do understand that there are some sensitivities that President Trump has. One of them is that he's obsessed with trade balance. So what can Europe buy from America that we will need and we can buy as one union? So back in 2022, when Russia cut us off from pipeline gas, prices increased significantly, so from 30 to 300. And one of the reasons was that pipeline gas was relatively cheap, but then all the companies had to opt for spot market. And some of the LNG cargoes were released by our Asian partners. For example, Japan helped us a lot. But but otherwise it was very heavily competed market. And as a response, we created an aggregate EU tool so that European countries, not only the ones who do have LNG terminals, but also landlocked countries, can buy LNG together. And by doing so, they can use the purchasing power that EU consumers, 450 million of us, do have. And this is a tool that we can offer also to America, because one of the weaknesses that we do have right now is that we have not opted for long-term LNG contracts, because many companies are afraid that Russians are coming back to our market. So yes, right now they are not selling pipeline gas as much as they did. They are selling some LNG, but God knows what will happen after a year or two, and then you end up in a big trouble if you have signed long-term LNG contract and prices are coming down. But on behalf of aggregate EU, Europe could commit long-term, and that also gives a political backing to any kind of actions against Russian fossil fuels. So even if we don't implement sanctions that demand unanimity, 27 governments have to support it, and we do have some governments who are more favorable towards Putin regime than others, then you can find other solutions like real tariffs against Russia to make this perspective that Russian cheap gas creates problems like overdependence of one supplier created us back 2022. And this is the reason why President von der Leyen was offering that LNG might be one of the commodities that Europe is interested.
Thanks, Kadri. Tatsuya, turning back to you, no longer for CBAM, you're off the hook for that, but in terms of President Trump's tariffs, these are targeting countries that have been the US's allies for many, many, many years. Does this run the risk of fracturing global alliances and alienating countries that could help the US counter China's dominance of, particularly not just its economic dominance generally, but also its dominance of clean tech supply chains and how this affects the energy transition?
Well, I can point 4 problems. There are many more problems with Trump's tariffs, but because of the time constraint, 4 problems. One is that you talk about the influence, and in Asia, we have been in competition over influence between China, US, and us. It has been a tight competition, but because of this reciprocal tariff announcement, those Asian countries will be pushed to the Chinese camp because they would have to. So the decades of our efforts will be destroyed by that announcement, number one. Now, number two, we talk about a supply chain, about critical minerals. But to be honest, U.S. cannot have all the critical minerals on its own. You have to have mining outside of the U.S., like Philippines, Indonesia. And processing of critical minerals is not that easy, or it is putting burden on the climate, environment. So you have to have countries willing to do the processing, like Vietnam or Malaysia. So if you antagonize those countries and put tariffs on them, how can you have a very resilient supply chain for critical minerals? It's not possible. The third point is you need to be competitive, but adding tariffs will make everything very expensive. Like windmills, if you put tariffs on steel and aluminum, it will be very super expensive. And over the long term, you need to have the global scale to be competitive. But erecting walls surrounding the U.S., that would just lead to inefficiency. The U.S. market is large, but compared with the global market, it's not that large. So eventually, unless you have the global presence, global share scale, you will not be competitive in the long term. So this erection of the tariffs will not be a long-term solution. Fourth, economic security. One of the pillars of economic security is export control. The U.S. does not have a monopoly over all the technology. You have to work with your allies. But how can you convince your allies to cooperate in export control when you are hit by this tariff. Economic security, the purpose is to protect yourself against the weaponization of economic means, like Russian energy, Chinese dominance over the supply chain, but now President Trump is using its market as a weapon. So now, we used to talk about economic security vis-a-vis Russia and China, but to be honest, countries may have to think about economic security challenge from the US. So those are the very serious questions that we're facing. So America first is fine, Japan first, Europe, EU first, fine, but it is a big mistake to do America alone. I think it's a grave mistake doing that. And President Trump is saying it's a liberation day, but I'm afraid it could be the day that US would be losing its global leadership role for diplomacy, economic security, and competitiveness. And finally, the reason of having these measures are based on economic, national security crisis. But I'm afraid this action in itself is triggering a national security crisis, not a response to national security crisis. So this is a very candid view, and I think I can agree with you on this point.
Well, there you have it, the two of them agreeing. I had a lot more questions for our panelists, but we're running low on time, and I actually want to take some audience questions that folks from the audience have submitted online so far. This first one is from Justin Williams at ClearPath, and it's for Trevor specifically. Does the current political environment change the prospect of the Foreign Pollution Fee Act? Does a new appetite for tariffs make this more appealing? Or is this now seemingly moot with how it stacks on current tariffs?
It's an excellent question. I mean, I would never hang my hat on being a political analyst. The political environment does seem to change daily. I guess I would say that there are more headwinds this week than there were last week towards passage of the Foreign Pollution Fee Act, simply because the logic of a carbon tariff becomes much more strained when you are faced with an executive that is willing to and capable of imposing tariffs on short notice at their discretion, untied to, I think, the usual criteria that have guided the application of tariffs in the past. And so that means that if the Foreign Pollution Fee Act is sort of meant to foster onshoring or build new supply chain relationships, or lead to certain investment patterns. I mean, I think the broader impact of the tariffs is going to be to cast a shadow of uncertainty across all of it and make people sort of very hesitant to make any decisions that they might have made in a more stable trade environment based on what the Cassidy bill would do. And so, honestly, I think a key issue that may drive its success or in the Senate or in the Congress is whether the White House and the majorities try to argue that the tariffs that the president is collecting through his executive authority should somehow be applied to the reconciliation process, right? I think that that's clearly not allowed under current rules, but there have been sort of signals to suggest that they're going to potentially disregard those. And so I think if you don't have that value, if you don't have that revenue collection value to the Foreign Pollution Fee Act, then I think it's a much tougher battle.
Thank you, Trevor. This next question is from Anne-Sophie Corbeau with CGEP, Columbia's Energy Center. What is the and this is for Kadri, Tatsuya, and or Sarah. So whoever wants to take this and jump in. What is the outlook for low-emission hydrogen trade between the EU and Japan as importers and the US as exporter, given recent developments?
Well, hydrogen is very important for us and probably for our EU friends as well, especially to decarbonize the hard-to-abate sectors. So eventually we need to have the deployment of hydrogen. And unfortunately for Japan, there is very modest room for producing hydrogen, clean hydrogen on our own. We have to import hydrogen, and the US has the potential of being an exporter of hydrogen. And maybe as EU is buying LNG, we might be leaning towards buying hydrogen from the US because we have to buy hydrogen anyway. And hopefully this will be something, a minor positive thing which may come up from this current crisis.
Well, the European Union will also buy green hydrogen, and we have signed several global partnerships, for example, with Uruguay and Chile and Namibia and Saudi Arabia. And globally, there is lots of excitement about export opportunities to Europe. We have set a very clear criteria what we consider being a green hydrogen, and there we do have a good dialogue with Japan so that these global standards for green hydrogen would be aligned, makes life easier for other producing countries. Now, I understand that the US is more interested about our goal to purchase also aviation fuel, SAF, and this is again dependent on the standards that we will set and producers globally have to meet.
Just quickly, Japan is okay with blue hydrogen, so we are color agnostic. As long as it's clean, it's fine. And that gives more opportunity for US. US can export green hydrogen and also blue hydrogen, so we were open to both.
Thanks. And we're running out of time, but Sarah, any final thoughts? Yeah, maybe two on this, but I think it speaks to the larger sort of impasse that we're at. I mean, listen, I think the truth of the matter is there is less capital and policy support to scale green hydrogen today than we thought 5-6 years ago, right? And so it will require some fairly dedicated project engineering, trade relationships, and country-based conversations to ensure that there is a market for, hopefully, hydrogen that the United States is going to be producing of the blue or green kind. I think there's a giant question mark, see previous panels, on how much that's going to be, and what the demand pull that we can experience from Japan and Europe might actually be as well, because of the cost implications of what it takes to sort of manifest that demand. But what I think it raises a really big question, which is, and we'll probably figure this out over the next 6 to 9 months, are we going to have some due north in our renegotiated trade relationships? And what is it going to be? Is it going to be overcapacity? Is it going to be about redomesticizing industries? Is it going to be about economic coercion or is it going to be about climate? Or are we going to see industries have to take into their own hands negotiating political outcomes or trade and tariff outcomes for things that they'd like to see carry forward, right? So, for example, can subnational jurisdictions start to make their own deals about tariff rates based on sort of special economic zones or other things that they're able to sort of negotiate in the context of bilateral and multilateral trade agreements? And that will be a much, much more difficult environment to navigate. But if I'm a company and I'm thinking about, having spent a lot of money on a particular long-lived asset, and I need some sort of trade certainty that I'm going to be able to make a market out of that asset. We used to think about a world in which we were changing broad-based markets in lots of different countries so that they could continue to trade with one another. Maybe we're not talking about that anymore. Maybe it is much more project-based. Maybe it is much more jurisdiction-based. And that'll have real implications for the flow of capital and where we see these markets evolve.
Thank you, Sarah. I think we're out of time. I could keep talking. I know you all could too, but I think we'll wrap things up there. Thank you all so much. I feel like we had a really good conversation incorporating perspectives from the EU, the US, Asia, and I look forward to continuing this conversation. So thanks so much.
Thanks very much. That was a great discussion on trade, and delighted we could have it here this morning. Okay, so we have one more panel before lunch. Our next panel is titled Hyperscaling Energy and Artificial Intelligence. It'll be moderated by David Sandalo, who's our CGIP inaugural fellow. He's also the lead author of the Artificial Intelligence for Climate Change Mitigation Roadmap and he hosts an excellent podcast, AI, Energy, and Climate Podcast. On the panel, we're going to have Kathleen Barone, who's an EVP and Chief Strategy Officer at Constellation Energy, Michael Bruce, partner at Emerson Collective, Ashley Fannon, who's a CJEP Global Fellow, and Ashley just joined our center this week from the Idaho National Lab, where she was Chief Science Officer for National and Homeland Security. And last but not least, Melanie Nakagawa, who's the Chief Sustainability Officer at Microsoft. So have a great discussion. Thank you.
Thanks, RJ. Thanks to you and to Jason and the entire CJEP team that pulled together this tremendous event. So the surge in electric power demand in the United States is one of the hottest topics, if not the hottest topic in energy policy in our country today. For most of the past couple of decades, there's been almost no growth in electric power consumption year over year. Then last year, electricity consumption grew by 2%. Analysts are now projecting 2 to 3% growth steadily over the next couple of years, which means by 2030, we could easily have 10 to even as much as 20% growth in electricity consumption in the United States, which is more than we've had in many decades. So why is this happening? There's a number of reasons. The growth in manufacturing has been a big factor. The growth in electric vehicles is a factor. But the single biggest factor is the growth in electric power demand for data centers. And why is data center demand growing? Well, there's a number of reasons. Data centers do a number of things. They power bank accounts, they power 5G networks, but the single biggest factor for sure is the growth in demand for AI. And so this confluence of AI demand and electric power demand is such a hot topic. I think 2 of the 5 panels or 2 of the 5 sessions this morning in this energy conference have been about this. We had a tremendous conversation already with Jonathan Ross and Vijay Vaitheeswaran. And actually at this moment, our colleague Dave Turk, who's a distinguished visiting fellow at the Center on Global Energy Policy, was Deputy Energy Secretary in the last administration. At this moment, he is testifying before a full hearing of the Energy and Commerce Committee on exactly this topic. So it's a really hot topic, and we have an amazing panel of experts here to talk about it. They've already been introduced. And we're going to talk about demand, we're going to talk about supply, we're going to talk about flexibility resources, we're going to talk about how AI can help improve the operations of the grid. And let me just start with Kathleen Barone from Constellation and ask you about the demand profile and what's happening in Constellation's service area. I learned looking at the website for Constellation in the past couple of days. Constellation's in 48 states. So when you talk about Constellation service area, that's a really big area. So what's happening in Constellation with respect to power demand?
Yeah, and good morning, everyone. It's great to be here. We are a large power producer. We have assets in about 19 states. And 90% of our output is carbon-free, and that's due to the wind, solar, hydro, but mostly to the 25 nuclear reactors that we own or operate across the U.S. So we are receiving a number of inbounds from parties across the spectrum who are looking to help service this data center demand that David mentioned. And I do think there is a lot of attention. You mentioned the congressional hearing, all the RTOs, NERC, are looking at what does this really mean in terms of impact on the system. And the numbers really do vary widely. And they're all sort of pre-tariffs, pre the market condition that we're in right now. But if we do end up with 10% compounded growth in a decade, that would not surprise any of the folks that are looking at this issue. And it's not just data centers, as David said. There's been a move towards electrification and reshoring of industry, and a lot of that load growth is in those numbers. But I think it has been a challenge for some of these entities to actually project how much is actually coming. And I'll just give you one example from one of our service territories where, it's a large metropolitan area where there's been a lot of attention given to this issue. But in order to get into that queue, to put your name in as someone who wants to build a data center, you have to own the land, you have to fill out a form, and you have to pay $1 million deposit. And given the cost of some of these facilities and given the impact they will have both on the communities in terms of jobs and economic growth and on our country and our ability to win the AI race, that is not a very high hurdle to meet. So I think and Melanie hopefully back me up on this, there is a fair amount of double counting in some of these load forecasts. And that is a challenge for people who are trying to project ahead as to what we will need in order to meet the demand. And I think that's where some of the, David mentioned the idea of flexibility, some creativity among those of us who are responsible for operating this power grid is really going to be needed. We have to meet this load. We have to be able to do that. We have always done that. There was times when load growth was way larger than 2% a year back in the 50s, 8, 9% a year. We all know why that was happening. We met it then, we can meet it now, but we are going to have to work hard at how to get the efficiency out of the system that's there and that's latent that we haven't been using when demand growth was flat.
Michael, I know you've been thinking about this topic as well, and I think a couple of years ago, not everybody in my professional world knew the phrase Jevons paradox, but I feel like today everybody's talking about Jevons paradox. Could you just say a word about how you see the efficiency improvements in chips that we already heard about this morning from affecting the overall demand for AI and power in the years ahead?
Sure. Thanks, David. And it's great to be here. Jevons paradox is basically a fancy word for saying that as a system gets more efficient, we find new use cases for that system. Since we're at a university, to use economic speak, it's saying it's an elastic demand curve. So I think one great example to think about Jevons paradox is video streaming on the internet. For those of you who can remember the dawn of the internet and real networks experimenting with how do you get pixelated pictures through to people's computers, to what we have today of walking around with supercomputers in our pockets and the amount of data that gets put over the airwaves, we came up with extraordinary new use cases for all this data connectivity. I think you'll see the same thing with AI. You're seeing NVIDIA continue to drive efficiency through their chipsets as we start exiting the end of the H100 era and we go into the B200 era. And a couple examples of use cases we're seeing come through our portfolio, they kind of get outside of just the large language model era, is robotic applications and also machine-to-machine applications. So it's one thing for those of us to write a prompt and have the LLM respond to us. It's another thing when you start having two LLMs talk to each other, and you can start seeing how that demand can go very quickly. Also, robotics. Right now, the limiting factor on most robotic applications is the refresh rate of the AI. And so as we're able to accelerate AI, naturally you'll see additional polls and tokens generated to increase the hertz rate of robotics.
And so you foresee the growth continuing even with efficiency improvements in GPUs, you see overall electric power demand growing?
Right now, the limiting factor on AI is not demand. The limiting factor is currently chips, and most people expect shortly it will become electricity.
I mean, that's consistent with the idea that Jonathan Ross was putting out this morning for those who were here. Kind of there's an infinite demand for intelligence, and we're going to keep on having demand for intelligence. And but one aspect of this I'm wondering about for overall power demand in the United States is the possibility of a recession. And so the S&P is, down 19% from its peak, and NASDAQ Composite is down 23, 24% from its peak. I saw J.P. Morgan estimating that the odds of a recession are around 60% right now. So I don't know if actually anybody's thought about this, but if we do go into a recession in the United States, how does this affect this overall picture? Anyone? I thought so I've begun to think about this. I'll answer my own question, and then we'll move on. I did a little bit of research on this and looked and saw that in the past two recessions in the United States, electric power consumption went down slightly more than the rate of GDP. So in the Great Recession, it was around 3%. And GDP fell by around 3%, and electric power consumption fell a little bit more, according to one study that I saw. So I think there's at least a possibility that there'll be downward pressure as a result of a recession, maybe affecting manufacturing and other types of electric demand. However, if demand is being driven by AI use, and there's an almost infinite demand for intelligence, maybe we won't see that type of impact in a recession coming up. So I think there'll be analyst notes coming out on this topic. It'll be very interesting to see.
Yeah, we're busily trying to re-rate our view on what demand will look like after the events of the last week. And I would say, since electricity was going to be the constraining factor of the hyperscalers or the big AI companies, right now their data center real estate strategy is power access. And so if suddenly a lot of other people are exiting the line, they'll be happy to move forward in the queue.
Well, let's turn to the supply side of this and what resources we're going to use in order to provide this electric power in the United States, and turn to Melanie Nakagawa from Microsoft, one of the major customers for this electric power. How do you see the division of resources, natural gas, renewables, nuclear, and you're the Chief Sustainability Officer of Microsoft. How do you think about the sustainability impact of providing all this electric power?
Great, well, thank you so much for the question, and it's great to be part of this panel, especially with such great partners. And it's not planned, but it's a good segue to how we think about the range of power sources and fuels that we're using as we think about both the demand and supply of hyperscaler technology and how we power our data centers. I think first and foremost is looking at where we're going to go build data centers and grow that demand to meet this intelligence economy that continues to grow, and the need for compute resources, let alone generative AI resources, is to ensure we're bringing more power to those systems and more power to those grids where we're adding load. The second piece is how do we do that and ensure as much of that is as carbon-free as possible. We have a goal to match all of our load with 100% renewable energy by 2025, by this year, and we're on track to do that. And one of the things to do that is ensuring that as we grow load, we're growing the role of power purchase agreements as well. So to date, we've done around 34 gigawatts of PPAs in over 24 countries to try to do that matching by the end of this year. And the third area is to ensure we're paying our way through this whole process. And so, just to give an example, and because you're sitting to my left, last year Microsoft and Constellation announced a partnership to restart 3 Mile Island, the second reactor, I believe, and Unit 2, and it's around 800 plus megawatts of carbon-free power coming into a grid that we know is where AI load is growing. It's a congested grid, and we want to be adding more power and capability, and ideally as much of that being as carbon-free as possible. And I think your number was 90-something% of your total load is carbon-free. And so I think that's just a great example of how we think about how we bring on more supply from a range of resources. We think about this in those PPAs that are mostly wind and solar, the work we're doing within nuclear assets as well, and then thinking around about natural gas, how are we looking at carbon capture technologies alongside some of those facilities as well to mitigate the emissions impact of that as well. So it's sort of looking at a range of these options, but really fundamentally on bringing on more power to those systems, ensuring as much of it can be carbon-free, and ensuring we pay our way through it.
Yeah, if I could just clarify, it was the undamaged reactor at the 3 Mile Island that with Microsoft's long-term contract, we will be restarting. And so the question is, why is it being restarted? Why did it shut down in the first place? And in 2019, it did shut down for economic reasons alone. It was a very high-performing asset, putting 835 megawatts of carbon-free power around the clock onto the grid, but we did not have federal policy that supported nuclear, and we had very low prices in the market, and you had renewables receiving state and federal subsidies on one hand, and fossil not bearing any cost of pollution. So you did see across the country 13 reactors shut down, and because of this contract, this one will be restarted. There aren't a ton of those opportunities out there, but to the point about using more of the system to try to meet the demand as we see it coming, there is the opportunity to what we call uprate many of the nuclear plants. Across our fleet alone, we could get 1,000 megawatts out of the existing stations. So no new concrete, no new land needed. That's like a whole new reactor right there. And then in addition, what we really think is the opportunity here is to relicense the stations for another 20 years. That is not something that we can do by ourselves. We need to have NRC approval, and we need to make the capital investments necessary. But with some sort of long-term contract from a data economy customer or otherwise, that's 20% of the nation's energy coming from nuclear power right now, 500 million metric tons of abated carbon, staying on the grid another 20 years. That's something we can do right away, and we can hopefully meet the speed need from the customer base to get these training data centers up and running as quickly as possible.
I just want to chime in on that. I think one thing that you're talking about between where we are today, I think these turbulent times, right, the geopolitics of the world, it's also, I'm an optimist, so I'll put my bias on the table pretty bluntly. But the reason why is I think it's an incredible moment right now for innovation and opportunity when you have areas of constraint. And so another example is, how do you use data centers to provide waste heat and provide that back into grids and the communities around? And so we've done this in a couple of the regions in the Nordics where we can take the waste heat and it powers thousands of homes. But it's that kind of innovation of looking at resources that already exist. How do you better utilize existing resources? I'm sure we'll get to it later, but how to use technology and the output of these data centers like AI to just further advance and enhance these systems. But I do think it's these moments where there's incredible opportunity where the economics start to make sense, even more so, like in this case, but in so many others, you're starting to see the economics really turn towards how to accelerate the transition because it's the right economic decision to make.
Let's park that important topic for a minute, because I want to bring in Ashley on nuclear in particular. Ashley knows more than a little bit about nuclear power. She's got a PhD in nuclear sciences, I believe. Ashley, any thoughts about the potential for nuclear in the United States in the next decade, broadly speaking?
Yeah, absolutely. And as it relates to AI and the demand for compute, I mean, I'll speak a little more broadly than just nuclear. I think that AI and compute have enormous potential to help drive us towards our long-standing energy goals of security and clean energy and reliability. And that's both as a catalyst and as a tool. As a catalyst, the demand for energy, is my mic making a ton of noise? I think it's good. Sorry. We've had several decades now, or a couple of decades, of tepid demand growth and really strong policy efforts, and we've made modest impact on our goals, but inadequate, right? And I think we've heard about that this morning. If I'm optimistic that the combination of an economic push, and Michelle was alluding to this and stating this, an economic push combined with that policy work can be transformative in helping us meet our policy goals. And that applies to nuclear as well as other clean energy sources. So this urgent demand for clean, reliable power from data centers and a higher willingness to pay for those services is making a lot of the energy providers, including many nuclear companies, very optimistic that this demand will help move them through the valley of death and to their first of a kind and to nth of a kind products that will ultimately be competitive in the bulk power market, but immediately could meet the needs of this market. And then I think AI as a tool has the potential to be transformative as well. So it can help us with R&D related to new materials, related to new battery chemistries, but then in nuclear specifically, related to nuclear design, accelerating nuclear regulation, and even accelerating nuclear construction. Michael mentioned robotics. Robotic welding could be transformative in nuclear construction. So a lot of potential as a catalyst and a tool to really move us towards our energy goals, including nuclear goals.
Could I ask about small modular reactors in particular? Because I've heard optimism about SMRs, but when I ask the optimists when they think the first SMRs will be available to actually provide power, the answer is usually 2030, 2032, somewhere in that range. Would you agree with that assessment?
I think that's relatively on target, but we have other nuclear that's available sooner. So I think Kathleen mentioned uprates. Uprates of the existing fleet can be available much sooner. We could see restarts like TMI or Duane Arnold or Palisades happening faster than some other projects. You could see the completion of VC Summer. That's another 2.2 gigawatts. So you're talking about between 2 and 12 gigawatts here of really quickly available nuclear. And then additional reactors on existing sites, again, quicker. But yeah, 2030 is a reasonable time frame for SMRs. Some would say a year or two sooner, and some would say later.
So one more nuclear topic, because Michael, I know you've been investing in fusion, and very interested in your take on the potential for fusion and the time frame.
Yeah, one of the privileges of investing permanent capital is we get a look over the horizon, see where we think the world's going. And the physics hasn't changed around fusion. Most all energy we consume originated in fusion in the sun. And so the question is, can we shorter the number of energy transitions and put the star in a bottle? And fortunately, there's been a lot of non-correlated technology advances, materials, advanced compute. They give humanity a much better tool chest for figuring out fusion. And so a couple examples in our portfolio, Commonwealth Fusion Systems. Their core innovation is high-temperature superconducting magnets. And so as we have more HTS tape, we've got the ability to build better magnets, which makes it easier to contain a plasma. On the other end of the fusion family tree, Excimer, which is inertial fusion, is working on concentrating laser energy using gas-based mirrors rather than glass-based mirrors. So it's 60x more effective than the traditional ways that NIF did it out in California, and gives us hope that in the next 10 years, we'll see commercial fusion on the grid. And I think within this presidential administration, we'll see Q greater than 1 and potentially much greater than 1.
And I guess a question on time frame beyond that as well, because when I talk to people, optimists about fusion, they say there's a lot of potential here, but the earliest time frames I've heard for fusion being commercially available are in the mid-2030s. Is that consistent with your expectations?
I think that's generally correct, yeah. It's not going to fix our near-term challenges, but as we try and look to the 2050 targets, it can be a significant contributor.
So let's talk about renewables for a moment and then go to the kind of how do we use data centers for flexibility on the grid. But I was at CERAWeek, and I think Dan Yergin is here. It's an amazing conference, as always, and the CEO of NextEra was on stage there, and he said on stage with Dan that the fastest way to get power online to service data centers is renewables plus storage with a little bit of gas backup. Is that consistent with what any of you were saying? I see, Kathleen, you're nodding. Would you agree with that?
Well, my CEO was also on stage at CERAWeek, so I might want to quote him rather than John Ketchum. But yeah, that is what John said, and I think that's right. I mean, renewables can be built quickly. There's no question about that. There are supply chain issues with all new types of generation, and so that is true across the board. But I mean, they are quick to build. They don't sort of stay on the grid as long as some other types of assets do. You know, if we're talking about a near-term need, then we have to best utilize the existing system that we have, and we are seeing customers look to, you know, for the reasons Melanie identified, their internal goals or otherwise, to renewable power. The question is, you know, we have a broader grid to serve, and we need assets that run when, you know, it's super cold and super hot, and when the sun isn't shining and the wind isn't blowing, and how do we do that in a way that's also sustainable, I think, is the big challenge.
Please.
And I think on that point, though, the other piece that many of you, especially in this audience, know is the role of that untapped capacity that exists today, right? And so the fact of how do you use technology and solutions to help improve existing transmission systems. So as much as we need more transmission systems, more power coming online, there's also a lot to unlock within the existing transmission system. And this is where, you know, there's been a growing conversation I think is much needed about just making these systems smarter. Digitizing these systems, making them smarter, giving utility providers, frankly, better means to understand and communicate and, frankly, optimize very complex systems, such as moving power through grids. Microsoft has $1 billion climate innovation fund. We also invest in a variety of technologies that we're going to need commercially viable by 2030 and then beyond, not just for ourselves, but for the world. And so we get a chance through that process to look at a variety of portfolio companies to see what are some of these technologies we believe are commercially viable today or commercially successful today. Two in particular that go to the idea of how do you unlock today load and capacity. One is Line Vision. Line Vision is a company that does dynamic line rating work, and they piloted their work. They're actually in New York, so it's an appropriate example to use here, sitting in New York City. But they also are in the UK. And when they tested their system out there with UK National Grid, they showed that they could bring on 60% more capacity onto an existing transmission line, which in that case was around 600 megawatts of offshore wind power being able to move. And so that's just a great example of if we can use this type of technology to really understand and measure and optimize these complex systems right now by getting the right policies in place and others to digitize and just make these systems smarter, we can start to unlock some of this untapped capacity that already exists today. And I think that's another key part of some of that near-term needs that we all have.
Yeah, if I could just build on
Kathleen,
what Melanie said, I know it's probably blasphemy to cite a Duke study when you're at Columbia, but I would commend to you a study done by the Nicholas Institute at Duke University, which gets right to the point Melanie was saying about exactly how much untapped capacity there is on the system between transmission, distribution, and generation. Just one statistic for you, 80% of the hours, 30% of the generation is sitting there doing nothing. We have a lot of excess energy on the system, and we often conflate energy and capacity. We do have to be able to meet the system need at peak. But if we can introduce some flexibility into how the loads use the system, we can unlock a lot of ability to add new load without having to add new generation that's going to sit there and be on the customer bill, but not actually be running. And so this Duke study goes through exactly what the numbers are behind that, and they come out to about 70 gigawatts of new load that could be added if we have flexibility for just 0.25% of the hours. That's a handful of hours across the year. So that is a really important challenge for those of us in the industry to make sure we are finding solutions like what Melanie mentioned and others. And some of them are going to be policy related, and some are going to have to be how we operate. But a lot of them are technology, and that's the beauty of this sort of peanut butter and jelly type of moment we're in between the energy suppliers and the consumers to try to tap into that.
We recommend that Duke study too, by the way. All contributions to knowledge are welcome, even those that aren't from this university. Ashley, you've been thinking about this topic as well. Any thoughts about how we use data centers to promote flexibility on the grid?
Absolutely. I think there's enormous potential, as Melanie and Kathleen just described, to use data centers to bring in better use of variable renewables and distributed energy resources. It's a great opportunity. It also introduces new attack surfaces for our grid. So it has the potential, the use of AI for grid services has the potential to introduce vulnerabilities. It also has the potential to make our grid more resilient. And I think it's important that as we develop and deploy these technologies, it's possible to do it in a way that makes our grid more resilient, and it's imperative that we do the work to make that the outcome.
Just to follow up on that security point, because it's so important, what steps do you think we can take to make sure that we're maintaining security of the grid and safety as we deploy AI on the grid?
So it's interesting that, and Kathleen may know much more about this, but FERC and NERC, they have a lot of good cybersecurity regulations in place and guidance in the more distributed space and regional smaller generators that aren't regulated by FERC and NERC. There's NARUC is doing some work on this, but they don't have the same requirements. And so we'll have to just figure out how do you incorporate those resources as something that can make the kind of difference that Kathleen was describing without introducing vulnerabilities. And I think that it can be fantastic. We can have resources that can be brought together to support where a grid is otherwise going to go down, to help with black start capability, to do really resilient things. But there are some regulatory and policy issues that probably need to be addressed to make sure it moves that direction. I wonder if Kathleen has thoughts on that.
I am not an expert on that. I was at FERC when we were implementing the NERC standards coming out of the Energy Policy Act of 2005. So I am aware that these standards exist, and I have just a hunch that they are going to keep up with whatever issues are being presented. But just to be clear, the kind of flexibility that I was talking about and Melanie was talking about, I don't think are implicated by that. I think that the security that we have on the grid is robust and will stay and will, for example, the operation of power plants, when they dispatch on and when they dispatch off, who has access to them, none of that is changing.
Right, and maybe it comes more into play, when you get to non-conventional resources like calling on the electric vehicle charging infrastructure. That's a little bit different, right? But we have to be thoughtful.
From a security standpoint, you mean?
Correct, yeah.
Yeah, like, one point I often make when people ask about flexibility in data centers is that if you were everything else being equal, data centers are not the first thing that you're going to shed the load on, because the gross margin on that electricity spend is extraordinarily high. Yeah. There's a lot of other use cases of electricity that the gross margin's a lot smaller that you would want to shed first. However, the data center operators are desperate for speed to power. And so if there's a way to say, we're going to connect and manage, rather than saying your interconnection's going to start at 9 nines and be Cadillac level service right out of the gate, if they can accept something that's more like a Camry, or I guess in our trade era, maybe I should use a GM brand, but I think there's a big opportunity for policy to be a part of accelerating the interconnection, to just say, let's change the service level. It's not the first thing we'd probably shed, but in order to get you connected quicker, let's adjust what we usually would sell you.
Yeah, speed to power has certainly been a mantra. Are we seeing that type of thing in the market right now where data center operators are coming in and saying, I'll accept something less than 5 nines in order to come on quickly?
I mean, it may be a question for Melanie. I do think what matters is what the backup generation looks like, and so that would affect the economics given the amount of investment that's going into these pieces of equipment. But there is an active conversation going on at the policy level in many states to get right at that question.
So, Michael, I know you're investing some as well, or you've been looking at investments in this flexibility space and demand space. What are you seeing, or what are your thoughts on potential for startups in that area or revenue in that area?
Yeah, I mean, there's extraordinary opportunity for using AI for how do you better dispatch batteries. There's an interesting example down in ERCOT earlier this week that they've had a huge boom in battery builds, and they were dispatched overnight when the sun's not shining, and they were empty in the morning when they had a cold snap and power prices spiked to 4,000. So if you can integrate different data sets, including weather forecasting with your battery dispatch, you should have discharged slower so that you could still have some gas in the tank or charging the battery when that cold snap came the next morning. We're also seeing huge opportunities for managed charging for electric vehicles. I think this is a really acute problem on the distribution grid because typically people buy electric vehicles as a social herd, and when your neighbor gets one, you're more likely to get one. It can put a lot of stress on the local distribution system. So being able to use software to smooth out those spiky demand curves is going to be really important. I had an interesting moment personally 2 years ago. My neighbor's feeder line melted in the sky because it was hot, running air conditioning, cooking dinner, charging his electric vehicle, and the conductor just couldn't handle it. So being able to move the charge rate of those batteries not only helps optimize the system, but it's also a big safety concern.
I want to move to policy now and kind of ask generally what your thoughts are about the optimal policy framework for promoting these types of changes. I'll throw it open. Anybody would like to comment?
I could start. I mean, one area is figuring out how do we help expedite these systems and how do we become the best advocates for the policies that actually move forward really smart policies that expedite these systems, and the role that a variety of things use, of course, I'm going to say technology, which is just a no-brainer. But one of the examples we've been looking at is how do you help accelerate the permitting process for many of these technologies that are oftentimes quite complex permitting processes, lots of different rules and regulations come together so that you could create that single permit application. Nuclear is a great example of this. And so, what can we be doing? We've partnered with a nonprofit called TerraPraxis to look at how do you use generative AI to help nuclear developers get faster to making that permit process happen and create the first draft of that permit and then move that forward into the system, because it takes lots of different scientific information and regulatory information, and there's ways you can use that. And I think thinking about how government leaders and policymakers can see the role of these types of digital solutions to help them better move through their processes as well, I think is really important. So that's just one area where I think there's an opportunity there, as well as being advocates for not only more transmission, but smarter transmission.
Building on that
Please.
point, I think that there's a big opportunity in nuclear energy to use AI for regulatory acceleration, and part of the policy that will be needed is at the Nuclear Regulatory Commission to really lean forward into using AI and machine learning and accepting that as an approach. So I think that'll be important policy to support that. And there are companies in the private sector already working on this, including one in New York, Everstar, and Nuclearn, and a couple of others out there.
I was just handed about 15 questions, and they're all so good.
We'll get through all of them.
I'm sorry that we're not going to be able to touch more than a few of them, and they're on a range of very interesting topics. I'm just going to pick out a few. Michael Willis asks about a topic we didn't ask about, which is concentrated solar, and whether that can, anybody paying attention to concentrated solar, and whether that can provide any resource? No, and I think that might be your answer, Michael. At least that's my understanding. A question for Ashley from Carlo Perino. The problem with nuclear seems to be that there's still a low appetite from financiers, uncertain cash flows, timelines, and cost overruns. How can this problem be solved before SMRs become deployable at scale? And maybe that'd be from anybody who wants to answer, not just Ashley. It was directed to you.
I'm happy to take it.
Sure.
Ashley knows way more about nuclear engineering than I do, but I do spend a bit of time on this question of financing, because I think that is the key question. There are regulatory improvements that the NRC is working on to sort of speed the licensing process. There are definitely uses of AI, as you've heard, but the big question is, how are we going to finance these large pieces of infrastructure that take a lot of years to build, but also last for 80 years? I mean, we just, to the point about renewables, we're used to sort of that churn and burn type of investment cycle, and this is different. But I disagree with the premise of the question that there isn't interest from financiers in this, because I know that because some of them are in this room, and I see them all the time, and they are actively working on how do we put together that right capital stack between the developer, the technology provider, the off-taker. I can see Melanie nodding, so I know I'm on the right track, that we're going to need to put together the financing model to get these assets to FID. I have no doubt that will happen, but I don't think we should underestimate that there is work that people need to spend, time they need to spend and work they need to do to make that happen, because it's always going to be 10 years away if we don't start doing that now. And I also think, just my own view, we should be realistic about the timeline. I think there certainly are SMR developers that will put a megawatt hour of energy on the grid in 2030, but I do not think we are going to be commercializing a fleet of SMRs in 2030. I think it's going to take a little bit longer than that, and that's okay if we're going to get started now. And for us, our role here is we have, as I said, 25 reactors across the country that we own or operate on an existing site is certainly a more logical place. Some of these sites have already been, looked at from a regulatory perspective or have an early site permit. They've done a bunch of the advanced work where we might be able to have a little bit of head start on that timeline, but we do have to get that financing partnership in place, and there are discussions underway to work on that right now.
And I just want to add to that. I mean, I agree there's a lot of interest. There's also, if you look at the renewable industry, a lot of development companies were really critical to moving renewable deployments, and we're starting to see development companies in the nuclear space, which is important because that has been lacking. There haven't been project development companies. And we need those project development companies and investment banks to put together that capital stack, which is going to be complex in the future deployment of nuclear. I also think that Vogtle is often seen as a cautionary tale. But if you do a deep dive into Vogtle, which we can't do right now, it's actually it's a miracle that was finished, frankly. But if you look at it, the number of times the EPC firm changed, the bankruptcy of Westinghouse in the middle, COVID and a number of other things really came in, and they still finished that project. Once you had the right team take over, the cost escalation and the schedule delay was very minimal. Right? So you can see in the Vogtle profile that there were a lot of things that went wrong at the beginning, and then things got on track. So that's what we need to do is, in the future, do that part where it's on track.
We're down to our last few minutes. I want to urge any of you to make any points you feel are important that you haven't had a chance to make. Just jump in and make them. But while you're thinking about that, I have a question from Jason Job, for Melanie and Kathleen. Have there been discussions related to hydrogen-powered data centers, specifically green hydrogen?
I don't think so, but you can.
Okay. Not that Kathleen has heard, right?
I'm not close enough to that part of the business, but I know that we have an incredible data center science and research team, as well as our Microsoft research team that does a range of work. So I am 2 years into the company. As I'm learning, it's quite a large company with an incredible amount of work happening. So I don't take my silence as a no, take my silence as we should follow up, or I should do a Bing search further with the team on this one.
Bill Brown from New Waters, who's a real leader in this space, has a question for you, Melanie, asking, is Microsoft prioritizing certain clean energy pathways over others?
As I described, what are the criteria for what pathways we go down, which is where is the load growing, where is our load growing based on a range of factors, land, power, fiber, connectivity. labor, electricians, there's a whole range of, business trades of where we're going to go site data centers. We've been growing these around the world. So these are all questions that we grapple with. And then it gets into what are the power sources. And I think, you made a good point, Michael, which was around that access to power is a key part of the conversation. Another key part is what does the queue look like that Kathleen mentioned. Many people are in these queues. Many developers seeking to develop on our behalf, many seeking to then sell on to us in the future. And so there's a lot in those queues, so really helping understand what's happening in those queues. And then you get into the power resources that are there. And again, we set a goal back in 2020 to be carbon negative by 2030. A key part of that vision is ensuring we can power our assets with as much carbon-free power as possible. And so we have an incredible team that is out there every day hunting and finding PPAs to advance clean energy development around the world, and so particularly in both the 24 countries, if not more. So I'd say we look at many different pathways, but we remain committed in adhering to how do we do that in light with our 2030 commitments to be carbon negative.
Well, the clock is telling us that we're out of time, and even better, that it's lunchtime. So please join me in giving our panelists a big round of applause.
Thank you, David. Thank you, panel. It was another great session. It's been an exciting morning. Please go ahead and break for lunch. We're going to resume here as planned at 1:15 p.m. So try to make it like 1:10 so we can get started on time. Again, be back here at 1:15. Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you had a good lunch. We're going to jump right back in with our next panel, focused on creating secure, responsible, critical minerals supply chains. This panel will be moderated by John Elkind, who's a senior research scholar at CEGEP. And among the panelists, we have Anna Cabral-Gardner, who's the CEO of Sigma Lithium. We have Joe McMoneagle, who's a CEGEP Distinguished Visiting Fellow and former Secretary General of the International Energy Forum. Dominic Raab, who's the head of global affairs for Appian Capital Advisory, and Jakob Stelsum, who's the chief executive of the Rio Tinto Group. Thank you and have a great discussion.
Thank you, RJ, and thank you to everybody for being back with us after lunch. So maybe some in this crowd, but my bet would be not a huge number of people more than 10 years ago probably spent much time thinking about minerals, critical minerals in particular. But this crowd has, in fact, spent time with that very much in front of mind. And this conversation today is meant to get into some of the difficulties, the challenges, and the opportunities that lie ahead in very dynamic times. I want to start, Jakob, if I might pick on you first. Given the global scale of Rio Tinto and your operations, I would be interested just to have you help us to frame in an initial fashion, why are these issues important in an energy conversation? Why are they difficult?
Well, it depends on from what perspective you look at it. Do you look at it from a nation point of view? Do you look at it from an industry point of view? The point is, supply chain security can be solved, but it's not an area that has had a lot of focus in the Western world for a number of decades. We used to do that if you go back to the time between the First World War, the Second World War, but the market mechanism has kind of made it the free market, which kind of works until it didn't work. And we had a little test of that when we had COVID a few years ago, where we suddenly realized that supply chain security is critical, and suddenly you lack these things. And the problem with this, as I say, there are solutions to critical minerals, but it's not solutions tomorrow. It takes a while to solve those issues.
So it takes a while, lots of capital at risk. Anna, I want to come to you just for a kind of a further beat on this topic. A lot of the dynamism, which is good news for the industry, translates, I would think, into a lot of challenge for understanding just how fast markets are growing, where to put capital at work. So could you talk, for example, in particular about lithium markets and how Sigma Lithium thinks about those challenges and opportunities in the context of what Jakob was just saying?
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, lithium is just a microcosm of the battery materials in different ways. I think, to Jacob's point, there were two breaking points that the industry neglected to take into account in planning. They're key. The first thing is that the nature in critical minerals, battery materials, and this wide array of future-facing materials, essentially, your client is no longer the base industries. Your client's now a tech company, because the materials end user is a battery maker, which today, if not a tech, behemoth, it will die. In batteries, you have a lot of concentration. So the nature of the client changing means the pressure upstream increased to be better, lower cost, more efficient, and to be keen on the fact that if the prices run out, you get innovated out. So the client's nature has changed, and the speed at which we're asked to respond has also changed together with the demands of that client. And that appended everything in mining. Because then a lot of the companies that were not thinking that fast, that way, or that nimbly, or allocating capital in sort of manners not concomitant to speed, ended up hostages to a narrative of somewhere in the world someone's going to pay an inefficiency premium. You won't. These materials are abundant. They're going to be low cost eventually. A lot of technology processing investments coming in other parts of the world, especially in Asia. So we are actually at a challenge to be more like tech companies. However, this being mining, how do we do that? Because we have natural cycles of development. They're, in a way, longer. Well, it's tech, focus, shortening those cycles, reacting. I think the reaction speed needs to change. We need to change as an industry.
So, and part of the reaction time, part of that challenge, I would think, goes to the expectation of very significant growth in demand for minerals all across the landscape, but uncertainties about the specific market conditions that will apply in a given moment. So, Dominic, from the perspective of Appian Capital, could you give us a bit of your thoughts about how to think about demand growth in the whole suite of critical minerals with which your company is active? And how do you figure out how to time your actions, your moves properly?
So look, it's a great question, and thanks for everyone organising this and the chance to appear on this panel. Look, in crude terms, McKinsey reckon we need something like $3 to $4 trillion extra investment in mining by 2030 for the EV batteries, for the mobile phones, through to the F-16 fighter planes. So both economically and national security, the demand is enormous. Just to put that in some kind of layperson's perspective, we're going to need to mine more in the next 30 years than we have in the last 70,000 years. And yet the sector is incredibly concentrated. I mean, you compare it with oil and gas, where there's something like several players on 15% of the market. China you're talking about concentration of 60% up to 95%, depending on the mineral. I think we invest in a graphite company in Brazil, it's 80% concentration. So long-term, massive demand, but we also know, with the command economy that China operates, that it's not just price volatility. There is clear price manipulation going on. You see that with nickel, you see it with one or two others. And therefore, there's a short, long-term challenge here. What are the ingredients? Look, for most mining companies, I mean, I think Rio would probably agree, CapEx and the challenge with competing with China on CapEx is massive. So how do we get the capital finance in? Secondly, long-term risk. And China has been doing this. You know, you look at, even outside of China, you look at DRC, something like 17 out of 19 of the mines there, think of cobalt and copper, are owned by China. So they've been doing this for 20 years. We're on catch-up, and we've got to try and make this a race to the top, not a race to the bottom. So capital is, I think, the biggest thing. Long-term risk, how do we manage that? How do we play to our strengths? How do we unlock that private sector investment? But so, for example, I look at the executive orders coming out of the new administration here. The stuff on permitting reform, really valuable. I think also some of the stuff about financing projects abroad. So Exim Bank, the Export Finance Bank, the Development Finance Corporation, investing abroad if you can get the offtake and the supply chains into the US. These are some of the things that I certainly Appian are watching very closely. I like Jacob, I don't have a counsel of despair here, but we're 20 years behind, and we need to think about how you build up those positive supply chains at a time of very fraught geopolitical fault lines and massive concentration in the sector.
Joe, I'd like to draw you in, if I might, at this point. We've just heard about some of the complexities, yet there are still new entrants that are seeking to play roles in the minerals extraction and refining spaces that they hadn't necessarily done in the past. And I know from your vantage point, living in Riyadh, you may have a sense of that. Tell us a little bit about what's happening in the Gulf, and particularly in the Kingdom, in relation to minerals extraction and refining.
Well, that's right. As the other panelists know who are in the mining sector know, Saudi Arabia, the mining industry for Saudi Arabia is a new strategic sector. They last year, I think they increased the value of exploited potential minerals and rare earth minerals from like $1.5 trillion to $2.5 trillion worth. And they have a little bit of everything. And so it's become a very big strategic industry for them. They just announced a $100 billion new project venture that they're seeding with $20 billion to develop some of this domestic capability. They're starting new joint ventures, both with companies in Saudi Arabia and also international companies, again, with the eye to really develop potential supply chain in Saudi Arabia, but also to explore internationally. Aramco, I think, just joined with Ma'aden to start this international venture to look at other parts of the world, but also even in Saudi Arabia itself, Aramco is looking at extracting lithium from brine in oil fields, and there's a target of 2027 to be producing lithium in the country. So there's a lot of, and this is mostly new, as everybody up here knows, and the difference is not only is it a new frontier, like places in Africa and Latin America, it's a place where there's financial capabilities and resources to partner. And so they would love for some of these companies to come to Saudi Arabia and others, some of these big players, to help them develop this sector. And they very much want to be a strong supporter and partner. But for them, it's they're doing a lot of things throughout their economy, looking at it very strategically. And the mining sector and critical minerals and the minerals needed for future industries is so important to them right now.
So, Jakob, can we anticipate some joint venturing in the kingdom from a Rio Tinto or peers at that scale of the global mining industry?
Look, when you talk mining and extraction, the first point we do is we go after the geology.
Right.
And then sometimes the geology leads us to a place where the country is highly unstable and is a bit difficult. But in general, our exploration teams, that's where it starts. The geologists find out. And it's very important for society at large. Take an example. Some places on Earth we find copper with 5% copper. But most places it's being extracted with 0.5% of copper. And it goes without saying, if you have 5% copper, then every time you extract a ton of copper, you got 20 tons of waste. But with 0.5, you have 200 tons of waste. So the impact on nature is hugely important to look at as well. Right now, Saudi Arabia is in the exploration stage. We haven't really found a lot yet in Saudi Arabia. But the Middle East in general is an area that has access to a lot of energy and also increasingly renewable energy. And that means that processing is an opportunity there. And I think it's important, if you want to talk about materials, you have to think about the extraction part and the processing part. Right. And it's two completely different dynamics that plays out. On the extraction part, it's very much about getting access. We, for example, would love to do more here in the US, but the US is one of the slowest nation of permitting a mine. In fact, the US has not permitted a hard rock mine since 2008. It was a copper mine to us. And we right now have a copper mine that we have worked on for 15 years and still haven't got permit on this. So that model really doesn't work. But that's the extraction part. The processing part is completely different. It's about access to cheap energy. It's about being able to compete. And the Chinese are massively effective. I mean, they're just very, very efficient. And we need to learn to build things faster and cheaper in order to compete.
So, but I want to pick up on the turn of phrase that Dominic had about race to the top or race to the bottom, right? That environmental impact that you very rightly highlighted, Jakob, is I think, a part of why in many OECD countries it has been very difficult to do mining or reprocessing. Now, there are also cases of very high standard, good performance. So I would be interested in the thoughts of any of you on what are the key both policy structures and also codes of conduct from industry, et cetera, that can take one to the race to the top rather than the bottom.
But if I may just
Please.
start off, because I just want to say a longer permitting process does not mean that you get better environment. I mean, we set absolutely the highest ESG standards. We have to have that, and we would never shortcut anything with local communities. But there's a lot of red tape going on in most countries, and you could do things much faster. And the reality is, ever since the Second World War until today, it just goes slower and slower to progress these things.
Right. But I would similarly think that for a serious company that is attending to, as we say in the States, it's minding its P's and Q's, being careful about impacts and interactions with local communities, et cetera, you, I think, naturally wouldn't have an interest to see other competitors performing in less careful ways because they're frankly, they're cutting corners on you. So what are the ingredients that help to create that race to the top? Any thoughts on this?
Well, look, since I posed the question, let me have a go at the answer. Look, I actually think that the objective reality of the best practice is pretty good, but perception lags reality. We invest in a graphite plant in Bahia. We've, last August, started to create what's called a tree curtain of native species to deal with air, noise, and other aspects. I think our lessons from Brazil, and I'd be interested in Anna's views, get in there early, and try and roll the pitch, as we would say in the UK, with the enlightened self-interest of a really positive ESG strategy. The second element...
Sorry, roll the pitch in this case, meaning kind of engage with the community?
Engage with the stakeholders. The more sensitive the stakeholders, the earlier you should get in there.
Right.
The second aspect is, there's a really interesting piece. We invest in a US Strategic Metals in Missouri, a really interesting piece around recycling. So it's lithium, cobalt, nickel, copper, but we also recycle the lithium-ion batteries which create black mass feedstock. That area is really interesting, both because recycling is a good thing to do in itself, but also that's something, if you're trying to bridge supply and demand, it's a smart thing to do. I think a very strong area of growth, and for the US, which wants to be high innovation, we talk about high standards, is very strong. The elephant in the room is where the manufacturers, the EOMs in all of this. And McKinsey did a survey recently and asked business leaders at the OEMs how much they would pay for ESG premium minerals. And fewer than 15% would pay 10% more for ESG grade minerals. And yet you think about what's happening to price, nickel and elsewhere, the cratering of the market, and you think about the long-term interest of high quality, reasonably priced minerals, that's crazy. By the way, when I last at a summit made this comment, a hand went up and someone said, I think the 15% are lying about this. But that shows you the problem. The OEMs are not bought into this. How do you do that? I'm not sure you're going to mandate OEMs to do this, but somehow we need to find a way to lock them in to the long-term interest that they've got in securing their supply chains, as well as the short-term shareholder value. Please.
But that goes back, I completely concur with you. I think when you think about traceability, you have to revive things this country has done with the blood materials, with the tantalum in 2015. That's basic, costs nothing to the taxpayer, very palatable. That kind of sets the floor. But that floor is still a low-cost floor. You need to deliver scale at low cost, and you have to be traceable, not because there's a premium, just because otherwise you don't get into certain supply chains if there's a government mandate on end user, because if there isn't, it's a free-for-all. So ultimately, we're saying this because we all deal with it. We deliver the very best material with $0 of premium, and we have to live with it. That's life. Now, what is our challenge then? It goes back to the beginning. We have to be more like tech companies. How to deliver these materials in large scale, at low cost, because it's a volume business. I mean, you want a lot of cars on the road. You want cheap EVs, yes, because that's how you get adoption. And then maintain traceability and stay low cost. So low cost, traceable, hard to scale. You need to scale. Scale, low cost. You have a lot of countries that have been doing that. Sometimes traceable, sometimes not. The holy trinity of it is really hard. And you solve it with, behaving more like a tech company, like failure is not an option. I think that's part of what we are challenged to do in the next decade if we want to remain competitive in this industry. And to Jacob's point, you got mining and processing. Processing is many boxes. So you want to capture some of those industrial boxes, put technology in there so that you get more margins. And that way you escape the traps of delivering the Holy Trinity, because you're taking some industrial margins, reaping the benefits of the business model integration, putting it back into your mine to basically deliver traceable, staying low cost, and doing it at scale. So it's essentially trying to capture boxes of industrialization or processing, remaining competitive, because you got a formidable competitor out there, which is pretty much anyone who's done that for a decade in China. You need to beat them on costs. And that's the usual game. I mean, you're out there in a global market, unprotected, and you need to beat the most formidable competitor. I mean, the US and the West has done this before. It's technology, it's brain power. It's something that has to be thought through differently. I think that would be what I would leave of it.
So I want to zero in on the topic of the kind of the market challenges, managing turbulence and managing the particular competitive dynamic that comes from China's dominance, particularly in the processing area. First of all, just I mean, given the wild swings that you see in some of the prices for some of the ores and metals over the last couple of years, how do your companies think about growth and right-sizing in this really challenged market? Jakob, do you want to join in?
Yeah, no, thank you. First of all, I tend to always say we are a long-term company. And it's actually easier to predict the world 10 years out than next month. Because where is prices going? I don't know. What is going to happen? What will I read in the newspapers tomorrow? But now we are both in the lithium business. We all know that the energy transition is happening. We all know that the electrification society is happening. We all know that there's been sold more and more EVs. It's a given that there will be more demand for lithium 10 years from now. But I don't know. Some years it's very fashionable to have an EV car. Some years it's less fashionable. So it will go up and down. So we try to focus on what do we see 10, 15 years out. And the good news then is we are a diversified miner and we have a strong balance sheet. And that means that when you have choppy waters, like right now, you look at the stock indexes, etc., we try to not focus on that, but still keeping further out. And we can do that because we have a strong balance sheet.
I'm guessing, Joe, that in the case of the Saudis, that may be also kind of the supreme long-term play.
Well,
how do you assess things?
They're a big strategic investor in Lucid, so they're in the EV business. But just to comment on some of the other observations that the panelists and most recently what you just said about EVs. I just ended at the end of last year my term as Secretary General of the IEF, and one of the big reports we did was on copper and EVs and electrification. And I think this is pretty central to your question of race to the top or bottom and what Dominic said about potential growth. And, your average EV has about 60 kilograms of copper, whereas your average ICE engine is about 25 kilograms. It's a huge difference. The business as usual case for just keeping the economy going, forget about all the transition policies that would require a lot more copper, just to do basic, singles and doubles, if I can use an American baseball term. You're talking about needing 115% more copper in the world over the next 10 years. That's more copper that's ever been mined in human history. Okay, now you add in transition policies like 100% EVs by 2035. Now we need 55% more copper mines that exist today. And as everyone here, except for me, knows very personally, It takes, 23, 25 years to build a new copper mine, to get it permitted and all of this other stuff. So if governments, so I would say under basic policy scenarios today, we can't achieve any of these transition goals without a lot more copper mining and a lot more copper supply. And that's just so that's the most critical mineral of all, in my view, because it's needed for the general economy. It's needed to do so many of these other things that we want to do in terms of electrification. And of course, as a lot of people in this room know who follow energy closely, a lot of the peak oil scenarios, peak demand scenarios, are based on explosive growth of EVs. But if we can't do this new copper mining, maybe we should be talking about peak EVs, not peak oil supply, because none of these goals are achievable unless we do more mining of copper and other critical minerals that these folks are involved in here. And so I think this is, it's a little bit of a dilemma. In order to save the planet, we need to do more mining here, and it's an important discussion that needs to be had.
So, very timely question among the series of questions from the audience. Caitlin Hamilton asks about the significance of recycling as part of the total mix. I'd be interested in the views of any of you. Jakob, please.
Yeah, that's a wonderful question, and it's one of my most important taglines, because we're all responsible as consumers. So the question is, how well are we doing on recycling? Steel, copper, aluminium, 2024 compared to 2012. Are we recycling much more, about the same? Have you got any idea? I tell you what, we are recycling much less than we did in 2012.
Wow.
Very few are aware of that, and it's one of those kind of inconvenient truths.
What's the reason
and
for that?
I digged a little bit into the reasons behind it, and it's economics. It doesn't make sense. I mean, by the way, most scrap here in the US is being exported to China. So the bottom line is, it's a great question, thank you, and I think we can do much more. And I think we're all responsible for that.
Sort of tagging on that, one thing, again, that's typically overlooked is processing technology. And when you look at what goes on in Asia, there's an enormous amount of focus in processing technology. So one of our examples has been invest in it. So last quarter, and I hate the word quarter because our industry is built in many, many quarters, but it was the culmination of work where we managed to increase throughput in 30%. It's not recycling, but it's reprocessing something that we actually invested technology in doing, which were the dry stacked tailings piles. So we invested money into dry stacking tailing dams. And originally, because of our social license, it got no monetary bang. When the pendulum, monetary benefit, when the pendulum swung, we started to be criticized as per why build another facility with that technology, given that, quote, nobody cared. And we're like, well, we'll show you the economic case for it. So we started this project to basically go back to those tailings and actually mine it for residual lithium. And that increased production in 30%. So it's just a numeric illustration of my point of the tech mindset. How do we do more with less, right? And in our industry, we've been too slow to kind of adopt it without taking technology risks. These are like old, old methods of processing and separating. It's just looking at it with a new lens. Something that was used to process, separate diamonds now could be better. Maybe it could be suiting lithium. And that sort of mindset, I think, is kind of the way our companies, for example, the smaller mid companies like us, belong in the ecosystem to kind of create that agility. Because when you look at Asia, this is what this is. Upstream, you have a bunch of sigmas. This, Hungary, this sort of focus to actually try to lower the costs overall, to disrupt the way things are mined, to be able to have as much copper as you would need for as low as possible price, as soon as possible, right? That's the goal for some of these guys.
So, I take the point that several of you have emphasized, and I think it is important always to keep in mind that one side of the conversation is extraction and the other is refining, and not identical sets of challenges. But Now I want to ask you a really simple and straightforward question about the extraction side of things. And this is thanks to Noel Marder, who is a Columbia student in the Sustainability Management Program. What are your thoughts on deep sea mining? Not timely, too much risk, too much controversy, green light, go ahead. Any thoughts?
I think it's absurd. I think there's enough of what we need on the crust of Earth before it's disrupting that ecosystem. I mean, category, I think it's absurd.
You were a little unclear on that.
No, I think it's absurd.
Thank you.
There's enough of everything here on surface.
Anybody else care to weigh in on this one?
I used to be a Foreign Office lawyer in the UK, and one of the first jobs they give a new Foreign Office lawyer is to go and work in the International Seabed Authority, Deep Seabed Authority in Kingston, which was this sort of international UN body, but was arguing about all of these issues, about how you would do it.
Is that because they liked you or they didn't like you?
I'll come on to that. I'm not sure. I still haven't worked that out. But the reality was no one thought this would ever happen. So they're making rules into relation to something where the innovation would change beyond anything we could imagine in the early 2000s. So now it's starting to happen and people are talking about it. I think there's definitely the resource there. Again, as Jakob said, the question always comes down to the technical aspects of how you get it out of the ground. And I don't think I have a clear enough lens on the risk-reward to say that's something we're going to be investing huge amounts in the future. But the geopolitics of that, in the same way as Antarctica and outer space, are even more fraught than traditional mining. That's all I'd say.
Got it. Okay. So in a moment, I'm going to invite, but not require, that each of you, if you wish to, offer in a kind of lightning round fashion your thoughts on government or number of governments and a step that they might take that would help the rational and sustainable and long-term development of the minerals industry. But let me ask one other question from the audience first. This is from Vanessa Brieva, I'm probably butchering her name, a student who asks, are AI-driven tech solutions positioned to make a serious contribution to the mining and to the minerals industry, let me put it that way? Can AI help? Lots, little, too early?
Yeah, we've seen examples. Processing, again, you've seen, processing is essentially mineralogy. So you change the mineralogy, you need to think about ways of separating, purifying, concentrating, and later refining. AI learns from the mineralogy, becomes better and better and better. And that's not that sophisticated. You just throw a bot so that you actually learn with your own experience of processing. We've done that. It's not expensive, and it increases recovery yields. So there are a number of ways where you can actually learn from your data set by having a bot that reads it and reapplies it,
and
essentially.
in the upstream segment, opportunities? I mean, I've read some about some companies that are in this space.
Absolutely. I mean, we use it in underground mines, block caves, where you have to have a lot of sensors and knowing all the seismics in the rocks, and that's just basically an overflow of data that is beyond the human brain. And if you can organize that and use that in tech solutions and add AI to it, you simply can extract more efficient.
Right.
So there is a lot of value, and we are just at the foothill of the mountain to understand what the impact is.
Got it.
And this is exactly what should be happening. The question from the student was phenomenal. That's the zeitgeist. Upstream, midstream, like unsexy, boring industries need to become more in tune with, technology, the times, attract that kind of, talent, because that's what the industry needs to compete on that challenge. It has to be low cost, traceable, at scale, right?
Excellent. Okay. So now, again, I invite, but I do not insist, that if you had any thoughts in very quick fashion that you wished to highlight, a government or a couple of governments, and what you would wish that they would do more or differently, or et cetera. Again, on invitation-only basis.
Well, I would just go back to my point on copper mining as an example. I mean, if you're a country that has a 2035 100% EV mandate, even though those years are slipping or adding on, you need to be open to copper mining. You can't have bans on mining in your country or bans on financing of mining projects or bans by multilateral institutions on mining projects. If you care about the transition and meeting these targets, you have to be also for mining. Right. And also I would again urge this window that it takes from inception to actually mining, 23 years, that has to be greatly reduced in any kind of scenario in order to meet our goals. I mean, in Germany, look at what they did with the LNG regasification terminals. The regulatory time on that was dramatically cut in more than half. I think it was cut by almost 2/3. So we know we can do it if there's a commitment to do it and a commitment to these issues.
All right. Dominic?
Two things: better public-private partnerships, because governments are lousy at picking winners, certainly over the kind of time frame we're talking, and more friend-shoring, because none of us, given the concentration in the market, can do it on our own.
Got it. Jakob, Anna, anything?
No, I just wanted to build on this because it's entirely doable. It is just a matter of from saying we want supply chain security to develop a long-term plan and have a little bit of patience, because as you said, the time it takes to develop a copper mine, etc. It's quite easy to do predictions. I mean, in the US, there's been produced around 1 million tons of copper, but the US consumes 2 million tons of copper. But the problem is, of course, with electrifications and EV, those 2 million tons might become 3 or 4 pretty soon. Mm-hmm. And then suddenly you're seriously short in copper, despite the fact that you got amazing geology for copper mines, and we would certainly love to develop more in this country.
Great. You have the opportunity, but you're not.
It's sort of the same. I mean, It goes back to you got to go where the resources are, is what Jakob was saying about geology, and it goes back to what business. Well, it's clear that the West is behind, right? So how do you catch up? Well, copy what works, and when you look at the original sourcing strategies of we call integrating the business models that took place in China, for instance, by integrating upstream, that was copied from the Keiretsu model from Japan. The large trading companies in Japan had stakes and off-takes throughout the metals world, on and around the energy transition. China took it to a whole new level. That's the simple model, right? You don't have all the resources in one place. You want resilient. Geology matters, So you basically reinvent the wheel. We basically go back to the Keiretsu world of off-take for little stake, friendshoring, a different version of friendshoring with that kind of dual investment. And copy what works, right? Yes.
All right. Well, you've heard it here. Lots of opportunity to make the everyday and the geological look sexy. These markets, I should say, undoubtedly will not be boring for anyone that's paying attention to them going forward. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you, John and panel. That was another great discussion. And as the critical materials research at Columbia is worth a mention here, a little shout out as we change furniture. Please go to our website and check out the excellent work by our colleague, Dr. Tom Morenhut, who's built a critical materials monitor, which you'd all love. So please take a look at that little plug while we transition here to the next great conversation. So we're now going to have another fireside chat, and then we'll have a break. So I'd like to invite our CGIP founding director, Jason Bordoff, back to the stage, and former National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, for the next fireside discussion here. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks for staying with us all day, and thank you to Jake Sullivan for making time to be with us. It's an honor to have this special guest with us for this keynote fireside chat. I don't think Jake needs an introduction. You all know he served as National Security Advisor in the Biden administration and has held a long range of distinguished positions in government and elsewhere, including as a senior advisor to the presidential campaign of our own faculty member at SIPA, Hillary Clinton, who called Jake a once-in-a-generation talent. And just last week, he joined the faculty of the Harvard Kennedy School, so now Professor Jake Sullivan. Thanks for being with us. I will just say, as a note at the start, 30 minutes is going to go by really fast. And I say that because you all know Jake had his hands full with no lack of foreign policy crises from Ukraine to Gaza to Afghanistan, and there are also no lack of podcasts where he talks about all of those things. And what I really want to do today, because we're not going to get to everything, is sort of focus a bit more on issues that, in my view, tie more directly or indirectly to issues of the global economy, global energy sector, energy markets, energy security, and of course, the clean energy transition. So there was a lot of news, including minutes ago, about what is happening with tariffs and whether those are now put on pause. But I guess at a high level, Jake, I wanted to start by asking you came into the Biden administration with a big idea, a foreign policy for the middle class. And in your now famous Brookings speech about a small yard and a high fence, you spoke about the need to onshore jobs and domestic manufacturing, reduce our vulnerability to global supply chains, strengthen the middle class. Those are the same things I hear the Trump administration saying they're trying to achieve with these tariffs. And so comment on the tariffs. I suspect I know a little of what you might say about them. But more broadly, is this a sharp escalation, perhaps misguided, of a long-term policy shift, both sides of the aisle, that has been happening for a while to how we think about whatever the neoliberal economic order is?
Well, look, I mean, one thing I will say about the Trump tariffs is he said he was doing them in the name of the American worker, and yet he was harming the American worker with the broad-based tariffs, many of which it appears he's now suspended. He said he was doing it to improve our strategic position vis-a-vis China. I think it weakened our strategic position vis-a-vis China. The last thing we should be doing is picking fights with all our friends who should be aligning with us in the competition with China and pushing back against China's practices. And so I think the approach that he chose to take, of broad-based tariffs, and I have in fact said at Brookings that I thought these kind of indiscriminate universal tariffs harm workers and consumers and don't aid our national security. But for me, foreign policy for the middle class really comes down to three propositions. First, we should not be dependent for critical strategic goods on any other country or on external shocks the likes of COVID and be in a position where working people in America are harmed. And that does mean not just reshoring in critical strategic industries like semiconductor manufacturing, clean energy, critical mineral refining and processing, but it also means friendshoring so that we have resilient supply chains with others. Second, that we continue to maintain our innovation edge so that America is driving the inventions and then building the inventions of the future in critical areas. And then third, that we not allow our technologies at the highest end to be used against us or our allies. And that's why we chose to impose the semiconductor export restrictions that we did on China. Now, some people say, well, Biden administration did some tariffs and you guys talked about reshoring. Trump's doing the same thing. So isn't it the same? It's, to me, kind of the equivalent of saying we support a tax policy at a reasonable percentage. He supports a tax policy at a crazy percentage, and we're the same because we both support taxes. That to me doesn't logically add up. I think he's taken the rhetoric of resilience, reshoring, strengthening, and reversing the hollowing out of the middle class and applied a policy or a strategy that makes very little sense. And I think today's step back indicates that it's finally starting to dawn on people in the administration that it makes very little sense.
And so let me ask you then about a more sensible approach and what really needs to be done to achieve resilience, reshoring, diversify supply chains. I mean, you said again in your Brookings speech, which hopefully people are aware of, but they should listen to it, Google small yard, high fence, that China hasn't always played by the rules that some assumed when we began the process of accession to the WTO or just trying to create a more integrated global economic system. But it is also true that today their advantages, including in areas like clean tech, come from real cost advantages and economies of scale and innovation by companies like BYD, short of extremely high and destructive tariffs, as you just characterized them. Is it really possible to overcome the advantages that China has in any meaningful time frame? Do we have the tools in our toolkit to do that, and what are they?
I think it's daunting. I mean, in the Biden administration, we worked hard over 4 years to try to begin to close the gap with respect to some of these clean energy technologies, to try to push forward on supply chain diversification. And I think we made some progress, but not nearly the progress I would have hoped. And China continued to race forward in key areas. And I hear a lot of people asking the question, particularly when it comes to climate goals, if China can produce the major clean energy technologies at greater scale and cheaper, why not just take it and deploy it? And that'll help us drive towards the Paris goals as opposed to try to compete with that effectively. And I basically have 3 answers to that. The first is I think it's very difficult to tell Americans or Europeans or frankly people anywhere else in the world that they don't have a role to play in the clean energy transition other than being the consumer. I think that's just a very hard argument from the point of view of democracies selling a policy over the midterm. Second, I think it's wrong to trade one form of energy dependence from decades past on fossil fuels from the Middle East and elsewhere for another form of energy dependence to a country like China that has been prepared to weaponize that dependence in other contexts over time. And we saw from Europe's dependence on Russia with respect to gas just what that can do at a moment of geopolitical crisis. And then third, for what we need globally, the kind of resilience, capacity, production, deployment, just saying, well, China will take care of all of it is no answer. There need to be other people at the cutting edge, and it should be Americans who are there with the highest end, most effective technologies. Now, does that mean that we shouldn't differentiate, that there is no difference, say, between the US closing the gap on high-end battery technology and what happens with solar panels? I do think we have to distinguish between different forms of clean energy technology. But to me, it is absolutely vital if we hope to have a long-term strategy to achieve our climate goals and our energy security goals in a sustainable way, that the United States continue to drive at this. Frankly, we have an administration that has evinced a hostility to this strategy, and that's a real challenge. But I think if you look out over the course of the next couple of decades, this has to be a core American priority, not just from a national security perspective, not just from an economic perspective, but also from a climate perspective.
Yeah, because if climate is a crisis and we need to deploy clean energy much faster than we are today, presumably you want it to be as cheap as possible. China can maybe help with that, but what I hear you saying is that sort of short-term thinking, given the consequences that come down the road. But you need to be smart about where you're willing to bear that extra cost, security premium. That doesn't mean everything. This comes to the question of how small the yard really is or how big the yard is, when it's not just economic and energy security concerns. John Podesta spoke last year here about the carbon intensity of Chinese products versus our own, and domestic jobs, the politics of Pennsylvania and Michigan. Like, when you take all those together, maybe the yard's not always as small, and then you get to a lot of products that can really slow down the transition.
Look, I acknowledge that when you embark on a strategy that involves restrictions, whether it's on semiconductors or on electric vehicles driving on American roads, there can be a temptation to take that to its logical extreme and to take what is a small yard and make it bigger and bigger until the yard occupies the entire field. I acknowledge that. That is why you need discipline and rigor. It's also why you need transparency. You need to show your work. Why are you selecting either the products or the sectors you're selecting? What is the criteria you are using? And in my Brookings speech, I tried to lay out a series of questions to answer that. Now, that's not going to be perfectly satisfying because there isn't a mathematical formula. You can't plug this into an AI and just get an answer. It requires trade-offs that are not just technical trade-offs, but we have to acknowledge that are geopolitical and political trade-offs as well. But that kind of approach, I think, is necessary because the alternative of saying, well, we're not going to do it, and we're going to forswear any of the trade-offs, is making a choice, too, of a different kind that I think would leave us in a real challenge. The last panel was talking about critical minerals. I think we should all ask the question, if China chooses a strategy to manipulate, frankly, the price of a particular critical mineral with the impact of stopping the development of production or refining in other countries, to amass greater monopoly control over it. Do we think for the long term that is good for our security? I think the answer to that is no, but beyond that, do we think that's actually going to be good for the climate long term? And I would say the concentration of clean energy production, processing, and refining capacity in one country that is also involved in a large geopolitical competition is not a sustainable way to take on the big energy, climate, economic, and security challenges of our time. And there have been enough warning signs, in my view, that validate the strategy that we were pursuing that has to be constantly refined, constantly updated. And now we're in a bit of a intermission from that because you have the president saying basically, let's go all in on coal just in the last 24 hours. But we should use this intermission collectively to say, how do we design a strategy that tries to get this formula as right as we possibly can? And that's a conversation I want to be a part of. And I have the humility to say, we didn't get everything right. It's a source of constant adjustment. China has to have a seat at the table, and we should not just compete with them, but partner with them on climate issues. And I spent a lot of time sitting across the table from Chinese officials, talking about our difficulties, but also talking about our opportunities, including in the climate and energy space. And so that is the kind of conversation that I think people in this room and beyond should be having, but we should be doing it with clear eyes about the fact that it's not as simple as just saying, let's get the lowest cost, fastest product deployed as quickly as possible, because that brings with it a series of risks that I think will come back to haunt us.
I used the phrase crisis a moment ago to refer to climate change, and I'm just wondering how you think about that. You had a million problems on your desk every day, big ones like Russia and Ukraine, Gaza, Afghanistan, so many more. When you think about climate change as a national security issue, is it like, yeah, no, it's a real issue, but like I got 80 million problems on my plate and this doesn't rise toward the top of the list? Or should we be taking it much more seriously, and should it be further toward the top of the agenda? And how do you do that if you have the crises, fast-burning fuses versus slower-burning fuses?
Yeah.
How do you think about that?
Look, I acknowledge it's very difficult. We had to maintain discipline on something that is less of a comprehensive and long-term challenge. That is the geopolitical competition with China, the discipline to focus on that, because that's not necessarily an everyday issue the way that getting munitions to the front line in Ukraine or dealing with humanitarian assistance in Gaza was. And then one step up from that are, to me, the twin challenges that will define the course of humanity over the course of the next 100 years, the climate crisis and artificial intelligence, both of which require enormous and sustained effort and energy from across the US government, and not just the quote-unquote climate people or the quote-unquote AI people, but the National Security Advisor, the National Economic Advisor, and of course the President of the United States. And so for me, the way I think about climate as a national security issue, one, at a very basic level, what is national security? It is the safety, lives, and livelihoods of the American people. And the climate crisis, just at an existential level, has an impact on that. But then you think about climate as a force multiplier of every security challenge that we have, from resources to migration to these issues related to the geopolitics of clean energy supply chains. And all of a sudden, climate is shot through everything we're dealing with everywhere. And so if we don't have a coherent strategy on this question, we're not going to be able to have an effective modern industrial policy. We're not going to be able to have an effective sort of intersection of technology and national security policy. And we're not going to have an effective outcome to the U.S. competition with China.
Can you say another word about the other issue you brought up, AI, and how do you view that as a national security issue? What are the threats and what do we need to be thinking more about?
Look, unlike the climate crisis, which is, essentially a collection of cascading harms that we need to arrest and reverse, AI is a combination of massive benefit and opportunity and massive risk. And so we have to design a set of strategies, to put it very simply, that make AI work more for us than against us. What are the risks? The risks are the capability of AI in the wrong hands, causing massive harm through cyber, bioweapons, the democratization of basic technology like drones that no longer just nation states have their hands on and can be used to cause harm at massive scale. Economic dislocation if we're not smart about how we manage the disruptions that will be caused, an avalanche of misinformation and disinformation that will eat at the foundations of our democracy. These are all areas of genuine risk and harm. And there's attendant harm, which is to deal with them, do we end up heading down the road of a more, as Mustafa Sullivan put it, dystopian society where you basically just impose control and AI will provide the government with lots of tools of control so that those harms don't turn into catastrophe. So this is what we're up against. And by the way, we're not up against this in 30 years. Mm-hmm. We're up against this now, presently. The present capabilities have the capacity, if the guardrails are taken off, in the hands of the wrong person to cause dramatic and massive harm. The capabilities exist today to disrupt millions of jobs. The capabilities exist today. So this is upon us as we speak, and I just don't think it is getting the attention that it deserves. But of course, then we also have to harness the opportunities, and you heard in the last panel a question about what are the opportunities of AI when it comes to things like the critical mineral supply chain. For climate, AI could be a part of the solution, a central part of the solution. It's not good enough just to mitigate risk if we're not unleashing the opportunity to deal with the other major challenges that confront us.
Yeah, I'm looking at my colleague David Sandalo, who's written a lot about that. You mentioned a moment ago in terms of China, like you don't want to go from dependence on imported oil or gas to clean energy supply chains, economic resilience, economic security. And the US is now a net exporter of oil and gas. And I'm wondering, just from a national security standpoint, we need to grow clean energy for sure, for climate. Did the shale revolution enhance America's position in the world geopolitically, or is that sort of overblown sometimes in energy conversations?
Look, I think it's hard to argue it didn't, both by reducing the capacity of an energy cartel to hold us at risk, not eliminating it by any stretch, because as we've seen, we are subject to the global oil markets, but reducing it, and that's leverage, and that enhances America's capacity for as long as our economy runs on fossil fuels. Second, we have a very recent example, which is the United States being able to flow LNG to Europe at a time of crisis as they were rapidly moving off of Russian gas. And I think that was a genuine success story that happened fast and happened because the United States was able to do that coming out of the shale revolution. 15, 20 years ago, we would not have been able to do that, and that's meaningful as well. So I do think it has created tools, cards for the U.S. to play, but I also believe deeply that a clean energy transition means just that, a transition, and it does mean that we need to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels and increase the deployment of clean energy technologies, because I think not only is that where the future lies from the point of view of addressing the climate crisis, but it's also where the future lies with respect to who's going to be on the technological edge and who's going to be the most geopolitically consequential country in the world in 50 years.
Does that LNG point you just made, is that inconsistent with pausing new permits, or does that come to the time frame thing you were just talking about today versus the future?
That's a time frame issue. That pause was about future building of future capacity. What we had pledged to Europe, and we told them we'll get you 18 BCM in a defined time frame. Rarely does the President of the United States and the President of the European Commission come together and put out a white paper, and then that white paper actually becomes reality. Normally it's just some words that you look at 5 years later, you're like, oh, that never really happened. We made a specific pledge about what we deliver. We did that to close a gap that existed because of the dislocation of the shutoff of Russian gas. We delivered it. We have continued to deliver it. And I think the whole debate about the moratorium on future permitting did not really impact this, although it is a trade-off. And in those conversations, we had to say, hey, our allies and partners have thoughts on this too. So I want to acknowledge that. But I don't think it directly affected what we were trying to do in response to the Ukraine crisis.
There were reports that, and this relates to energy, of course, too, because part of how you navigate these issues and use sanctions affects energy markets and the impact on the domestic economy. So that all, I assume, came into factors you were thinking about how to approach Iran, pressure on Iran for a deal. And there was a deal, and then the Trump administration, the first time, pulled back on the Iran deal The enrichment breakout time is now shorter than ever. There are reports negotiators will be coming together this weekend. Can you just, what do you expect, if anything, comes of those talks? And given how short that breakout time is now, what is the potential path forward?
Look, we heard from the president with Prime Minister Netanyahu sitting next to him that he was sending his negotiator to begin dealing with the Iranians. There's some question about direct versus indirect. We'll see how that all plays out. But the key point is negotiations between the United States and Iran over a potential diplomatic resolution of the Iranian nuclear challenge are now basically underway. And the question is, will there be a deal? And I think there is the possibility that there will be. And I think there's a possibility that that deal won't look too different from the deal President Obama ultimately produced. The major difference will be this time some of its critics will become its supporters.
Can you talk about also what you see happening in terms of the path forward for Ukraine, potential for a ceasefire, and the Trump administration's desire to get compensation in the form of access to critical minerals? Where does this conflict go from here? And maybe, because this is an energy conference, sort of comment if you can on the role energy played in a variety of ways in how the Biden administration responded to the Ukraine crisis.
Well, first, I think it's really important for people to understand the president and the vice president have tried to basically cast the question of Ukraine as you're either for war or you're for peace. And that is a completely false choice. The real choice is a choice between a true peace that is durable and sustainable and a false peace that involves basically a surrender to Putin. And my concern about the approach the administration has taken too far, although it's not too late to change course, is that they have adopted the Russian position on how this war started. It's the Ukrainians' fault. They have conceded up front in the negotiation major points in contention. Ukraine's role in NATO as one example of that, and the American willingness to play a part in guaranteeing any peace. And in a quite dramatic and deeply unfortunate spectacle in the Oval Office, they basically squeezed Zelensky while, to a large extent, letting Putin off the hook. I think that is the wrong approach. I think the right approach, which we work to set up for in the closing months of the Biden administration, is give more leverage to Ukraine, display staying power on behalf of Ukraine, and that is more likely to generate a negotiation in which Ukraine is in a position of strength and you get that true peace that can be durable and sustainable. There is still the opportunity for President Trump to do that. And in fact, he said not long ago that if Putin continues to resist a ceasefire, which I predicted he would resist a ceasefire because he wants this war to continue, that President Trump would impose secondary tariffs on oil sales from Russia to bring things back to the energy area. I hope that is not just idle threat. I hope if Putin continues to refuse to negotiate in good faith, that the Trump administration will use sticks and not just continue to offer up carrots to President Putin. More broadly, obviously, energy played a central role in this conflict, dating back years. The relationship between Russia and Ukraine, the transshipment through the pipeline, from Russia across Ukraine into Europe. The relationship between Russia and Europe when it came to cheap Russian gas as a core element of European industrial production in key countries, to include Germany. And the need, very rapidly, for us to generate resilience and robustness in the European energy picture in the face of the loss of that Russian gas. Mm-hmm. And in the early months of the conflict, you saw this massive spike in oil prices. You saw a potential energy crisis in Europe. And an aggressive strategy coordinated between the US, Europe, our Asian partners in the Middle East to say, we're going to do something about this. And frankly, oil prices came down. The European energy crisis was to a substantial extent abated. And I think that was through an incredible amount of determined statecraft led by the United States of America, and is a good example of how energy diplomacy can be critical to creating the conditions for sustained support for Ukraine in this brutal war of aggression that they're fighting.
And physical grid security and cybersecurity and the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant. And I'm looking at our new distinguished visiting fellow, Kadri Simpson, who was squarely in the middle as Europe's energy commissioner and managing all of that. We have a couple of questions from the audience.
Well, I'll just share one story. Very early in the conflict, President Zelensky called President Biden and said, we have reports that there are essentially Russian mercenaries making their way to the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant to blow it up. And, we need to mobilize to stop this. Can you imagine President of the United States getting a call that seemed all too plausible and the catastrophic consequences of that actually coming to pass and having to think, our actual tools to do something about it are limited, but we can work through channels to warn the Russians, we can work with the IAEA, we can work with European partners, work with the Ukrainians and so forth. But a quite remarkable moment that brought home how at various points we came uncomfortably close to real catastrophe, not even getting into the question of Russian use of tactical nuclear weapons, just with the Ukrainian nuclear enterprise in the context of a hot war and contested territory. I think this is something that most Americans do not appreciate, how substantial that risk factor was and frankly remains to this day.
That's frightening. I'm going to go to a question from the audience. There's a question about the necessity, configuration, application of a large-scale U.S. investment fund like a sovereign wealth fund. There were reports in the New York Times the Biden administration had considered that. What does it mean for the U.S. to have a sovereign wealth fund? Do we need one?
Look, I do think the United States does not have all the tools we need to deploy capital, to secure critical supply chains, to secure strategic assets when necessary. And a lot of other countries do have that, are able to move capital rapidly in times of crisis or as part of a strategy of building resilience. And, we rely on the Development Finance Corporation, we rely on some tools at DOD, we rely on some tools, we previously did at USAID that, have now been more or less dismantled. But the idea of a strategic investment fund that could do investments both in the United States and abroad as part of a strategy of really securing supply chain resilience for the long term in critical areas is something that we took a hard look at and ran a whole policy process on. And it was coordinated out of the National Security Council, but we worked with obviously all of the key economic agencies, Treasury, Commerce, and throughout the US government. We ran into hard questions. I think in principle, the US not having this tool is a problem. It is a gap in our capabilities. On the other hand, how you do it in a way that it doesn't become a slush fund is a challenge. And if you put too many guardrails on it to avoid it becoming a slush fund, does it just become another sclerotic US government program that isn't effective? So I think that there are design and execution challenges that we didn't get all the way through. But the idea of having a flexible financing authority for critical strategic goods, supply chain features, assets along a supply chain in critical minerals, in semiconductors, in EV batteries, potentially in APIs, in advanced pharmaceutical ingredients. These are things that the United States should be figuring out so that that gap does not persist over the long term.
We have a few minutes left. I wanted to see if you wanted to take an opportunity to respond to a mutual friend, your new colleague also, Jason Furman, who wrote in Foreign Affairs recently about Bidenomics and why the embrace of industrial policy and demand-side stimulus, what he perceived as a retreat from free trade and market forces, caused part of the inflation crisis that featured so prominently in the November election. I'm curious if you had a response to that.
I did not fully expect that question. I'm very, very proud to be now a colleague of Jason Furman, who I respect a great deal, but am genuinely puzzled by what I feel like is a ferocious anti-Biden economics argument that does not follow his normal pattern of dispassionate rigor. I don't quite know what's motivating it, but I am not going to be able to respond as effectively to it as two people who have written very good pieces that are worth reading. One is Jared Bernstein, who's the chair of the Council of Economic Advisors, and the other is Gene Sperling, who ran the American Rescue Plan that Jason Furman says was the cause of so much inflation. And I think those two pieces lay out in detail how the core proposition that Jason puts forward, and I'm not an economist who can really comment on this, they've laid out the evidence, that the ARP was the cause of inflation in the United States. They really, I think, expose the weakness of that proposition. And once you take that proposition away, there's no longer the foundation for the critique that Jason Furman has put forward. I do think there are totally legitimate debates about industrial policy, about how to think about international economic policy in a construct in which we need to think about supply chain resilience, climate, and national security, which I do think confound the traditional free trade orthodoxy. Doesn't mean we do this crazy tariff thing. I believe in that, and that's what I laid out in my Brookings speech, but it's not even the same ballpark. Frankly, it's not even the same sport as what the Trump administration is doing right now. What we were trying to do was something much more targeted and focused to deal with particular challenges of clean energy deployment, national security, and industrial reshoring, but not bringing a socks factory back to Minnesota, my home state, rather trying to bring back strategic industries that are critical for our national security and our economic resilience long term.
I read both Jared and Gene's piece, and it would be a great panel discussion to have all three of them here. Maybe we'll try to do that
That'd
next
be fun.
time.
Bring popcorn to that.
Last question. You appeared on the Ezra Klein podcast in January. I hope people listened to it. It was great, as everything you do is. He asked you a question at the very end. He said, after Secretary Clinton lost, you did a lot of thinking about the lessons from that defeat that informed your foreign policy approach in the Biden administration. And then Trump won again, even more convincingly. And he asked you if that had changed your understanding of the lessons you drew back in 2016. And your answer was, ask me again in 6 months, I need some sleep first. So it's been 3 months, not
exactly.
6.
So ask me again in 3 months.
But you've gotten a little bit of sleep. So I'm wondering if you're like half slept up. Do you have a response to
half
that?
an answer? Look, when you have a formula like foreign policy for the middle class, it sounds kind of catchy, and so people think that's a political tagline. That's a political argument. But for me, and if you read what I've written about it or spoken about it, it's never been a political argument. It's a substantive argument about what I think American national security and foreign policy should prioritize and do. And I actually continue to believe that the basic formula that we implemented in the Biden administration with respect to the engines of American dynamism, industrial capacity, resilience, growth, those were the right things to do. And I think we handed off to the Trump administration a pretty good economy and a pretty good trajectory. And if you look back at the beginning of the Biden administration and you ask the question, where's China going to be and where's the US going to be at the end of the decade? The prediction was China would have surpassed us across most dimensions, including potentially surpassing us outright as the largest economy in the world. At the end of the Biden administration, you could not say that. And I think the combination of policies we pursued will play out over time if they're not completely destroyed or dismantled quite positively. Now, what President Trump has done most recently is so dramatically upend everything that it's hard to tell where this all goes. Where does the American economy go? Where does the American role in the world go? But on reflection, I think there were a lot of challenges heading into 2024. Chief among them, elevated price levels coming out of a COVID supply shock. But I think the basic underlying formula of investment in American capacity in the ways I've described, I do not want to throw the baby out with the bathwater and say that formula needs to go. That's where I'm at in 3 months, but come back in 3 months because, I'll have adjustments to that and lessons learned and things I would say we could have done that differently and better, and obviously we should have, the inflation question loomed so large. I think it was not about policy choices. I think it was happening everywhere in the world because of COVID. But, you know, there are things, obviously, in hindsight, that we could have and should have done better. But on the core, unlike in 2016, where I really kind of questioned the core of where I had been, I'm not there in 2025.
We'd love to have you back in 3 months after you've slept a little bit more. When I had the privilege of working for the National Security Advisor back in the Obama administration, I saw the teeniest little bits of how impossibly demanding and challenging and difficult those jobs are. And I just want to conclude with all sincerity by saying thank you for your service. Jake Sullivan.
Thank you, Jake. Thank you, Jason. It's a great conversation. We're now going to take a 15-minute break. Let's keep it tight. Be back in 15 minutes so we can finish the program and enjoy the day. Thank you. Hello, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started here. So I'm going to literally introduce the panel as people find their way back to the seats so we can keep this on time. Please, guys, if you could go ahead and get back to seats, that would be great so we can resume the program. Grab your coffee, your snacks, find your way back to the table, and our guests are ready to start the next panel. So I will keep talking, and people will gradually work their way back. Hi, CJ. Good to see you. Okay, so our last panel of the day, and we've got one more session after this. Our last panel of the day is entitled Mobilizing Investment in the Clean Energy Transition. And we've got a really good lineup here for all of you to enjoy. Our moderator is David Gellis, who's climate reporter for the New York Times. Please, guys, go ahead and find your way back to your seats. Thank you. Now, as for our panelists, we have Olivia Wassenaar, who's partner and head of sustainability and infrastructure at Apollo Asset Management. We have Karen Carnell-Tambor, who's the co-chief investment officer at Bridgewater Associates. We have Lord John Brown, who's the chairman of Beyond Net Zero. And we have Wally Adeyemo, who's the CGIP Distinguished Visiting Fellow and former U.S. Deputy Secretary of the Treasury. Let's have a great discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. We've got a great panel to discuss a topic that's really as big as the world. I mean, we've got to talk about not only the energy transition. I think we have to address the implications of what happens if we don't meet that energy transition in an expeditious fashion. And of course, this is all happening at one of the most turbulent economic moments I think any of us can remember. To begin, I'd like to turn to Wally, who among many other roles served as Deputy Treasury Secretary during the Biden administration. And I think it's important to, again, just sort of ground ourselves in what we're talking about and why it matters. And at the end of the day, what we're talking about is mobilizing the literally trillions of dollars necessary to make a transition over the next many decades from an economy that largely is run on fossil fuels to one that is run on clean energy. And doing that, of course, with the understanding that doing so will reduce emissions and hopefully sort of allow us to bend the curve on planetary warming. If we don't do that, we face truly catastrophic consequences. Now, right now, there is a stated goal of mobilizing roughly $300 billion a year from the developing world towards the emerging world to support climate finance. Many experts, though, say $1 trillion a year is more needed, maybe more. So, Wally, I wonder from your perspective, having worked on this very issue inside the administration, why does this matter, especially at a moment where this administration is framing big decisions much through the lens of sort of near-term national interest? Why is it in the national interest for a country like ours, an economy like ours, to be thinking about the energy transition in the rest of the world over the next many decades?
Great question, Dave, and I think it's a good way to start because we should ground this in the fact that what we know is true. Climate is a global issue. What happens in sub-Saharan Africa, what happens in East Asia with regard to climate matters to all of us. But let me make this very practical because I think that's what we need to do. Climate is one of the greatest drivers of migration in the world. If we don't solve this, you are going to continue to see the movement of people and things from the global south to the global north. Migration will continue in ways that are irregular and hard to manage for countries in the global north if we do not solve this climate challenge. The second one, to get to another issue that matters a great deal, is trade. I was just in South Africa. And in South Africa, I was there, and they have a huge plant that produces Ford vehicles. As you make the transition, will they be driving Ford vehicles or will they be driving BYD vehicles should matter to us as well. And today, if we're not making investments to try and build the next generation of clean energy vehicles in America and be able to export them to the rest of the world and building a system to do that, we're going to lose out on the ability to sell American goods to the rest of the world. And then finally, in order to finance this transition, we have focused a great deal on government finance. But for those of us who are in finance, what we know is the only way we solve this is if the private sector gets involved. You need to meet the kind of numbers David just mentioned, you need private capital. And ultimately, we want our financial firms, we want our institutions to participate in what could be the largest economic transition that has happened over the last 100 years. We want America to be in the lead. The only way to do that is if we fully participate and we help design the rules of the road. And if we don't, we have to assume, we have to know that China, who's been making investments, who's been thinking about this, will do so, and they'll do it in a way that is to our advantage. So taking the lens of just a US official who thinks about American policy, there are moral, there are economic, and there are, of course, global reasons for the US to want to be the leader here. And if you focus on any one of the three, the actions that we take today to deal with climate finance matter a great deal.
Yeah, thank you. And what I heard implicit in that answer is that there's actual real economic opportunity here. And the fact that we have three different private capital representatives on stage with us, I think, speaks to that point. All of climate finance work is not necessarily concessionary. And Olivia, I wonder if you could speak directly to that. Apollo, I think, has allocated something like $56 billion to climate finance broadly. Now, a lot of that is in North America. Maybe 25% roughly is international, if I have the numbers right. Can you talk about, as you think about deploying capital towards climate finance broadly, where are you seeing the greatest opportunity? And also, what are some of the areas where maybe you're not getting into the game just yet?
Absolutely. So, gosh, about 3 years ago now, remember Mark called us into a room, Mark Rowan called us into a room and said, hey, it feels like we're putting a lot of capital into financing the transition. Feels like about $20 billion based on what we've seen. And if we really put our heads together and created specific funds and set real targets for ourselves, how much could that be? We sort of put our heads together and said, well, we think we could do, $50 billion by the end of 2027. And that was sort of a number that we threw out at the time, with the idea being we were seeing a lot of good deals, seeing a lot of interesting deals, and felt like a big target, but something that we certainly could stand behind. Fast forward a few years, we're at 56. So really, and it's early 2025. And we've done all those deals just finding good risk return in our underlying funds. So for us, to your point, this hasn't been about concessionary lending. This has just been finding really good deals. Mm-hmm. And it is such a big part, if you think about where these economies are going, the tailwinds here, financing the industrial renaissance, how we think about power, how we think about how we fuel our cars, how we think about global movements. It is certainly a generational opportunity to deploy here. We have very much focused largely on credit. For us, Apollo, we're known for credit and private equity. Those are areas that we've had big presences for many years. So that's really where we've focused our expertise around this. We don't do anything on the venture capital side. We haven't done anything on the growth side. But we really think we can be a huge partner on the private credit side to really helping these companies get to be where they want to be. And sometimes that's financing solar and batteries. Other times that's financing energy efficiency. And in some cases, we have companies that come to us and say, hey, I look like this today. I want to look like that tomorrow. There's this real sort of brown to green transition that is underway, and I need Apollo's help in really financing that.
That's great. Thank you. I want to come back and talk about some specific projects soon. Or Brown, give us your overview from where you sit. You've run major companies like BP. You are now closely associated with a venture capital firm. We just heard about sort of some of the differentiation between credit investing and VC. Where are you deploying capital towards climate finance right now? And also, where are maybe you holding back for now, at least?
So I'll make 3 points. First, with the fund that I founded called Beyond Net Zero, what we've discovered is, of course, the obvious, which is in transitioning energy, you're really thinking about the industry as a whole, global industry as a whole, and it's about demand as much as it is about supply. So demand is about energy efficiency, it's about process efficiency, it's about effectiveness, it's about preventing things that create chaos in the world. For example, preventing wildfires using some very exciting AI technology. So all of these things are good for all seasons. Everybody wants to prevent, to get more resilience, or to become more productive. And so we've found a huge number of investments that we can do, and we've actually catalyzed other people doing them. I can bore you rigid with all the examples of those. On the other side, we've also got an approach to real investment on the ground using high amounts of capital. I was the other day in Gujarat looking at a very large first phase of a wind farm we're installing there. Interestingly, it's part of the 20 gigawatt plan that India has to add more non-fossil fuel to their, non-fossil energy to their mix. It involves every single item in this wind farm being made, manufactured, and implemented in India. Nothing is actually imported at all. So a huge number of investments available there. Both these things, I think, for energy efficiency and effectiveness, industrial change, there are a lot of opportunities to be involved there with no unusual government largesse. It's not subject to the stroke of the pen risk. It's something which is decidedly within the canon of industrial investment. The same is true all over the world with what you might call replacement of energy. However, that will in the end be limited. There will only be so many great investments to make. And therefore we need one other ingredient. And I think to make this the place where private finance can come in, however you put it, one way or another, it is about pricing carbon. And somehow that has to be done. Not very acceptable in many political jurisdictions directly, but indirectly, people are moving in this area, whether it is pricing natural capital, pricing, making carbon border adjustments, one or the other, or taxes generally, something has to happen to really expand enormously the capacity of finance in the world.
Thank you. I want to come back to some of those other issues. I mean, we're seeing action with the IMO this week as well, with some of the shipping taxes.
Well, that's been set back somewhat, but a very good move by the IMO, the one which I think can be implemented, but right now I think stalled somewhat.
Karen, let me turn to you. Bridgewater obviously not participating in climate finance deals directly. You really have a macro perspective, looking at where the markets are going. At a moment like this, where there are real economic headwinds domestically, China is facing its own headwinds for all sorts of reasons unrelated to the last couple of weeks. At a moment when we have whipsaw policy coming out of Washington, what does that typically do to investments in clean energy? And even before the tumult of the last couple of weeks, where has investor sentiment been when it comes to really deploying capital for things like climate finance?
So great question. Let me start with taking us back before the recent tariff chaos, and then I'll fast forward to what can't be ignored, which is the current set of circumstances. So I think if you kind of rewind, let's say to Inauguration Day or a little before that, if you look at the landscape, the people who at the end of the day need to decide that they want to, for example, call up Olivia and say, hey, Olivia, I'd love for you to finance something for me. These are businesses that have to make a choice that they feel a need to go make some kind of green investment. Then you ask yourself, what leads them to go make that decision, right? And so I think first we had many years where businesses really did believe in the concept of transition risk. The world would go to a place where the set of incentives and policies that are facing them would leave them as losers if they didn't get to a lower carbon net zero world. So whether that means one day there'll be carbon pricing or there'll be subsidies or consumers won't want you to do it, they felt uncomfortable to say, I'm just going to hang out as is and hope that if in 10 years I'm still emitting as much as I am, my business will be okay. And what you saw is that the meaningful shift we saw in policies across the world to prioritize climate less. Because if you take Wally's comments, I mean, it really is somewhat of a tragedy of the commons, right? Because no one country affects the overall trajectory. And so you had a big shift that, you had the Europeans go through Russia invading Ukraine and then realizing, wait a minute, we've prioritized climate so much, we have to think more about industrial competitiveness, about energy security for ourselves. You had Trump's election in the US clearly make the same turn to say we're really going to prioritize much more industrial competitiveness, much more energy security for ourselves. So the landscape shifting away from prioritizing in any jurisdiction, I think really lowered the view that that transition risk was coming and made businesses feel less that they have to go after this. Now, I don't think they were at a zero. I think many of them still have stakeholders that care about this issue, and even without government policy, care about seeing a business shift, but the impetus was definitely, sort of lower than it had been. Where we're lucky is that because we're so many years into talking about this problem, and for example, the Chinese had put all the years that they did into industrial policy, getting some of these new technologies competitive, that just in their course of business, doing what they're going to do, oftentimes just the right economic decision is to do something green. And so if you just want the best possible energy mix for your business, that could easily end up being a very low carbon mix because of all the progress that we've made. That's great news, but much like the Lord said, that's not going to be enough. That alone, where we've gotten to in terms of just the competitiveness of the technologies, is not going to be enough to really make the progress on climate change. And so I'd fast forward to today and say, look, the biggest thing that's changed, and I don't think anyone in the room is going to be surprised by any of the comments that I'm making on this, is that uncertainty has just gone up massively. And so if you put yourself back in the position of that CEO 6 months ago, thinking, where's my business going? How am I comfortable in 10 years still being an emitter? What should I do? Today you have a whole new set of considerations where you're saying there's a lot of new uncertainty, and I think to a large extent you're going to get some degree of just paralysis. Let's wait. Let's not make decisions. Let's put off any decisions I don't have to make right this second, because the landscape is hard for me to read. And it's tough for me to know if I'm going to do any project, what's the landscape behind that going to be, and is it going to be economic or not? Too many of the core activities that people have been doing under different tariff regimes are just completely uneconomic. And so that paralysis is likely to slow a lot of the decision making, whether on green, on not green, on clean, on dirty, just any decision making.
I think that's right. If I could just add on that, it's twofold for energy transition projects, right? It's uncertainty around cost, around tariffs. So many of the components, whether it's utility scale batteries, inverters, solar panels, et cetera, come from non-U.S. jurisdictions that are hit pretty hard here. But it's also around the IRA, right? There's a lot of uncertainty around the IRA. We talk to our portfolio companies, we talk to our financing counterparties, and I think that's really hitting a pause here where people just don't know what they're managing to, and as a result, you're really seeing this slowdown or this real bottleneck in the pipelines.
Have you seen anything pulled forward because of that? So you want to do something, and you know that at least for this fiscal year, the IRA is still in place, so I want to get this project done so I can get the 45X credit, for example.
Absolutely. This is going to be a very active year, right? If you already have materials, there's safe harboring, obviously, that's going on pretty actively. So I think I generally don't get the view that folks are nervous about 25. It's 26 plus, where people are looking and saying, okay, what's next? What does this mean? What is the timing? How are things shift? And by the way, what is everything going to cost?
And I think the thing the IRA taught me most was the best way to attract private capital to deals and get a place like Apollo interested is reduce the cost of capital. And that's what we did through the IRA for building battery plants and manufacturing plants. And the more the public sector, instead of thinking about funding the entire thing, can create incentives that reduce the cost of capital or de-risk projects in certain places, I think that is one of the best ways to get the quantum of capital we're going to need to actually get to trying to solve this problem.
Do you feel, just on the IRA, there's an effort underway, I don't need to tell you, to dismantle, potentially repeal. We'll see what happens with some of the tax credits, but I think a lot of it is in real jeopardy at this point. Do you feel like there was enough done to try to safeguard the IRA, to sort of Trump-proof it, given what we're seeing is likely coming down the road?
I think the most important thing that was done was companies took advantage of the IRA. and you look at a place like South Carolina, where now you have a huge hub of manufacturing that's happening around battery technology, or Georgia, and you look at the more than 20 Republicans in Congress who have said, we don't want the IRA to go away.
Yeah.
The reason is because it's creating jobs, it's creating real economic activity. I think that's the best thing that we could do. And I think in 2025, despite the uncertainty, which I think is a real thing, a number of companies that went to their boards and said, we're gonna make investments in this place, also have to counteract the uncertainty today with the fact that if we're going to make this investment, we want to take advantage of these tax credits that could go away in 26. So we're still going to go forward. So I do think that despite the headwinds that we see, you're still seeing a great deal of activity in the green energy space, because companies know that if you're going to build that plant, you would rather have the cost of capital be lower by getting access to this credit. And the way you do that is by building something that is going to help with the energy transition. So the most important lesson to me of this is that ultimately the best way to solve these problems is to do it in a way where you're combining public finance with private finance in a way that accelerates growth and creates jobs. And I think that's not just a formula for the United States, but it's a formula for anywhere in the world we're trying to do this work.
Well, and hopefully is done with sustained and consistent industrial policy. We just heard Jake talking about when every 4 years the entire posture of the government changes when it comes to making these kind of decisions. You contrast that with China, which has had a 30-year pretty deliberate plan to build out its clean energy sector. You get very different results. Or Brown, you were wanting to jump in.
No, I think it's a statement of the obvious that today the level of uncertainty is so high that most people would want to fold their hands. But interestingly, people, of course, in my experience, always want to come back in advance of all the uncertainty being cleared. And I think so, things will come, things will go. That would sound fine for a normal investment idea. But here we have a time-dependent idea. As time goes by and the less money we put into changing industrial processes and energy to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, the worse our situation is. Yeah. So this is a time-dependent issue, one which can't just be dismissed as saying, well, there it is. There it is not, I'm afraid. So it seems to me we've got plenty of things to do which can reduce the impact on the climate, greenhouse gas emissions, which really work on today's economics, and you can get them done. We have to also invest into tomorrow's technology, which will involve the integration, as always, of the best brains in the private sector and the university sector. And that's something which we need to preserve very carefully and make sure is not damaged. There's a tremendous number of things that can be worked on. Many people in this room, I'm sure, are aware of them all, which replace some of the fairly crude and primitive ways we're doing things at the moment to reduce greenhouse gases. There are much more sophisticated ways of doing that. And I'm confident there'll be breakthroughs, provided that we don't also reduce the necessary consistent investment in innovation that is needed to go forward.
Yeah. Karen, we've talked about some of the economic headwinds for these kind of investments. What about the political headwinds? And I'm thinking specifically of the Republican war on ESG, if you will, that was taking place well before President Trump was reelected. But this administration has now really made it very clear that on certain issues, and I would say proactive climate action being one of them, they are willing to penalize institutions and companies that they feel don't support their views. Given that environment, have you seen boards and CEOs walking back some of their climate commitments?
So first, I would say it is important. These companies are global, and they are looking at a global policy landscape. Yeah. And outside the United States, the idea that climate is a negative thing is very baffling to people. And so, yes, the Europeans, Asians, they definitely want to think about weighing the different elements, right? The sense that you have to have trade-offs sometimes between industrial competitiveness and energy security and climate. Sometimes those things are all totally in sync. Like China found a way to basically say, we have an energy competitiveness problem where we don't always have our own energy. This way we'll build our own energy and we'll build jobs and it'll help on the climate. But that doesn't always line up. But the idea that those aren't three good, valid goals that you may trade off differently, I think most of the world is kind of baffled by that and thinks that all three of these things are important, they're going to shift in importance. So being sort of anti-climate doesn't really resonate with kind of most people around the world. Trading these things off, coming to a balance, that sort of makes more sense. That said, I do think that CEOs all over the world have seen that that balance has shifted. Nowhere as extremely as in the US, where you get, kind of, I have a problem with wind, or I have something against climate, but everywhere I think it's shifted to say, I think in large part impacted by both the security issues in Europe and now more recently the tone coming out of the United States, things have definitely shifted everywhere to say we have to prioritize economic competitiveness, industrial competitiveness, energy security ahead of doing things on climate. And so I think CEOs are hearing that and processing that and taking that into their decision making, such that when they're looking at the options ahead of them, things that seemed more problematic in the past, that would mean more emissions in the short term, that would require more dirty energy, are seen as less problematic today. Very few CEOs that cared about climate now say climate is no longer important at all, right? But they're reading the landscape that trading these things off is more acceptable, and that policy landscape is changing. So, Wally gave these great examples of you're getting these incentives to do it. That changes the economic calculus. You will go do more transition work if the subsidies are there to do it. And in comparison, let's not forget, pretty much everyone in the world has some kind of subsidy on the dirtiest forms of energy, right? And so the landscape we're starting with actually benefits emissions. It's the opposite of having a climate, a carbon tax that actually charges it. And so they've seen the actual incentives shift. They know they're less likely to get a subsidy in the near term. Olivia talked about people who are ready to do something with the IRA now. That just means someone who's not ready now in 2026, less likely to get it. And that's why you're seeing the transition to some degree away from climate commitments and so on. And then you have the particular in the United States, people are going to be less vocal, they're going to worry less about their official commitments because of the extremity of some of the speech about this.
Thank you. I do want to shift our thinking to the developing world for several minutes towards the end of this conversation. And I come back to something I said earlier in the conversation, which is that the United States is on a path to decarbonization. It may be slowed, but we're on the path. China as well, Europe as well, Japan as well. When climate scientists look out and sort of try to map where the major emissions are going to come from over the next many decades, 50 years, a lot of that is projected to come from the developing world. Those are the areas, many argue, that need the most help in trying to make this energy transition, not allowing new coal plants to get built, not even perhaps allowing some of the new gas plants, which are getting built, to get built. Can we sort of leapfrog the technology and install large-scale solar, large-scale wind in the developing world to meet that need as the next 2 billion people come online and get reliable access to energy, which is critically important and everyone's right? Can we do it in a way that allows them to do it without adding to the emissions burden that we'll all be experiencing down the road? That, I think, is something that a lot of people can get behind in principle, and in practice is a lot harder to finance. While you work closely on issues around the multilateral development banks, the World Bank, some of the other big development banks, they play a role there, but they don't have the capital to do that themselves. What is the view from where you sat just a few months ago on how that work can be accelerated?
I think it comes back to the same lesson we learned from the IRA. The key thing that the MDBs can do is reduce risk and reduce the cost of capital to doing these projects in these regions. And I do want to admit that they've done a lot. But I think the challenge we have at the moment is the MDBs are very bad at crowding in private capital, which has to be the key to making sure that these investments are made in these developing countries. And part of that is by design. They do project by project work. That's really hard for an investor to come in and to invest in. They also have very different rules, which make it very hard for investors to also invest in. And unfortunately, we have too many of these organizations, everything from the GCF to different programs. So part of this is really, how do you simplify what you're doing throughout the multilateral development banks? How do you use it instead of funding project by project to lower the cost of capital across the board for projects in developing countries? And then make the main aim, how do we attract private capital to do this? We're at a moment right now where if you're an asset allocator, you're staring at the fact that you've been overweight the United States for a long time, and that's been very good for you.
Yeah.
Extremely good for you. But right now you're saying that I probably want to find some other places to place some of my capital. If we were to be in a position where you had reduced the cost of capital on projects in some of these regions in a way by taking a first loss position, it puts you in a place where those asset allocators think, okay, I can't come in size, but I can come in some way into taking advantage of these opportunities. So I do think that despite the fact that right now we're in a very volatile moment when it comes to markets, it does create an opportunity in which, if you are willing to create opportunities for people who take risk to de-risk some of these projects, you have the chance that more capital will flow in that direction.
Yeah. Olivia, how does that sound to you? I mean, that sounds, again, laudable, but perhaps not as lucrative.
Listen, I think, you mentioned the term leapfrog. I mean, we look at what happened with cell phones, right? And in many parts of the global south, folks went directly from, having no phone at all to, to having a cell phone and totally, surpassed the concept of having a landline. I think you are seeing that a lot around, particularly around renewable energy. I think there's a concept of sort of, global security that goes around that as well. I mean, the idea of security, energy independence, this concept of the transition has really become synonymous with this concept of security and just having this sort of, homegrown source of energy and power. For us, certainly majority of what we've done has been, Western Europe and North America. We certainly have done things in parts of the world in the global south where, to your point, we've felt very comfortable with where we sit in the capital structure. In those situations, we tend to be secured, super senior, and get a fair amount more of confidence and returns there, based on that position.
Mm-hmm. Laura Brown, you were just describing this project in India. Any lessons from that project or other projects about how to get the right kind of capital to sort of crowd in and make these developments possible?
As important as the capital is, also the regulatory environment is very important indeed. Yeah. So the unblocking of the electric power system in India has catalyzed a whole amount of activity which wouldn't otherwise have been there. So I think that's very important. I think some parts of the world, valorizing, if I will, the natural capital is a very important part of getting further layers of finance into those countries. So this is very important. And it was, after all, the idea a long time ago of the clean development mechanism, which went wrong. It's the idea behind Article 6, all the different ways of getting carbon credits. This is unfinished business. It should be finished. It will make a big difference to the level of security you get in financing these projects in the Global South, which is, of course, not one place. There's plenty of differences in all the places we go to.
Wally, we've got a question from the audience for you. Your former colleague, Jake Sullivan, was just on stage and suggested, or raised the question, I should say, about whether the United States needs a sovereign wealth fund-like structure to drive capital to critical supply chains. Do you think something like that would be feasible and could help move this process along?
So my view is that the reality is that it's really hard for a country that borrows money to set up a sovereign wealth fund. You generally see that in countries where they have excess money and they're looking for places to invest. But I do agree with Jake that we do need more flexible vehicles to be able to invest in things. And we have a number, again, the problem I think is that we just have too many things that potentially need to be consolidated into one. For example, when we think about our foreign assistance, you have the DFC, you have XM, you have a bunch of other acronyms. Consolidating them, giving them more flexibility makes sense. The idea of thinking about what we have on the domestic side right now is I do think we lack the tools we need to make the investments that we want. We had the IRA, which gave tools to the Treasury Department and to the Energy Department, but we don't really have a tool right now that allows us to make early stage investments in things like clean energy. But the other challenge is that in the United States, the best investors are in the private sector. So if we want to find ways to do this, the question is, are there ways for us to better incentivize the private sector to do this? Is generally where I come from, just given that when you create pools of money that the government is then asked to allocate, it's complicated by the fact that the regulatory environment and political incentives sometimes take over from the main objective, which is making investments that are in the government's long-term interest. We've done it in some places, for example, in the defense space. And if you can do it with the right guardrails, I think that you can accomplish something. But ultimately, at the scale that we need to operate, I think the better way to do it is creating incentives for the private sector to make these investments. The place I start from is critical minerals, where here we just have underinvested as a country in trying to figure out a path to have resilience in the supply chain. It's not just the United States, but it's around the world. I don't know that even if we had a sovereign wealth fund, the United States would be able to solve this on our own. We're going to need to work with other countries. We're going to need to find a way to encourage the private sector to come in, which is complicated.
Yeah. We've got just a few minutes, and I want to ask sort of the same question to each of the panelists, which is, how do we measure success? I mean, I think there's a lot of alignment among the panelists and even among many market participants and policymakers that we need to allocate more money for climate finance broadly, both domestically and internationally, that doing so has the opportunity not only to provide a lot of economic activity and be great investment opportunities in the right scenarios, but also help us move forward with our serious and urgent emissions and climate goals. But there's a long way between here and there. How, in the next couple years, 10 years, should we be looking back and saying, yes, we actually made progress towards these goals? Lord Brown, let me start with you.
So I think some progress on Article 6, this is how do you use carbon credits in the world, is really important because it's the generic and actually the specific incentive package which allows private finance to come in and actually make a return. Private finance will not come in unless it makes an appropriate risk-adjusted return. So that is very important because that catalyzes a lot of other finance along with it. So I say that's a very important measure. The other important measure is simply how much are we putting in? And is it going into the right places? Are people seeing returns on what they're investing in?
All right.
Seems to me that's it.
Thank you. Karen, how are you going to measure success on this in the next several years?
I'll say something similar, but simpler maybe, which is start with the United States. Can we really look and say the incentives we've put in place are appropriate, balancing all the different goals we have? I think it's very hard, especially if the IRA dies, to look at the mix and say we've given the right incentives for the private sector to both help us succeed economically and help us make progress on climate change.
Okay. Wally.
My view is that ultimately the way to measure success is on greenhouse gas emissions. Are they coming down? You've got to make that our North Star. And if that isn't the case, then we've got to do something different.
Yeah. Olivia?
Take a slightly different angle. I think it's not actually all doom and gloom today. I mean, if you look about it, a report came out a couple days ago, 32% of power globally last year was supplied by renewable energy. That's wild if you think about that. That is such a massive increase from where we were even a few years ago. So we're certainly seeing massive progress. Now, we're going to have power demand globally increase by another 25% over the next 25 years. If we look at that and we look at the components that come from renewable power, I think that'll be a really key indicator of success.
Okay. We've got a great panelist, but we're out of time. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you for another great panel. We're going to close today with a fireside chat. We're privileged to have Daniel Yergin, Vice Chairman at S&P Global, and he'll be talking with Peter Orszag, who's the Chairman and CEO of Lazard. So, gentlemen, please come to the stage. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. We wanted to come on stage right away, but we collided with some chairs that were leaving the stage. Here with Peter Orszag. Welcome, Peter, to the Global Energy Symposium. I wanted to start with some initials: PhD, CBO, OMB, CEO. So the PhD is in economics from London School of Economics. Peter was head of the Congressional Budget Office. He was head of the Office of Management and Budget. And now he's head of Lazard, which is not only one of the most venerable, but one of the most prominent and important investment banks. So he brings a lot of perspective. And Peter, I'd like to start with where you've been. You've been in Europe in the last week. You've been in California. What you're hearing about the turmoil we are in, and of course the turmoil changed about 2 hours ago somewhat, but for those who haven't noticed, the reciprocal tariffs have been postponed for 90 days. And then how it looks to you as a banker, talking to companies about their reaction, and then putting on your hat as a PhD economist and just telling us what's right and wrong. So
okay,
let's start with the
tour.
tour.
Well, you left out the most important background piece of information, which is Jason Bordoff. You and I were all Marshall Scholars,
yes.
So we have that special bond. So I'm very pleased to be with all of you, and I'm really, really excited to see what Jason and others have built in this center. So that's that. Look, on the tariffs, it is really interesting to go back and read an analysis by Stephen Moran, who is the chair of the Council of Economic Advisors, from November of 2024. It's on the web. You can go to Hudson Bay Capital, which is where he used to work, called A User's Guide to Reorienting the World Trading System, in which he lays out the theory of the case for what the Trump administration is now doing. And I have a different perspective on that theory of the case, but it is a theory of the case. However, in it, he points out the very substantial risk of economic and market volatility if this is not implemented in the right way, and repeats that tariff changes of the magnitude that he was discussing, if not implemented in the right way, could cause severe market volatility. And when he said implemented in the right way, he specifically said incremental, in other words, done step by step, and with what he called forward guidance. That means announced well ahead of time. So you announce that over the next 2 or 3 years, tariffs are going to go up bit by bit.
And that's exactly what's happened.
And what I was getting to is that's not what happened. I think what's happened, over the past week is a severe reaction to the opposite of that, to things being announced effective immediately with a small lag in a matter of days, not even weeks or months, and a very large increase. And then also questions about the methodology and the kind of the theory of the case behind the specific tariff rates.
So you jumped ahead to wearing your PhD hat on that. First, just for the benefit of the audience, is the paper easy or hard to read?
Oh, easy, especially if you use ChatGPT.
Okay.
So where we are now is, I think effectively what's happened is a reversion back to what one hopes is a more methodical process here. And I think that's partly because the market reaction, markets don't like uncertainty, and markets don't like sudden big moves, which is exactly why Chair Moran laid out that you do it slowly and you do it with lots of advance warning.
But so as an economist, we're skipping ahead back to your economist, is what they're doing on tariffs, does it make sense to you?
It's not what I would do, but I think you need to understand, we all need to appreciate that there is a deep level of frustration with the economic experience that many Americans have had over the past couple of decades. And the way I like to think about it is, if for 2/3 of the American public, 2/3 of the American public has had flat to declining life expectancy over the past 2 decades. Just pause and think about that. Average life expectancy pre-COVID went up only because at the top of the socioeconomic distribution, there was such a rapid explosion in life expectancy and reduction in mortality that average life expectancy went up. But the gap between higher earner, better educated people and lower earner, less educated people was exploding. That causes a lot of frustration. And so what is the output of that, or how does that manifest itself? It's either in the direction that the Trump administration is taking, in which the problem is international trade, or the alternative is laid out in the new book by Ezra Klein and Derek Thompson, in Abundance, which is, on the Democratic side, there's been a lot of attention paid to subsidizing demand and not a lot of attention paid to expanding supply. So the result of that is lots of subsidies for housing, not a lot of expansion of housing supply or capacity. What happens? Housing prices go way up and you create an affordability issue, and so on.
So we're going to come back to the reactions you're hearing around the world, but since you mentioned that, and Ezra Klein, they also criticize, and it's become part of the Democratic vocabulary, and I think Jake did it implicitly, neoliberalism. You were part of neoliberalism. What is neoliberalism and what's wrong with it?
Well, what I would say is neoliberalism has a little bit of fuzzy boundaries. I instead call it Econ 101, which is the Washington consensus that was dominant for a long period of time of effectively unfettered free markets.
Well, it wasn't really unfettered. I mean, there's heavily regulated.
There's a caricature. I mean, the point is, in Econ 101, you're starting from the presumption that markets generally work, that free trade is generally a good thing, that the market can solve problems, and the government should be reserved for the classic things like public goods and externalities. And I think, coming back to the point I just made, that was always a caricature. We never actually did that. But nonetheless, that was, again, it was called the Washington Consensus for a reason. That was the overlay of most of the economic policy for the past couple of decades, and it did not deliver the results that a large share of the Americans want. So there needs to be some new thinking, and I think part of the problem that we face today is the intellectual case for the caricature, for the Econ 101 approach. That's been discredited, but nothing coherent has come to replace it. And so we're at this moment where there's no new theory of the case. Okay, I don't like that, but what am I doing? And so people are grasping for solutions, and that may be one interpretation of what's happened over the past week. I would say it's probably what happened, in fairness, under the Biden administration too, which is despite Jake's and other attempts to lay out a kind of framework, there was nothing that really kind of fully hung together, and so it felt like it was...
So there's still an intellectual vacuum.
There is an intellectual vacuum. So anyone at Columbia who wants to fill that intellectual vacuum, that would be a very, very significant public service.
And I do want to point out that Peter speaks with authority about Econ 101 because he used to teach it.
I did, yes.
So he's very familiar with it.
Yeah.
But tell us now, you've talked to a lot of people in Europe, you've talked to CEOs here, you're on the phone as a banker, hearing from people. Maybe the last 2 hours things have changed, but what have you been hearing in terms of the reaction to this kind of volcanic eruption that we're seeing?
Look, the private reaction was mirroring the public markets reaction, which is markets and business leaders don't like uncertainty. The issue was severalfold. I think, A, it wasn't clear that the tariffs that had been put forward on that chart were actually the worst case scenario, because the administration was saying that if someone retaliates against us, the tariffs could go up. And in fact, that's exactly what's happened with regard to China. So you couldn't say, the way that Secretary Besson has now said as of an hour or two ago, don't worry, that's the worst case scenario. I'm not entirely sure yet how saying that's the worst case scenario and simultaneously saying we're going to retaliate against other countries if they retaliate against us, kind of how that fits together, but we will see. But that was one problem. The second problem is the variation in the tariff rates was very large. And so there are implementation issues that come because you're creating tons of incentive to transship. If you're in a country with a 40% tariff and right next door there's someone with a 10% tariff, you will want to route everything through that intermediary country, which means you're then going to have a much more intrusive monitoring system than exists in most cases. So just implementation was challenging, and the list goes on.
So that means actually hiring more people to stand there at the border and check things.
If that's what you did, yes.
So tell us, though, particularly in Europe,
I mean, this isn't just about tariffs. There are other things going on, NATO, Greenland, Ukraine. Just what you're hearing from business people
well, that's the other interesting part. So I was at the Ambrosetti conference, which is a leading European business conference in Italy on Thursday and Friday. And if one of the purposes here was to encourage foreign direct investment into the U.S., which, by the way, is a logical response. If the U.S. puts up tariffs, it will make sense to try to locate your plant or your activity inside the tariff wall as one potential response. So you have that effect. But there's also, I don't know, the operating environment seems really uncertain. My government's pressuring me not to do that, as you've seen from President Macron of France and others. And so it wasn't at all clear as of the last few days whether the net effect of what was going on was actually to encourage investment into the United States or for foreign investors to step back. And I think one of the other things that people have been watching is a little bit of tremors in the Treasury market. And just to pause on that for a second, even I, as a former budget director with all those initials, had kind of gotten sick of the worry wart, oh my God, the fiscal trajectory's unstable and unsustainable. And, it was the boy who cried wolf a little too much. And I was one of the boys who had cried wolf, 15 years ago. But I stopped doing it and I kind of zoned this out. I think we need to now be concerned about our fiscal trajectory again. The deficit now is 6 to 7% of GDP, twice what it was a decade ago. Debt as a share of the economy is a third higher than it was a decade ago.
And it's bigger than GDP.
And it depending on how you measure it, it's bigger than GDP. If not, it's going to get there really quickly. Interest rates are higher. And foreign creditors own $9 trillion of U.S. debt. So there were some emergent tremors that may have been caused by people needing to cover the losses that they were experiencing in the stock market. That's one explanation. But another potential explanation was foreign investors starting to get a little bit nervous about the risk-free asset, the U.S. Treasury bond. And I think it's worth, again, coming back to the intellectual framework that Stephen Rand put forward, because what's interesting in that piece, and he repeated it 2 or 3 days ago, is some ambiguity about whether the administration wants the United States to have the so-called exorbitant privilege of being the reserve currency to the rest of the world. This is a intellectual debate to have. I have always believed that it was to our enormous benefit to be in that position, which is why it was called the exorbitant privilege. But there is a case being put out that what the effect of that is that as the reserve currency provider, you need to provide dollars to the rest of the world. It's called the Triffin dilemma. And the result of that is that you've got to run current account deficits, and also your exchange rate is boosted by demand for your currency. And do we really want that?
Right. So let me ask you just a couple more economic questions before we turn to this other question that's been on the agenda all day, energy transition. When you're on the phone with U.S. investors, do you find them jumping at the opportunity to invest in new factories in the United States in this environment?
No, I think the other thing going on is business decisions were basically on hold because of the level of uncertainty. And that was in call after call after call. And I think, again, I go back to it's not just investors, but boards and CEOs. They want to know, okay, worst case, it's this, maybe it'll be a little better. And they weren't able to kind of have that grounding. And so everyone was just saying, let's just wait and see. And the problem with that is if we had continued on the same course with that elevated level of uncertainty, that's a recipe for economic distress. Because when businesses stop making decisions, things stop moving forward. Investments are not made.
You said distress, not recession.
I said that on purpose, yeah.
Okay, distress. There's that sigh of relief at the 90-day pause. But there is, on the other hand, intensifying economic warfare in effect, or not in effect, in reality between U.S. and China. Just your thoughts on the risks there.
Well, look, I think this was, what's interesting is, and I said this publicly a couple weeks ago, so I'm repeating myself, but I think people understand, maybe not at these levels, but a different dynamic with China. What was befuddling or what was puzzling people, in fact, I said it at maybe a conference that you were holding, was that with regard to Canada, Mexico, and Europe, what are we doing? What's the theory of the case for what we're accomplishing? So one thing that appears to be the result of where we are now with the pause, except for China, is we may be back in the mode of, is there a more global alignment trying to de-risk or isolate China? Because the only way you're going to succeed in doing that is if you've got, especially the United States and Europe together, a super bloc of the US and Europe united is much more of a throw weight in any attempt to change the dynamic with China than one in which the US is taking on the entire world at the same time.
Right. But I'm struck by the degree to which, with these tariffs, people just don't understand how integrated our two economies are. How many people here take vitamin C? Raise your hands. Well, quite a lot of you. I mean, 90% of our vitamin C comes from China. Now it will cost, your vitamin C will cost twice as much. I mean, it's really disruptive.
Might not be the best example. Instead of 10 cents, nobody.
Okay.
But there are other examples.
Or TikTok, yeah. But it brings it home that, just how integrated we are. Well, let me turn to energy transition. Atul Arya, who's here, my colleague, and you and I, as many of you know, have an article in the current issue of Foreign Affairs called The Troubled Energy Transition. And just to ask you from your viewpoint, what led you, I know what led us to focus on it, but what led you to think of it as something that needed to be addressed? Because I remember I heard you speak at a dinner about it, and I was so struck by how aligned we were in terms of looking at this issue.
Look, I think what is the reason I love being at Lazard is the hallmark of Lazard is to try to think a step ahead if you can and focus on some of the underlying tectonic plates and the fundamental drivers of economic activity. And there's no question that the energy transition is one of those underlying fundamental drivers, A. And B, I always find it fascinating when the public debate seems to be divorced from either untethered from reality or untethered from a scientific field or untethered from other domains where there's just a disconnect. And so it was the combination, A, really important, and B, I'm going to use a phrasing that Dan doesn't like. I had seen too much of what I call the myth of the immaculate transition, that it could just kind of
say it again so everybody can hear it.
The myth of the immaculate transition, that it could just happen spontaneously and cost-free and overnight, which was just incompatible with the fact that aluminum and steel and plastics and cement, every other fixture of modern society has deeply embedded fossil fuels as part of it, and the green premium associated with moving away from those fossil fuels embedded in all those core foundations of modern society. The green premiums were still rather large, so that there was a disconnect between saying this is going to be easy and fast and the reality of where the technology was and how deeply embedded, kind of one layer down, fossil fuels were throughout modern society.
Yeah. I think what influenced me in looking at it was actually looking at it, call myself an economic historian, looking at, well, okay, what do we know about energy transitions? And, we dated starting in January of 1709, the energy transition, and how long it took, and then looking at the scale and the size of what the economy is. And it also led to this notion, at least, which I think we all came to the same view, that what you call the immaculate transition was this linear view of a graph that just goes from here to 2050 and gets to where you want to go, and then noticing that 45% of the emissions come from countries that don't have 2050 goals. And secondly, that the things that needed to get like a rapidly growing hydrogen industry just were not happening. And it so led to this view of what we called a multidimensional energy transition that would unfold at different rates in different regions with different mixes of technology. And the other key thing, with different priorities, which was priorities in developing countries are different from priorities in developed countries whose per capita incomes are 20 or 30 times greater. So I think that sort of shaped.
And it was really fun to collaborate. I mean, the biggest takeaway that most people that I know took from this was that so far it's been an energy addition instead of a transition, that we've added renewables. The cost of renewables have come way down, but we have not reduced the absolute level of fossil fuels in the energy mix.
And you know, you could see it in 2024, wind and solar, which are obviously well-established industries, grew, but so did oil and coal. And the only reason gas didn't grow was because of the disruptions that came from the gas market as a result of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So that's what stood out. What have you found the reaction to the article?
My favorite reaction is my son is a senior in college and was in some discussion with someone they were debating something, and they said, well, that's not true. It's been an energy addition rather than transition. And my son, not knowing, no one made the connection, said, well, where did you read that? What's your site for that? And the person said Foreign Affairs, and someone else at the table said, oh, those authors don't know what they're talking about.
Okay, so take that as you want. But we did, I would say, every word of that article we went over many times to try and get the right balance. And we didn't really, at the end, you know, there's not a clear solution because there'll be different solutions in different parts of the world. And energy costs, you know, big debate about what causes the energy costs. So a couple of questions have come up. One, you publish, or Lazard publishes, it's a widely read annual analysis of levelized cost of electricity. Anything new on that?
Yeah, look, levelized cost of energy. And there are now new ones on the levelized cost of hydrogen, et cetera. I mean, the broad story is, as you know, and as other sources have documented, there's been a dramatic reduction in the cost of renewable energy, 90% or so, for solar and wind over the past decade or more. I would say over the past year or two, looking at the distribution of those costs, maybe a little bit of upward pressure based on supply chains in some forms of renewable power. But the mega story is dramatic reduction in the cost of renewables as technologies have improved. Now, back to the previous discussion, also a lot of dependence on China for a lot of the inputs into those technologies.
Well, that's what I was going to come to, because if you have economic warfare between the United States and China, and we'll say we're Europe, I mean, China really does dominate the new, and Xi Jinping called it the new industrial supply chains. And so the energy transition kind of collides with geopolitics.
Something that I think we pointed out in the article.
Right, and I would say it's become more severe since we went to print. And so, you know, what will be the effect on, I mean, solar costs are very low because China has this massive supply system to supply it, and what happens if you have double tariffs on it? Well, one of the people here wants to go back to the critique of Jason Furman that Jake referred to about Bidenomics and the idea we overstimulated and caused inflation. Those on the other side in support of the Biden approach note the U.S. recovery was stronger than all other OECD countries. But you have noted that the economy was running too hot, including massive debt. So the question is, what do you think is more right?
Oh, I think the argument that inflation was mostly caused by the fiscal relief from the Biden administration is deeply misleading. I'm not saying that there wasn't any impact, but it was the small minority. And I think it's I don't think it has to be that complicated. Inflation went up and down basically at approximately the same rate globally across countries that had vastly different fiscal responses to the COVID crisis. That should just immediately tell you that there was something else big going on, because if it was primarily caused by fiscal stimulus, you should see significant differentials across the countries that did more versus less, point one. Point two is, underneath that theory of the case is that it was massive expansion of demand that caused inflation. And if that were what happened on the way up, then what should have happened on the way down, and various economists who are friends of mine predicted that what would happen is unemployment would have to come way up in order to bring inflation down, because if demand caused inflation, then you have to wring demand out of the economy to bring inflation down, and that causes a big increase in the unemployment rate. Well, inflation has come way down with basically no increase in the unemployment rate. That should further reinforce the skepticism that it was primarily the fiscal relief. And then finally, I've done some empirical work with Robin Brooks of Brookings. And again, I think if you told me it was 20% the fiscal relief or 15%, okay. But a lot of the rhetoric suggests it was 90% the fiscal relief, and I just don't think that's accurate.
One of the other things we talked about in the article was the degree to which AI, which began the conference this morning, has changed the trajectory on energy because of the need for electricity and how that electricity is going to be generated. Would like you to talk about that and just the degree to which Lazard has looked at the question of electricity, wind and solar versus natural gas, or as we even heard from the president, what he called beautiful coal, along with beautiful Paris.
I think AI will raise demand for energy production. It's not shocking. It is possible that the degree to which the additional generation is being exaggerated, in part because, I mean, fundamentally, we have not really designed the chips that are being deployed for AI for the purpose of AI. They were designed for other purposes, and they're being redeployed for AI, and they're relatively inefficient from that perspective. There are smaller startups that have more efficient chip design, but I think there's going to be a lot of innovation that might mean that a bunch of the projections at the kind of extreme are too pessimistic, but there will still be an effect.
Right.
And there should be an effect. I mean, it's an amazing time, in my opinion, to be alive. These tools are getting so much better so quickly that I use them all the time. We use them at Lazard a lot, and I would just, I just rejoice.
One quick word before we wind up. How has it changed work at Lazard?
A lot of the experience of what an analyst and associate does. We have lots of great Columbia and other graduates, really talented people, but as an analyst, a lot of the work hasn't changed that much. You download data from a provider, you put it into a spreadsheet, and then you put it into a slide deck. There can be higher value-added uses of time than that, and so the ability to do much more of that in a automated or quasi-automated way is really helpful. And then for the managing directors who are out with clients, a lot of the wisdom or a lot of the insight is based on their experience, but you can now supplement that with, are there other examples that I haven't thought of that I could cite for this particular case? Or when this happens, how often, so there's all of that, and then there's the back office piece of things, which is truly remarkable in terms of how well these, I'll tell a really quick story, which is we put in a new system at home for our home network. 3 days afterwards, it broke. I was on the phone with the tech support. It was taking forever. I literally just took the entire system log from that system, put it into ChatGPT, said, what's wrong? It found the problem in 30 seconds and fixed it while the tech person on the phone was still telling me what might happen. I said, we fixed the problem.
Right.
That is the future.
The solution to tech support. So,
there we go.
Let me ask you all to join me in thanking Peter Orszag for a great conclusion to this symposium. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dan and Peter. Well, with that, we've concluded our final conversation of the day. And to everyone here and online, thank you for attending the Center on Global Energy Policies 2025 Global Energy Summit. I want to thank Jason for his leadership, the Center's advisory board for their support, and our SIPA Dean, Karen Yari-Milo, and Columbia University for their support as well. And I want to end with another special thanks to our communications and event staff. They've been working for months preparing for today's event and worked incredibly hard to make sure it ran smoothly. And I want to thank our partners at Markham as well. You've seen them at the tables and keeping everything running throughout the day. And a special thank you to all the Columbia staff from facilities, public safety, catering, AV, who made it a success today. So let's give them all a round of applause, please. And finally, guess what? We're going to do this again next year, year 12, I believe. and I would like to ask you all to save the date for April 15th, 2026 for next year's summit. So we'll see you all in a year and a week. Thank you and have a great evening.